if I were Taylor.
Yeah, that's just, yeah, exactly, you know. So he's going to get a couple better hands to fold, I think.
Yeah.
Very reasonable shove from Rex there. Unfortunate that his active opponent had it. Jesse here, 8-7 of diamonds on the button. Gets to play back-to-back buttons. Harrison going to defend King 7, so he's in a dominating position here. But he is outflopped on the 10-8-4, 2 clubs and a diamond board. Pretty good looking flop for Jesse. Pair, backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw. I would anticipate that he'll just bet here, but he's also on that awkward stack size where he doesn't want to play a lot of big pots unless he can just semi-bluff in a confident way or can just put all his chips in with a good value hand. So check or bet here wouldn't surprise me. Certainly if he was deeper, I would always bet. And I still think I would bet here, but had he checked, it wouldn't have shocked me.
I would actually check in this spot.
Yeah? It's one of those weird spots where you have one of the best hands that you don't want to get check raised with.
Yeah.
And typically, if you think to yourself, I've got a cool hand here, but I don't want to get check raised, you should probably check, but not always. It's going to depend on the frequency of your opponent and the board texture, of course.
And that's part of the reason I would check there is the board texture. It did have a flush draw. There were multiple straight draw possibilities, so I would be a little concerned with getting check raised there.
And Harrison's the type of capable player who sometimes is going to have gut shots that he turns into a semi-bluff and check raises you there, and as well is going to check raise some of his value hands, some of his big combination draws. And force Jesse to play a committing pot.
What do you think about that fold from under the gun with Queen 10?
Four-handed?
Yeah.
Seems kind of tight.
Seems very tight to me.
Fold that spot there. And we haven't seen any 3-bets without really good hands at this final table yet, so it's not as though there's so much action pre-flop that you're scared to get involved.
And is there another stack that is anywhere near as short as Jesse's? So ICM isn't a huge consideration in this spot. I'm very surprised to see him fold his Queen 10 there.
So we have another small blind versus blind confrontation between Harrison and Ravi. Limp and a check. Ravi with just 9 high here. Fires, takes it down. Fired pretty big there, too. Now there's our updated chip counts. Ravi just beneath 4 million. 3 guys really in contention right now, and Jesse Rockowitz our short stack, but not the type of short stack that he's in any kind of urgent position. He's still got 40 blinds to work with, and our blinds just recently went up, so he can hang out for a while.
The first final table that I commentated, actually, Jesse Rockowitz won that, and it was a tournament that, believe it or not, started online, and then we reconvened in a live setting to finish out the tournament. It was an iPops iPoker event. It started with thousands of people, got down to the remaining 27. They flew us out to Barcelona for the final 27. Unfortunately, I busted like 16th or something, but I had a chance to commentate Jesse when he won the event.
Very cool. What did he win for? How much?
It was $100,000 up top.
Nice.
So for a $120 buy-in tournament,
and a trip to Barcelona.
Not bad.
No, not at all. All right, so Harrison here opens up the action with 9-8. Ravi, I think he just 3-bet, right? No, he called. Excuse me. So it seems like Ravi is more call-prone than 3-bet prone pre-flop, and we've seen a couple times here he has hands in the small blind that might play better to a 3-bet, and yet he's just calling with them. So perhaps we've identified, one of the sort of weaknesses in his game, as it were.
We have a really interesting flop here.
Very cool flop here. Everybody is connected in some way. Harrison with middle pair, Jesse with 2 overcards and a gut shot, and Ravi, of course, with the ace-high flush draw. Everyone will check. Jack on the turn is going to give the king-jack of Jesse the best hand. But now Harrison has pair and open-ender. Another check from Ravi. I'm anticipating a bet from Jesse here because it seems very unlikely that Harrison would bet that card after checking the flop. I don't think he should be too scared of someone raising him. It would be odd.
About 40% the size of the pot bet from Jesse here. If you're Harrison, what are you doing with your 9-8?
Maybe fold, because I don't think I have the best hand, and I think that if I make my draw, sometimes I have the idiot end of the straight and pay off a better hand, and then if I get my, 7, I might not even get paid on it. So I think I ditch it, but he's getting a good price, so I think calling's also fine. I think he might raise too, which is a very viable option. It's tricky because
he did raise. He did raise, which is a really interesting raise here.
Yeah, you're not repping a lot, I don't think. I guess maybe you're saying you have something like king queen or
it is possible to
ace-jack.
check back the flop with 7-8 as well.
Yeah, you could do that.
I think he would be much more likely to see bet 8 queen than 7-8 or even king queen.
Yeah.
I think 7-8 he would check back on the flop.
It's an interesting spot where all three options are reasonable.
I would have folded.
Yeah.
I like raising more than calling.
Yeah.
And now, of course, it puts Ravi in an interesting spot here with the nut flush
Ravi
draw.
Has to fold.
I would be folding if I were Ravi, but as we've seen
Ravi
Ravi play,
Ravi's gonna cold 3-ball it. Yes. Oh,
wow.
Ravi.
Look at this.
Oh, Ravi, I hope this works for you, and I think it will. I mean, Jesse obviously can't play. Harrison has got to call off another 300,000 with just third pair and a weak open-ended.
Jesse lays down the best hand.
Yeah, Jesse has to fold there. There's nothing. I mean, if you're in Jesse's position and Harrison raises you, you're giving folding a very serious consideration, let alone Ravi's cold 3-bet. At this point, Ravi really does rep king-queen, and he can absolutely have it with the line he's taken.
Certainly. And Harrison has to be thinking, well, what is Ravi going to be bluffing here?
Yeah.
What kind of hands? Of course, the hand that Ravi has is one of the few that makes sense. Maybe a flush draw with a queen in it or a king in it.
Or a king in it. Do you like Ravi's sizing? Do you maybe think about going a little bit bigger to deter draws?
I'd go bigger. And Ravi wins the pot. The
What a
software
cool
engineer
hand.
from Dublin, California, with the 3-bet on the turn, taking it down. That was a great hand.
So nicely done by the quote-unquote amateur at the table, although he's at his second WPT final table in as many events. Hanging out
And I'll
with
tell
his-
you what, he may not be a software engineer for too much longer.
No.
If you final table back-to-back WPTs and you have the confidence to go in there with 2 fantastic players and 3-bet the flop there with your flush draw and you're winning pots like that, making final tables, he should feel pretty good about himself. Now we have Harrison under the gun with Big Slick here, and he certainly will be opening, probably for 49,000.
Bingo. I feel like Ravi is still smirking about last hand. I think I see him just kind of sitting there, feeling very content. Over to Taylor. I think he'll defend a 9-7, facing a min raise. I would think both Taylor and Harrison are going to be defending their big blind quite wide. So he makes the call. Both players connect on ace, jack, 7, all spades, but not quite enough here for Taylor to continue if Harrison bets again. And I do expect a bet from Harrison. Taylor lets it go.
Now, what is interesting is that as the final table becomes shorter-handed, defending the big blind becomes actually less of a good thing to do because the net antes are actually smaller.
That's right.
So I could see players, the stronger players at the table, getting away from hands that at a 9-handed table they might defend against a late position open, whereas here, because there are fewer antes in the pot, they might elect to fold. Certainly wasn't the case this hand with the 9-7.
Seems that Twitch is having some problems today, so we'll see if we can't get those worked out for you. For the time being, we'll keep the live stream going right here at the WPT. Ravi and Jesse are out. Over to Taylor. Suited jack in the small. And he will call. I would expect Taylor to do a lot of calling out of the small blind against Harrison. I don't think he's looking to play many out-of-position bloated pots against an opponent who's not going to give up very frequently. Both players with jack high here. Excuse me, Taylor has flop bottom pair, and he has a backdoor flush draw. I think his bet is fine here. He shouldn't expect his opponent to bluff too frequently. I mean, it's one of those bets where, you know, you can't make a better hand fold, you can't get a worse hand to call. Maybe you're just trying to keep your opponent from, you know, getting a free look at, you know, whatever he has, you know, 8-10 offsuit, 8-6 offsuit, where he can just turn a pair and get you. That's one of those spots where betting and checking both have their merits, but I often end up betting because I think I have more equity than he does.
I think I would have checked in that spot, but just allow your opponent to bluff if he does have less equity than you.
Well, guys, we want to remind you that on our partner DraftKings, there's a big March Madness tournament tomorrow. We don't get too many big tournaments for college basketball, but we are going to have one tomorrow on DraftKings. It is a $150K guarantee with a $20 buy-in. It is the March Mania Cinderella. And there will be hundreds of thousands of prizes available for college basketball over the next 2 weeks. And of course, we also have the Masters coming up. There is the $2.2 million Fantasy Golf Millionaire Maker on April 9th. That is going to be a huge tournament. I don't know anything about golf, and I'm going to have some entries in that one. That's a $20 buy-in. It needs 125,000 entries to fill. This is a huge tournament.
Wow.
And that's only got 11,000, just almost 12,000 right now. And I'm sure that will approach the mark in the coming weeks, but it will. I would be surprised if that thing filled up. So good opportunity to get in some overlay if you know your golf or you just want to fire in some guys, sit back with your friends and family and watch the tournament with a little money riding on it. That's a great way to do it. And of course, a big month of basketball coming up. So get in on the action at DraftKings.
Here we have an interesting pot where Jesse opened under the gun with 33 big blinds, the king-jack offsuit, and Ravi has defended the big blind, so it seems as though Harrison and Taylor will not be the only players defending their big blind wide with king-4 offsuit, and the flop goes check-check on a king-5-7 monotone board. So we have seen Jesse now check back top pair twice so far at this final table. He did in the first hand of the final table with the ace-10. Now he's doing it with the king-jack. What do you think about him checking back the flop there?
I like it here because the monotone flop creates an awkward scenario where you can't just go bet confidently, and you can't bet and get check raised and feel confident about it, but you have a hand that's good enough where if it goes check and the turn is a heart, you're going to call at least one street, maybe two, definitely one, and if you get a safe card, such as a 7 of clubs, you're going to be able to bet twice confidently. I suppose if he goes bet and then Ravi calls and the river is a heart, he's going to have something to think about, but on many runouts, you're going to be able to bet confidently twice.
Yeah, I would not be betting a heart on the river.
Yeah.
I would have c-bet the flop. I think your hand is strong enough to c-bet on this board, but I certainly don't mind the check back. I think this is much closer than the ace-10 that he checked back earlier. But it does seem like Jesse does like to check back some of his stronger hands on the flop, and Ravi, of course, makes the call with king-4.
For what it's worth, Gain, I would definitely bet that flop in cash, and I think in this particular tournament scenario, there's a little more merit to checking, but it's also a spot where, again, both options are quite reasonable. So a 5 on the river, Doesn't really change much here. Puts two pair on the board.
And look at this lead from Ravi here on the river.
That's pretty big, too. I want to say 175.
Wow. So
It's kind of a merge bet in a way.
I think that Ravi is value betting here,
Yes,
trying to look like he has a busted heart.
I think it's a weird spot to bet that large. I don't think there's a lot of reason to bet that big.
Yeah, it is. It is a strange bet. I don't know what I would have done against that bet on the river though with a hand like pocket tens. I probably would have folded, so it probably was too big of a bet for what he was doing, and Jesse wins a nice size pot there. Jesse's fiancée Sheena is watching at home, cheering him on, as are his parents, watching the live stream here. And one thing that Jesse is very appreciative of is the support that he gets from his parents and from his fiancée, always there for him and always cheering him on.
Taylor here with King 7 under the gun.
Harrison with a pretty fun hand here on the button, the Queen 10 of hearts. He elects to just call. Would you have been 3-betting here in this spot?
You know, it's interesting, Kane. It's one of those hands where you can call or raise. If you're raise, you're essentially taking a linear strategy against Taylor, where you're saying, okay, I'm going to take my best hands, particularly in position, and just raise them for value, even though Queen 10 is not a hand that's just going to win at showdown unimproved that often. It's a hand that connects with a lot of boards, gives you opportunities to win big pots, gives you an opportunity to semi-bluff with some draws. I probably wouldn't, because Taylor doesn't seem like the kind of guy who calls re-raises out of position with weaker hands. And so against those type of players, those are the ones I'm going to get linear against and slide more hands like Queen 10 suited, Jack 10 suited, Queen Jack suited into my 3-betting for value range. Whereas against Taylor, who I think is going to play fairly raise fold pre-flop unless he's got stronger hands out of position, I think the call is fine. You?
I would have 3-bet.
You would have 3-bet?
I would have 3-bet. Also, because calling does give Jesse an opportunity to enter the pot from the big blind.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that Taylor is opening wide enough to justify a 3-bet bluff here with the Queen 10, or at least a 3-bet where you want to win the pot pre-flop.
And it's always nice to have hands where you 3-bet, and if your opponent makes some kind of weird small 4-bet, you can go to a flop and flop tons of equity.
What is interesting, though, is that Harrison seems to be quite comfortable playing post-flop, and, he's a player where most of his experience is in tournaments. But it does seem like he's looking to take on spots where he is seeing flops and turns, and now we have a pretty interesting spot here where Taylor elects to check raise this board.
He's essentially repping overpairs.
Would he really check raise an overpair?
I don't know about that, though. Against two opponents, I don't know that he would. I don't think this is terribly plausible. It might be a spot where it doesn't matter too much because it's such an uncoordinated board that Harrison's going to bet a ton and doesn't have enough equity to peel with against a check raise. So maybe it's a good play for those reasons, but I never like bluffs where we're repping a very thin range.
This is certainly not what I expected. Taylor has a hand that really can't improve unless he hits a king. Harrison does make the call. Now, do you think that Taylor is planning on firing multiple streets here? On blanks?
It's pretty heroic. Just a stone-cold no-equity bluff-off when your opponent could conceivably have a 5 and probably won't fold many of his 10s.
I mean, how many 5s though are
not many, like
that's,
ace-5 suited.
That's
or
what makes it.
so.
That's what makes it an interesting spot. Taylor does check.
Yeah.
I may have preferred his flop check raise if he was planning on unloading the clip, to be honest.
Yeah.
Simply because really the best hand that his opponent can show up with on the river is ace-10. Even ace-10 is probably more of a 3-bet hand, so king-10. Of course, he can have a couple of random 5s. But we did see Harrison earlier fold the 9-7 suited on the button, so whether or not he would be calling pre-flop with the 5-6 suited or the 4-5 suited is questionable.
Both players check the turn. I like Harrison checking behind there. You could bet, but I don't think you're really getting value from anything, so I think that had to be a mistake in our graphics. You saw the ace there too for a second? Yeah, that we saw the board. We can be pretty confident that that's not the case.
There it is. There's the
There's
true board. So I think Taylor's flop check raise had to be he was just stabbing one street, and it could be because he thought that Harrison was more likely than average to just bet that board with air when check two. Based on what I've seen from Harrison so far, though, I don't believe that to be the case. We've seen Harrison so far simply check fold and not really play back or get too creative with his no equity type hands.
Mm-hmm.
What was the river there, Tony?
A deuce.
And it went check check.
Yeah, Harrison won.
I would have bet.
I would have bet in Harrison's position at that point. I'm just real confident I have the best hand. I mean, even though there's not a lot of worse hands that can call you, there's value to your opponent not getting to see your hand, and it's just so hard for him to be better than you. So I'd feel pretty okay, and I probably wouldn't bet that big either. I don't think you have to be too afraid of like betting the river and getting check raised for some strange reason.
Maybe he was afraid of king 10 or ace 10.
That could be a thing. It's not an unreasonable line to take in Taylor's position with king 10, ace 10.
Right. The problem with betting is that
what's worse that calls you.
What's worse that calls you, and also what bluffs do you have on the 5-5-10 board betting and calling a raise, and checking back the turn. I mean, even if you were on a pure float, you would have bluffed the turn, you know. So. And Taylor has the same hand in the big blind that he defended last time. He has the 9-7 offsuit. Harrison with the king deuce of clubs. We're going to see a flop here.
Flop is 7, 6, 5, all diamonds.
5, 6, 7 of diamonds. And Taylor does have the 9 of diamonds and the 7 of hearts, so he does have the straight flush draw. And 8 of diamonds would make him the straight flush. He checks to Harrison, and Harrison quickly checks back.
Queen of clubs on the turn. Taylor here. Almost certainly going to bet, and Harrison not going to continue. He will let it go.
Taylor Parr inching closer to being a back-to-back WPT champion. And Tony, you were discussing this earlier. I mean, what are the odds? You know, in the history of the WPT, we haven't had a repeat champion, with the exception of somebody who did it over 2 seasons. Correct. Now, all of a sudden, in the same season, we have 2, and we're going for a 3rd.
Mind-blowing.
It's crazy.
Yeah, it really is. Ravi here with ace 7. First to act, I expect him to raise it up. He seems like a guy who looks for reasons to play hands more so than looks for reasons to fold them.
Yeah.
He's going up to 54. Jesse with about 40 bigs behind him, an 8-6 suited. think that was a 3-bet, right?
128.
And we were talking before about 3-betting the hands such as 9-7 suited in position. He's taken an opportunity to do with 8-6 suited here. But I'll say this, Kane. I don't like this one as much, partially because Jesse has a shorter stack, and partially because from what I've seen from Ravi, I think he's more likely to peel out of position than the two professional players on the table.
I think that is true. At the same point in time, Jesse has been pretty tight
He has.
at this final table. I don't mind the spot at all. I, in fact, probably would have 3-bet as well with 8-6 of diamonds in the spot. But we'll see. Ravi has not. He's been reluctant to fold, so
Yeah.
Ravi might make it real tough for Jesse here, but we'll see what happens. Jesse also has a lot of post-flop experience. He's very talented online tournament and cash game player. He was known as Deuces 85 online, and he and I have actually played a lot together at ring games on Poker Stars, and he probably feels like he has an edge post-flop on Ravi, who's a recreational player, and he's going to take a spot here. But Ravi relentlessly re-raises. Ravi with a 4-bet here, perhaps sensing weakness from Jesse.
Ravi is really surprising us.
He's
today,
in it
isn't
to
he?
win it.
He is in it to win it.
I'll
Good
tell
for
you what,
him.
after coming from Bay 101 and getting 6, maybe he had a little bit of a chip on his
He
shoulder
was like,
about
you know
that.
what? Or maybe he was like, you know what? I've already made one of these final tables, and now it's time to win one. And if I've got to while out a little bit and start swinging, then so be it. I mean, what can Jesse do?
Now, do you think that Ravi's 4-bet, do you think Ravi is thinking here, you know, I have an ace blocker, this is a good hand to 4-bet, or do you think Ravi is just
Showed him an
thinking,
ace.
I'm not going to be shoved around?
I just don't know enough about Ravi to think which thought process is probably appealing to him. I do trust that he looked at his opponent's stack size and said, I can make a 4-bet here, and you have to make a million chip decision, whereas I only have to risk 350K.
Right.
Which is cool.
The software engineer from Dublin, California, just running over this final table so far. Of course, it does help to get aces against kings, but we've seen him make some very creative plays with hands that were not the best hand, or at least when faced in very tough spots. The ace-6 of spades was a very interesting hand that both you and I agreed we would have folded in that spot. But Ravi just being relentlessly aggressive. Now Harrison has the 8-6 offsuit in the small blind, and he has been limping all of his small blinds so far when it was folded around. And something to be noted from that is that Taylor is actually folding quite a few buttons. It has gotten heads up to Harrison and Ravi's small blind quite a bit. So Taylor probably knows that, having played with Ravi at the Bay 101, that Ravi does not like to fold his small blind, or his big blind, and also does not like to fold post flop, and maybe that's why he's folding a few more buttons than he otherwise would.
I like,
yeah.
You know? So Harrison here flops 2 pair, 10-10-8. Bets once, takes it down. All right, Taylor here with rags. Harrison going to open it up with a 6.
So, looking over the chip counts, Ravi is in first with 175 big blinds, over 4 million in chips, and then Harrison and Taylor Parr are both pretty close.
Yep.
And then, of course, Jesse bringing up the rear of the remaining 4 players with just 36 big blinds, 860,000 chips, which is a little more chips than he started the final table with, but he right now is certainly the short stack, and the other 3 players are going to be they're going to be unlikely to put all their chips in the middle with the ability to move up so easily in the pay jump here. Now we have Ravi on the button with 8-9 offsuit. He will be raising.
So he does in fact raise. Jesse out. Taylor lets go Jack 6, and Ravi will take it. We were talking a little bit before about why the Chris Borland retirement was such big news out of San Francisco. He's a 24-year-old player, a great college player at Wisconsin, and was a rookie who exceeded expectations. He got drafted in the 3rd round. Patrick Willis, the starting linebacker in San Francisco, went down, so he got a whole bunch of playing time, really excelled, and then he went and did a bunch of homework during the offseason about the lasting consequences of concussions and what they're calling CTE, which it turns out a lot of NFL players develop after their career, which is a degenerative brain disease that seems to cause, dementia, depression, some violence in cases, and people are wondering, is this going to be a turning point in NFL history where a lot of players and even top players choose to walk away or walk away much earlier than they would have because of their concern over those risks?
I, in general, can't see that being the case. I think this is an exception. I think it's interesting that he's chosen to dedicate so much of his life to this sport, and he just now has made that decision. And certainly to come, there has been more information coming out recently about the negative long-term effects that can have on you, and that certainly does play a role. But I would imagine that this is going to be an exception rather than the rule moving forward.
I agree with you, but I also think that the more we learn about this, the more you might see NFL players walking away, not necessarily at the age of 24, but even, Patrick Willis retired this season at 29 or 30 at the end of the season. A couple of other guys, Jake Locker retired at 26. There was another linebacker, Worldis or something like that, who retired at 27. I think we might start seeing guys who play for a few years, play well, start to feel the toll on their body, and then choose to walk away. I wouldn't be worried about a mass exodus from football. There's so many people still interested, and obviously it's very lucrative to play for a living if you get to the professional level. But I wouldn't be surprised to see more of a trend of guys calling it quits earlier in their career instead of trying to last it out for a 10-year plus career.
Right. Well, it should be noted that the NFL has taken steps to reduce the risks involved.
Right.
Specifically, I mean, if you look at the way that football was played, 40 years ago, it is a completely different game. It's a much safer game.
Yes.
And I think the NFL will continue to take those steps moving forward. So specifically, if more things like this happen, the NFL will respond by continuing to make it a safer game. But I think the fans are kind of at odds with that idea. A lot of fans don't want the game to change, and I certainly understand that side of the argument as well. But here we have a pretty interesting pot boiling where Ravi has opened the ace-9 of spades, and Taylor 3-bet the king-8 of hearts and got called by Ravi. He bet the flop, and Ravi called on the flop, and now they're seeing a turn, and it's a great turn for Ravi. He now has trip 9s. Ravi very quickly checks behind.
Do not like it. Yeah, not on that kind of coordinated board, and in a situation where you've already got a pretty large pot built up. Your hand is somewhat disguised. Yeah, I don't understand that one. But you might get Taylor to bet again here. I don't think he will, just because the board is run out in such a way that he can't plausibly represent many hands. Oh, I was wrong. I'm a little surprised to see Taylor betting.
I'm surprised to see him betting as well.
Is he going to get called or raised, Kane?
Depends on what the bet size is. Let's see.
Snap called. It turns out to be the answer. Snap called and cards revealed. And it wasn't. It's about half pot, 265.
Yeah, I would have raised if I were Ravi.
Yeah. was kind of an odd hand.
It was an odd river bet by Taylor. I'm not sure what he was trying to fold out.
Because I don't think you're even getting things like, you know, king, jack, queen, jack to fold there.
No.
So.
Especially not for that size.
Yeah.
I would be really interested to hear his thought process there.
You're getting like eights and to fold.
I mean, you're obviously going to get queen X or king X to fold, but you're ahead of those hands anyway. So if it goes check check, you're going to win at showdown. I'm surprised by that bet.
Taylor going to raise up this button with 7-6 off.
And Harrison Gimmel with a fun hand here in the small blind.
Okay, we return to your 3-bet or call question, Kane.
Jack, queen of hearts. I would be 3-betting here.
Yeah.
And Harrison does not 3-bet. He elects to simply call. Harrison has not 3-bet one hand at this final table, has he?
I don't think so. I don't remember any 3-bets.
It seems like Harrison seems to be playing much more straightforward fit or fold than I would have expected. Which there's certainly merit to that when there are ICM considerations at a final table against tough opponents. Specifically against somebody like Ravi, who may be putting in some chips with some speculative hands in certain spots. But we do have one exception to that, which is when he actually raised Jesse Rockowitz's bet with the 9-8 on the turn and ended up losing that pot to Ravi.
What a strange hand for Ravi to lead out with, huh?
Very strange.
Very strange.
And now if you're Taylor here with the gut shot, what are you doing?
I guess I fold because there's another player behind me. My hand's not that good, and I don't know what to make of Ravi's lead, but
I would fold.
yeah. Taylor keeps surprising me.
Wow, Taylor raises in this
Yeah,
spot.
that's what I'm saying.
Okay,
It's
I
very
thought
surprising.
I thought he had called.
No.
Wow, so this makes it a really tough spot for Harrison.
Who I'm guessing will fold?
I would
don't
fold
know.
here.
Yeah, I would fold.
Then again, these players have been playing with Ravi for the past couple days. If they have some type of idea that he's leading the 9-5 offsuit on this board, then it completely changes the hand. It completely changes the frequency with which Taylor's going to raise him, and therefore it changes the frequency with which Harrison should be calling there.
I like that Taylor has determined that Ravi leading such an uncoordinated texture is unlikely to be a good hand. So perhaps raising a hand like 7-6 with a gut shot here is exactly the type of hand he should be using for those plays. But
now I wouldn't be surprised if
yeah.
Ravi 3-bet the flop here, to be honest.
Bluff me, will you? And he's going to let this one go. So Taylor, semi-bluffing with the gut shot. Gets Harrison to fold top pair.
And it's interesting how many times so far this final table the best hand has folded. Jesse had to lay down the king jack. Harrison just had to lay down the jack queen top pair, and I mean these players are playing aggressively, that's for sure.
Hasn't been a boring final table at all. And we're seeing some really thoughtful poker too, and some surprising plays. These guys are doing some things that we did not anticipate them to do. Taylor with ace deuce under the gun, gonna open it up.
Taylor raises for 42.
So we have a little answer from the Twitterverse about what Ravi's mentality today. Todd Graham says, on the money bubble, Ravi was tested for his turning life by Ari Ango, who 4-bet shove, and Ravi called with ace-king declaring, I'm here to win. So if we see him mixing it up and getting a little aggressive today, that might be an insight as to why.
He is not. He doesn't care about moving up in
Yeah.
the places and the money, but he's in it to win it. I mean, after taking 6th in the last one, in the last Bay 101 Shooting Star WPT, he has a little taste of glory, and this time he wants to be able to close it out.
He wants all the glory, all of it. And I will say this, right now he is the most glorious player on this final table.
He certainly has been so far.
That cold 3-bet, glorious.
And that 4-bet pre-flop against Jesse
Yeah.
with the ace-7.
I wonder if Taylor, Jesse, and Harrison are going to be fed the hands from our live stream, and I expect they'll have somebody communicating them to them, and then adjust against Ravi, because I don't know if Ravi, being less experienced with poker, is as conscious of things like a live stream or getting all the information, or when he's one of those guys that's like, okay, I got my game plan, I'm just going to go in there, I don't want a bunch of new information screwing with me. I mean, we just don't know too much about this guy. But I would think if, Taylor or Harrison gets a sense that he is just going to come out there swinging, and they find out that he's doing things like cold 3-betting the ace-6 suited, 4-betting the ace-7 off, leading out the 9-5-0, that they're going to widen their ranges, and maybe that's why we saw Taylor do what he did with the 7-6.
What would be your primary adjustment if you were being fed the live stream? If you were Taylor, for example, and you are being fed the live stream, you do have the hands. How are you going to play differently with knowing what Ravi is capable of?
When I have showdown value, I'm going to call him down lighter, because normally when I've got a guy on the table who's among the less experienced, I anticipate him to be more passive as a default, and that's not what we're seeing out of Ravi at all. And then sometimes when I have that borderline equity where I don't have quite a calling hand, but I'm unsure whether I should raise or fold, I'm going to start to lean a little more towards raise, like we saw with the 7-6.
Right. I also would be playing tighter pre-flop, quite a bit so. When there's somebody like this at my table, especially when it's forehand, when he's one of the 4 players at the table, I tend to I like to be in spots where I can make strong hands and kind of call him down. So hands like the 8-6 of diamonds certainly become less of a 3-bet against him, obviously, once you know he's capable of 4-betting the ace-7 offsuit. Again, in that instance, I would have done the same thing as Jesse in 3-bet, and I would have, like Jesse, had to fold, and I think that's a way that you can adjust moving forward once you're fed that information. Harrison Gimmel here, the player at the table with the most live tournament earnings. He has over $3 million in live tournament earnings. Now, most of that was the 2010 PCA, as we had discussed earlier. That tournament was for $2.2 million. That was a big PCA that year, and he was only 19 at the time.
Man, that's such a huge win to have at that age, and it can really go to your head. You might make some bad financial decisions. You might start playing tournaments that you don't really belong in, and it seems that Harrison has avoided all of that stuff.
Yeah. What would you have done with $2.2 million at 19, Tony?
Something really stupid. I don't even know at 19. I mean, I'm trying to think how much money I had to my name at 19. Maybe like a couple $1,000s in my party poker account. Maybe. I can remember when I had just turned 20 my sophomore year, and I had like $2,800 in my party poker account when I won a 13K package down to Australia, and that was like earth-shattering for me. I thought this was the greatest thing that had ever happened to me and would ever happen to me. So I think if you gave me $2.2 million, I would have done some dumb stuff. Jesse here on the button, flops top pair with the queen. Harrison here in the big blind doesn't really connect. He could still peel this just because it's an uncoordinated texture. He has a backdoor flush draw, and his opponent is going to c-bet quite wide, but it wouldn't shock me if he just folds too.
From what I've seen from Harrison, I would expect him to fold here. And he folds pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Number 69 from Jesse Harrison.
Jesse takes the pot down, and I would say that Jesse, of the remaining 4 players, is the best dressed at this final table.
I would agree. He's got buttons. Now, those are our payouts, as you can see. 268 up top. And like we were talking about earlier, the payout jumps for the first 3 players eliminated are fairly small.
Something that is interesting is 3 out of the 4 players at this final table who are remaining live within an hour and 15 minutes of here. The only one who does not is Harrison, who lives in Florida. In the Miami area, he's a big Miami sports fan.
He is a big Miami sports fan. He had like every team in the Miami area listed on his bio sheet. Well, Jesse here with a pair of 7s. Taylor, 9-10 suited right behind him. I assume we'll flat call.
These days, it's not the easiest thing in the world to be a Miami sports fan.
No. Oh, you know what, though? The Heat are not that bad. They've got Goran Dragic now. Hassan Whiteside came out of nowhere to be a phenomenal player. Dwayne Wade has somehow reversed time. It's really crappy for them that Bosch got knocked out with a season-ending injury. But if he hadn't, I think that Miami would be one of the best teams in the East.
Are you expecting them to make any type of a run?
I expect them to get out of the first round of the playoffs. I don't know exactly where they're falling right now. Maybe they're like the 5 seed or something, but I could just be totally wrong about that. But they've got a pretty good squad there right now. And for having lost LeBron and you know, immediately been counted out of the championship equation, I think they're in better shape than people would have expected.
Now, here's Ravi, and he does have a pair. So
he likes to call. This is a 3-bet pot.
It is, right.
I wasn't really expecting Taylor to 3-bet this hand because Jesse's at that stack size where he might just cram over a 3-bet. I think I would rather just flatten Taylor's position with 10-9 suited, wouldn't you?
Wow. So Ravi is calling now, and now if you're Jesse, you started the hand with 35 big blinds.
I'd be really tempted to just cram because I think Ravi peels these situations a little too light. I do think Taylor's going to try and pick on me some. I've got a hand that doesn't play that well post-flop, out of position in a 3-way pot, but if I get called pre-flop, I'm going to be racing a bunch.
Would you shove, or would you make it would you 4-bet to a size that looks stronger?
I would cram because if I'm 4-bet small, Ravi might peel something like Queen-Jack.
Correct.
So
that makes sense. Yeah, I like a shove here too.
And
he
Jesse's
does go
all in.
And I like that. There's 320,000 in the pot. He's investing 790 to win that.
That's one of the first plays I've seen from Taylor that I really don't like. I thought that he was in a really good position to just flat call pre-flop and that Jesse has a stack size that plays to an open 4-bet jam pretty naturally.
Do you think Ravi might call?
He surprised me before. I don't think he would be a good call, but he certainly could.
I can't imagine he's going to call here. Ravi would need about 39, slightly over 39% equity in order to profitably make a call here, and he does lay it down.
Yeah.
And he shows the ducks. I'm not sure if that's really information he wants to be giving away, that he is flatting out of the big blind with the pocket deuces, but
cold flatting 3-bets.
Yep, correct.
Yeah, that's the real problem with
Yeah.
giving that away. If you had called a raise and then turned over, hey, I had deuces, everyone's like, well, yeah, okay,
Of course. Yeah.
When he shows that he's cold calling 3-bets that wide, next time Jesse is in a position like he was there with kind of a marginal hand to jam with, he's going to feel much more confident about it. But as you can see, our players are about to go on break. Guys, we'll see you in what is either 10 or 15 minutes. I'm not sure how long the breaks are, but we'll be back soon.
Behold, We are in the presence of champions. Fantasy sports legends who have earned hundreds of thousands of dollars playing online. Meet Arlie Gonzalez. Average guy, superior sports knowledge. Picked a team in minutes and won enough to throw the party of a lifetime. In outer space. Former accountant Derek Bradley. DraftKings One Day Fantasy Sports took him from a guy with holes in his underpants to a guy with bikini models in them.
How do we turn our love of fantasy sports into reality cash?
DraftKings.com. They have one-day games, so you're not locked in. It's like a new season every time you play. And best of all, you could win a boatload of money.
Play for your share of $1 billion. Peter Jennings just took home over $3 million. $3 million! Use promo code WEEK to play and get a free entry. Get to DraftKings.com now.
The Fantasy Sports Hall of Fame presents former accountant Derek Bradley. DraftKings One Day Fantasy Sports took him from a guy with holes in his underpants to a guy with bikini models in them.
How do they do it?
DraftKings.com. They have one-day games, so you're not locked in. It's like a new season every time you play. And best of all, you could win a boatload of money.
Peter Jennings earned over $3 million with us. Use promo code LEGENDS to play today and get a free entry. Get to DraftKings.com.
Get back in the game. Take a seat, experience the thrill, and share the fun. Play online poker and casino right here in New Jersey. Now on PartyPoker.com.
The World Poker Tour has a sponsorship partner in Monster now. They are renowned for their headphones, and we are thrilled that Monster has become the official headphone of the World Poker Tour.
I'm joined by Noel Lee, the head monster of Monster Products. We are at the brand new Monster Bar here on the WPT.
For the first time ever, you get a customized pair of Monster headphones.
This makes it all worth it.
Royal Flush girls Danielle and Brittany are bringing out the money on the line, as well as the special edition pair of Monster 24K headphones to be awarded to tonight's champion.
On behalf of all the people at Monster, we're so happy to be able to supply all the headphones for the World Poker Tour. I want to wish everybody great luck. May everybody win something.
My DNA, I'm insanely competitive.
I wear headphones on the table just because I love music.
I'm a great trash talker. I am the reason why people wear headsets at the table.
I always keep my headphones with me. I throw them on, put something that's gonna put me back in the zone and help me relax.
It's in my DNA to be creative. Poker is one of my creative outlets.
It's in my DNA to win.
You hear that, Monster? Well.
The Monster hand is right, Vince. Chris picked up pocket queens against Michael's pocket deuces. There were raises back and forth, but an ace on the river slowed Chris down to a halt. It gave Michael the opportunity to turn his hand into a bluff with his not-so-monster pocket deuces, and a $2.1 million bet by Rocco. Chris had to lay down the queens. It propelled Michael back into the chip lead.
We need to look good too. So we got the diamonds and we got the DNAs, and so you got some bling.
I never thought of headphones as an accessory before. Yeah. That's good sound.
Players, get ready to have a monstrous tournament by having pure monster sound available to all you. Shuffle up and deal!
You also get 24K Monster headphones.
This partnership is really about how music blends into the poker scene.
These are my Monster headphones, being part of the Champions Club.
How headphones, especially over the past few years, you see all the players, all wearing headphones, help them focus, help them concentrate.
We have the 24K special Monster headphones.
I just love seeing all our headphones everywhere. The partnership between the World Poker Tour and Monster really made a lot of sense to us because of the sound of our headphones and the way they look. It's something new for the poker audience.
I want the headphones.
All in.
I call.
I call.
We are seeing some spectacular poker.
Lots of action.
This is why I love poker.
Show us your best stuff. It's coming down to the last card. Pain and torture at the Borgata.
Unbelievable. Anything I can do to be like Antonio, I'm doing it.
The best poker on television is back tonight on the WPT.
Here we go to the river.
We did it! Oh!
You can lay it down.
God! Yes! That grinder has done it! Boom goes the hammer.
That beat him silly.
Rubber legs. Up and away for the pilot. He is the WPT Montreal champion. It's a 7. Dan Smith has done it. Chris Moorman has taken this title. And what a battle it was, Vince.
I love you.
Bah, bah, bah. Bah, bah, bah.
Every chip can turn into a dream at partypoker.net. Every hand into the greatest poker journey of your life. Next stop, the Canadian Spring Championship.
They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He would love to knock this loudmouth out.
Have a dream. Take a seat. Win your exclusive World Poker Tour package now at partypoker.net. Official sponsor of the World Poker Tour.
Being a Party Poker qualifier means getting the VIP treatment. They may not have gotten kings in the tournament, but tonight they'll get to eat like one.
Well, I'm Mike Sexton. I'm here to welcome all our Party Poker qualifiers for the Borgata Winter Poker Open Championship event. Congratulations to all of you for being here. Your winners just being here. A number of you are still left in the tournament. That's fantastic. Tony, you and I are left as well, so shows you old dogs still got it sometimes. We'll see how far we go, though. But we just want to take this moment to, again, thank you for playing on Party Poker, for being here, for being a part of us. And we certainly want to thank Adam Pliska and everybody at the World Poker Tour for all they do. Mark, all you do at Party Poker, thank you for this dinner. It's a beautiful celebration. Let's have a toast to our qualifiers. Hopefully somebody makes it to the final table here. We'll see. Thank you guys for your continued support. Cheers to everybody.
Dan Letty, you're out of the tournament, I'm sorry to say, but are you still enjoying your time here at Borgata?
I'm having a great time here at the Borgata with the Party Poker gang.
I love how you classed up your Party Poker t-shirt.
Well, thank you very much, Melissa. I'm on a one-man mission in an attempt to class up the poker rooms all around the world.
Well, I like it. You rock the t-shirt and the jacket quite well. You're pulling it off. I love it.
Thank you.
Thanks for joining us. Enjoy the rest of your time here at Borgata.
Thanks, Party Poker! Woo!
Hey guys, welcome to the WPT Borgata Winter Poker Open. I'm Melissa Castello, and I'm here all week to bring you updates from all the action on and off the fouts. This event always draws a great crowd, and with a $3 million guarantee, an even better prize pool. Last year's winner, Anthony Marula, won over $842,000. With that, I'll leave it to the pro, Mike Sexton, who says it best.
Dealers, let's shovel up and deal.
Among the field for Day 1A were several familiar faces to the WPT, including Champions Club member Anthony Zeno, who earned that title here at Borgata, Sam Chartier, who was looking to reach his second final table of the season, Season 12 Player of the Year, Mukul Pahuja, and actor-turned-poker player James Woods, who was looking for his first WPT title here at Borgata. It's bound to be an exciting week of poker here in Atlantic City, so be sure to follow along on WPT.com, where we have all your live updates and video coverage from the Borgata Winter Poker Open. Hey guys, I'm Melissa Castello, and I'm here today with actor James Woods playing Day 1A.
I did a lot of laydowns, a lot of laying down hands, and then I did something I should never have done. 6 guys limped, and so I limped on the button with kings, and in fact, pretty much stacked the guy. It worked out. So,
that never happens.
I can get away from hands. I played a short stack really well, and then I got down to literally 4,000 in chips, which in this is nothing. And I had 4 to a straight flush, including open-ended, and actually needed it to survive and hit it. So I said to myself, you know, if I hit this and I got lucky on a hand that's just ridiculous 2-outer.
Those are the tournaments that are sometimes meant to be, though.
Well, they're meant to be because if you do get that, and you get and I got all my chips back, and I thought, you know, you got a second shot here, man. Just really play carefully. Not play tight, but play carefully. Pay attention.
Showbiz question for you.
Okay.
I have to read you something.
Sure.
James Woods is a leanly built, strangely handsome actor, producer, director with intense eyes and sometimes an untrustworthy grin, who's been impressing audiences for over 3 decades with his compelling performances.
Wow.
This is your IMDb, and I need to know, did you write this?
You know, I've never actually read my IMDb biography. I don't know who put it up there.
That is the first sentence. I was like blown away. I'm like, that is impressive.
Well, it's impressive. It's sort of embarrassing. I mean, I'm going to go change that. I mean, it's just, I don't like saying, honestly, you would not believe this, but I'm a very modest person. I find that rather embarrassing, actually. I just like to say, hey, he's done 170 movies or whatever, and got these awards, and loves what he does, and has a lot of friends, and loves the business, and likes creative people, and that's that. That's what I would say.
It's kind of funny though that it's there.
Yeah, I mean, my crooked grin or whatever it was. It's like,
your untrustworthy grin. But that's great for.
Look untrustworthy, you know.
It's great for poker.
Yes,
so.
it is. Speaking of which,
you gotta go. All right, thank you for chatting with us. Good luck. For WPT.com, I'm Melissa Castello.
Behold, we are in the presence of champions. Fantasy sports legends who have earned hundreds of thousands of dollars playing online. Meet Arlie Gonzalez. Average guy, superior sports knowledge. Picked a team in minutes and won enough to throw the party of a lifetime. In outer space. Former accountant Derek Bradley. DraftKings one-day fantasy sports took him from a guy with holes in his underpants to a guy with bikini models in them.
How do we turn our love of fantasy sports into reality cash?
DraftKings.com. They have one-day games, so you're not locked in. It's like a new season every time you play. And best of all, you could win a boatload of money.
Play for your share of $1 billion. Peter Jennings just took home over $3 million. $3 million! Use promo code WEEK to play and get a free entry. Get to DraftKings.com now.
The Fantasy Sports Hall of Fame presents former accountant Derek Bradley. DraftKings One Day Fantasy Sports took him from a guy with holes in his underpants to a guy with bikini models in them.
How do they do it?
DraftKings.com. They have one-day games, so you're not locked in. It's like a new season every time you play. And best of all, you could win a boatload of money.
Peter Jennings earned over $3 million with us. Use promo code LEGENDS to play today and get a free entry. Get to DraftKings.com.
Get back in the game. Take a seat, experience the thrill, and share the fun. Play online poker and casino right here in New Jersey. Now on PartyPoker.com.
The World Poker Tour has a sponsorship partner in Monster now. They are renowned for their headphones, and we are thrilled that Monster has become the official headphone of the World Poker Tour.
I'm joined by Noel Lee, the head monster of Monster Products. We are at the brand new Monster Bar here on the WPT.
For the first time ever, you get a customized pair of Monster headphones.
This makes it all worth it.
Royal Flush girls Danielle and Brittany are bringing out the money on the line, as well as the special edition pair of Monster 24K headphones to be awarded to tonight's champion.
On behalf of all the people at Monster, we're so happy to be able to supply all the headphones for the World Poker Tour. I want to wish everybody great luck. May everybody win something.
My DNA, I'm insanely competitive.
I wear headphones on the table just because I love music.
I'm a great trash talker. I am the reason why people wear headsets at the table.
I always keep my headphones with me. I throw them on, put something that's going to put me back in the zone and help me relax.
It's in my DNA to be creative. Poker is one of my creative outlets.
It's in my DNA to win.
You hear that, Monster? Well.
The monster hand is right, Vince. Chris picked up pocket queens against Michael's pocket deuces. There were raises back and forth, but an ace on the river slowed Chris down to a halt. It gave Michael the opportunity to turn his hand into a bluff with his not-so-monster pocket deuces. And a $2.1 million bet by Rocco. Chris had to lay down the queens. It propelled Michael.
In his room. Do you want it now? Might hold it. You want it? Your call. You want to take it now or later? I'll hold it right here. Okay. Sorry, put it right here. We'll just keep it over. Okay. Fair enough. This has a very... Don't tell everyone else the secret. Yes. Yes. I know. I got it right here. Yeah, I know. Appreciate it, though. Yeah, you got it. Yeah, he's going to be right here. Yeah, I'll take 5 minutes. Give him time to get some cake.
Yeah. I got like a little bit of the same thing going on.
I just found it out. He actually sounded better than I thought he would. When we first walked up with this.
Yeah, I didn't notice much while he was announced, but I just noticed it.
Yeah. I'm be ordering another drink. But look at the blinds. Get the blinds there.
I did it for
5,000. I was like, oh shit. All right, guys. Get the cards there. It's going to be 5K, 15, 30. Buttons in with Harrison.
I was thinking about it while I.
Four guys, blinds up. There we go.
Like early on.
All right. Five are going to be 1530.
Andy is 5,000. 1530 on one. But will be with Harrison there in the one seat. Robbie with the small ones. And Jesse with the big one.
All right, guys, we are back for the four-handed here at the Rolling Thunder in Lincoln, California. As you can see, we've taken some of the smaller denomination chips off the table. Ravi now sitting with a couple of stacks of pink in front of him.
Robbie now in the small one.
He's got a 6-5 in the small blind. So far, we've seen him, kind of play the complete game out of the small. Oh, he's going to raise. Making it 75,000, 2.5x over to Jesse. 7-3 suited. I think Jesse will peel here. Suited cards in the big, facing 2.5x. And he folds. I was wrong. I think that's pretty close there. Certainly if he was deeper, he's going to call. And I don't really mind it because Ravi has been so willing to fire that it's a little trickier to get the showdown cheaply with a hand like 7-3 suited. But a lot of people end up peeling there.
Harrison will be first. Harrison will hold.
Ravi now with a real hand on the button. Ace-king offsuit.
Puts the hood on. That's odd.
Look at that.
What is that? Okay, 75,000.
So is that what you would call a poker tell, Tony?
Potentially.
And it looks like both Jesse and Taylor fold immediately. Maybe they thought it was a poker tell.
Strange choice there.
Would you find that one in Caro's little book of poker tells?
Man, it's been a while since I've opened that one up. Have you? Did you look at that one back in the day?
Little bit. I can't say that live tells has been a massive part of my game.
Yeah.
How about for you?
10 years ago, I took it really seriously, and I still think I learned some valuable things from it.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not something I've paid much attention to lately. And also, I think after you spend enough time at the table, you kind of develop your own tells that you look for, or ones that you lend more credence to. But he did identify a lot of those. It was him who made me think about what I should be looking for. I particularly watch eyes. I see where eyes go. I see what they look at. I want to see when they click down to their chips when a flop or a turn comes out. Some people are more careful about it than others. Pros are really good about not giving away tells with their eyes, whereas I think amateur or intermediate players are really bad about it.
Yeah. No, it is interesting. I would have interpreted what Ravi just did there as strong. It seemed like he was drawing attention to the fact that he was raising from his button. So it seemed like that he was trying to act weak, or like he was simply making a raise because it was his button. Now we have a interesting spot where Jesse has opened pocket fours on the button, and Taylor's gonna coming out firing with a 3-bet here from the small blind, pocket tens.
Yeah, Taylor essentially is trying to get Jesse's stack in, and I don't know whether Jesse would take him up on it. Certainly, if he had sixes, he would probably go for it. I don't know about fours. Oh, did he? No. That was computers doing some stuff. I also thought Jesse had fewer chips. Did that just adjust all of a sudden? Because it seemed like he had a smaller stack a moment ago, according to our reasons. I didn't think he was that short. But it actually makes it maybe a little more reasonable to 4-bet jam now, because he has fold equity. And he is going to go all in, I think. And a call. And so he is in a dominated position here. Jesse Rockowitz at risk of going out in fourth with a pair of fours. 9-6-5, not really any help. He does pick up backdoor straight draw.
Joe, let's see the turn card. Turn card is the
Four
Wow.
on
Jesse catches a set of fours here
Jesse
on the
finds
turn.
the card he needs, and now Taylor needs one of the 2 remaining 10s in the deck.
Looking for a 10. Joe, let's see the river card. River card
And it is a 6, and so Jesse, with a little help on the turn, double up here. And that actually will make Taylor our short stack.
Wow,
How
that
frustrating.
That definitely changes things, and Taylor cannot be happy right now. What do you think about that shove there with pocket fours pre-flop?
I think it's fine if you think Taylor is going to apply a bunch of pressure on you. You've got a nice stack size to rip it in there. Pairs are one of those hands that lend themselves to going all in as opposed to flatting pre-flop. It's all going to depend on what I think Taylor's 3-bet light frequency is like. I'll say this, I don't mind it. It's not an auto shove for me, but you only have to get a few pips higher on the pair chain before I'm pretty much automatically ripping it in.
Would you be more happy shoving if you were shorter stacked? Jesse started the hand with 34 big blinds.
Yeah. Maybe slightly fewer blinds.
Okay.
Like, when you go to what? I want to say he made it 60 or 70 and then Taylor made it 170.
Right.
Like, you have fold equity with around 700,000 plus, maybe even a little less than that, but I feel good ripping around 700,000 to $1 million.
So you think there would be fold equity with 24 big blinds?
Potentially. Considering we now play the min-raise game and the small 3-bet game, I think you have more fold equity with 24 or 25 big blinds than you did when people used to go 2.5x or 3x. He had about an ideal stack to make that play with. I think maybe the ideal stack is right around like 800K, 900K. Does that sound about right to you?
Yeah. Are you more likely to make that play with pocket fours or with a hand like ace-5 suited?
Fours than ace-5 suited, definitely.
So would fours be the best bluff to make that play with?
It is among the best hands that you'd be bluffing with that are the best to make that play with.
Jack 10 suited or pocket fours?
Well, Jack 10 suited will probably flat. You're deep enough that you can flat for a little more, and it just lends itself to post-flop plays so well, whereas fours do not, obviously. If you peel fours, you're just going to give up on the flop an absolute ton. If I was going to take a lighter hand that I was going to cram it in there, fours are a pretty good one to pick.
Well, nonetheless, it was a big pot between our 2 WSOP bracelet winners at this final table. Jesse Rockowitz and Taylor Parr, the 2 players at this final table who have World Series of Poker bracelets. Taylor won his in 2013. He won $340,000 in a 1K no-limit event. That is Taylor's second biggest cash in the history of his live tournaments. His biggest cash, of course, coming about a week ago at Bay 101, or less than a week ago, where he won $1.2 million. And as we've talked about, he's now going for back-to-back WPT titles. Jesse Rockowitz's event that he won at the World Series of Poker was in 2010. He won a $1,500 no-limit event, and that is how he went ahead and got his bracelet. That's his biggest live cash, and it's one of the things that has propelled him to having over $1 million in live tournament earnings. That was a big $1,500 no-limit event. That was for about $700K.
Yeah, those things are huge.
Flop is 9 of hearts, deuce of spades, 4 of hearts. Roger will be first.
Ravi opened up the ace-jack here out of the small. Jesse called with king-4. He flops a pair and 9-4 deuce. Ravi also with some draws here. Backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw. Overcards still have some value. Often he just has the best hand with an ace-jack here.
Roger, that's 110,000. Jesse makes a call of 110.
A bet by Ravi and a call by Jesse.
Turn card is the
6 of spades doesn't change very much on the turn. I wouldn't expect Ravi to bet again here, but he has been making more bets than we anticipate him making.
Ravi has a wide array of talents and hobbies. He is a chess player, he is a cricket player, and he also is a swimmer.
Chess is a good background to have going into poker.
Certainly.
A lot of the top players were serious chess players in their youth.
Jesse is more of an outdoorsman. His hobbies include hiking and camping, backpacking. And there's certainly a lot of things to do like that around Northern California and Central California he's been enjoying.
Both players check on the 6 of spades in the turn, so we get another 6 on the river. I would really not like it if Ravi bet here. I think that's just throwing money away. It's an interesting question whether Jesse should bet if he's checked to. My inclination is yes. I think he has the best hand a lot. Ravi is a little bit sticky and might call him with worse hands, and your king kicker is pretty important there, wouldn't you, Theo?
I agree. It does look like Ravi is contemplating a bet here. He ends up checking, and we'll see. Jesse quickly checks behind. He doesn't even consider a value bet.
Yeah. Huh, I'm a little surprised that he didn't even think it over. Ravi seems like a pretty cool guy to make those type of bets against.
Something interesting about the remaining 4 players at this final table, Tony, that I just realized. All 4 players have facial hair, but they're very different styles of facial hair going on here. Have you ever had a beard or a mustache?
No, I've had like a month-long period where I just didn't get around to shaving, but I would be giving myself a lot of credit to call that a beard. I just didn't get the beard growing genes. How about yourself?
Me either. Yeah. I shave about once every year, and that's enough.
We're both pretty young-looking guys and pretty light-haired guys, so I don't know. I think the dudes who have darker hair typically look better with their beards.
Well, Harrison looks entirely different
Yeah.
than he looked when he won the PCA in 2010.
He's gone full-blown Viking Redbeard.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now, is that intimidating at the poker table?
Not at his age, no. Afraid not. Sorry, Harrison. He's just not a very scary guy. I think he's an excellent poker player, but he's not an intimidating person.
And Taylor's facial hair makes him look a little bit French.
Yeah, his is very minor.
Right. Would you consider that a goatee?
Maybe half of one. Looks like he's gonna 3-bet here out of the big blind with 5-4 offsuit. I don't know if this is the type of hands I 3-bet out of the big blind. I mean, I do like that it's, so he's going to defend fairly wide against Harrison, and he's taking a hand that's a little below his defend range, but I don't know, 5-4 offsuit just doesn't play that well, connect that well. Maybe I would just, 3-bet something like medium offsuit kings that are a little awkward post-flop, or, offsuit medium queens.
Now, he might be thinking, hey, listen, Ravi's not going to be folding to my 3-bets. Harrison has been playing a little more on the snug side. This could be my opportunity to win some chips here and add to my stack. But that being said, Harrison has not been opening a ton pre-flop either. So you're going to be attacking a slightly more tight range. I would not have 3-bet the 4-5 offsuit here. I probably would have defended.
He'll have to follow through now, but it's one of those annoying boards where a lot of your opponent's flatting range has connected here, and you have absolutely no equity. But also, when you're representing hands like an ace-king, you're going to have to follow through. But it's tricky. Besides ace-king and aces and tens, how many of your other value hands follow through with a bet on this flop?
I believe I would check pocket jacks and pocket queens.
Right.
So it was pretty much be my top pair and second pair type hands, or of course the semi-bluffs that are strong enough to go with.
If you'd happen
The
to
ace
three-bet a
queen
hand
of
like-
diamonds.
Yeah, if you 3-bet that or ace jack of diamonds. It's going to work this time, I think.
Do you think that Taylor was more likely to 3-bet based on his stack size, that he could be thinking, oh, well, Harrison knows that there is some ICM here between me and Jesse, and therefore I should have a tighter range?
Possibly. If anything, you know, Harrison is the guy that's going to be the most clued in that Taylor shouldn't be 3-betting that wide there. So perhaps he expects a few more folds from him, but it's still an awkward hand to do it with.
I wouldn't even have considered a 3-bet in his spot.
Yeah, I think I'd just end up folding there pre-flop.
I think I would have peeled.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I guess it's just a min raise. Call or fold seems fine.
Right. Yeah, I would have called. I guess Taylor might just be in it to win it. He might want to go.
Yeah.
He's
Taking
might
the Ravi
be thinking
approach
about.
to this final
Yeah,
table.
I mean, well, I'll tell you what. He just won 1.2 million less than a week ago. So right now, moving up from 4th place to 3rd place for the additional 20,000 probably isn't the first thing on his mind. Becoming a back-to-back WPT champion, just the 4th in WPT history, the 3rd in the same season, that is something that could be very appealing to Taylor.
Very much so. Well, he's got a nice hand here with the king-9 of spades.
Now, is Taylor at this point in the Player of the Year race?
I don't know. It seems like Anthony Zeno might have that, if not locked up, close to. He's got like 6 or 7 cashes, 2 wins. He won the biggest event on the tour of the season. But if he wins both of these events, then certainly if he does something big, oh wow, he just flopped the nuts. Then certainly if he does something big in the next 2 events, he presumably could surpass Zeno, but I'm not exactly sure.
Well, if he keeps getting flops like this, then there's certainly a chance that he will be a back-to-back WPT champion. He flops the nut flush here with the king-9 of spades.
Do you believe Harrison will peel? Nope.
No. I would have folded as well. What are the next 2 events that are coming up, Tony?
We have the Seminole Hard Rock 5 million. I will pull up the exact dates for you in 1 second, but that is a 3,500 re-entry. I want to say it has 2 days of registration.
I thought it was April 17th, somewhere in that ballpark.
We will have that for you 1 sec. And I'm looking at the WPT site right now. I don't want to spoil what happens on his stream, but let's just say something interesting is going to happen in the next 30 minutes. Our WPT Seminole Hard Rock Poker Showdown, April 16th to 22nd, down in Hollywood, Florida. And then the WPT Championship from April 25th to 29th. That's a 15K. Both of those are great events. I will not be at Florida, but I will be at the Borgata. Harrison here going to complete in the small. Ravi with the jack-9. I think he'll raise, but might check.
Raised to a total of 75,000. And Harrison will fold.
I'm a little surprised he limp folded for 2.5x there. I don't think it's a crazy thing to do, but if Ravi had gone 3x, I would have expected a fold at 2.5. I thought Harrison might go ahead and peel there.
So here we have the updated chip counts. Taylor Parr bringing up the rear with 58 big blinds. However, he and Jesse Rockowitz are pretty close, and then the difference between Jesse Rockowitz and Harrison now is pretty close. And Ravi has a pretty clear chip advantage right now with 146 big blinds.
And back to Taylor now.
Taylor under the gun with ace-7 offsuit. He raises it up 2x. And Harrison with the 8-5 of hearts. I will expect him to be folding here, as we've seen him fold the 9-7
Or you might
spades.
3-bet. This is, again, kind of those hands we talked about before where you're in position, you've got someone who opens fairly frequently, your hand's not quite good enough to call. And we haven't seen Harrison do much 3-betting at this final table.
That's what I'm saying, is I think that this is a different, I would mark this down a tier from the 9-7 of spades. So if he elected to fold the 9-7 of spades, he might very well elect to fold this, but he is thinking about it, and he could simply think that right now is a better time in terms of metagame to go ahead and make a move. And he does.
And he does indeed.
175, so just shy of 3x, and here is Ravi in the small blind with the ladies.
I would think he's going to 4-bet, but he's reaching for chips that say call. And he does call.
Wow.
I mean, we saw him make aggressive plays pre-flop enough that I would think he would just go ahead and 4-bet the queens, but I am mistaken. Taylor gets out of the way. We have a heads-up flop between Harrison and Ravi, and it is king 4-4. So not a bad flop for Harrison to try and bluff Ravi off of his hand.
Now, what's interesting, Tony, is that it may have worked to Ravi's advantage, having shown the pocket deuces earlier. If he is going to choose to just flat the queens out of the small blind, of course, now he doesn't have the most favorable flop in the world. So if Harrison is going to be very aggressive on this board, Ravi needs to tread lightly. But it looks like Ravi is reaching for chips.
He does some very strange leads. We see him do total bluff leads. We see him lead some good hands. We see him lead some middling hands like this one is on this texture. I don't like this lead at all because I think it's a texture where your opponent is going to bluff with 100, or is going to follow through with 100% of his bluffing hands.
Yeah.
And you have a very clear and easy call down. And if your opponent gives you action on this texture, you just can't be happy. You might be depriving him an opportunity to try and bet you off your hand. I just really don't like this play from Ravi.
And it also seems like a way ahead, way behind kind of situation.
Yes.
Now, what would you be thinking here if you're Harrison?
Apparently, I would be thinking raise.
Wow, that's a pretty sizable raise.
Yeah.
I don't like this play.
Yeah, I don't know. I probably just wouldn't screw with it. I don't think... I mean, I guess if you think that Ravi is flatting all his pairs pre, and then maybe he's making this little exploratory bet with them, this makes sense. But, man, Ravi's just kind of sticky.
But the question is, what value hand would you raise on this flop?
I just wouldn't.
If I had ace-king, I would call. So I wouldn't have... Wow. And that is a very, very interesting turn for Harrison. The pot-to-stack ratio is about 1-to-1 here. Now, do you think there's a bone in Ravi's body that is worried right now? That is worried that maybe his opponent has a king, maybe his opponent has a 4. Again, I don't think I would play any value hands.
Is Ravi going to lead again?
No, Ravi checked the turn.
He did check. Oh, I saw him counting down chips, and I missed the check, and I was like, what is going on?
Now, as played, I would be surprised if Harrison didn't go all in here. With a 1-to-1 pot-to-stack ratio, with a flush draw and a gut shot.
And he's all in.
He does.
I'll tell you this, Harrison ain't scared.
I mean, when you raise that flop, that is the best turn you could possibly get for your hand there. And he certainly has to follow through with his semi-bluff here. Now, of course, Ravi is in a spot where he only beats a bluff. But as we've discussed, Ravi is here to win it. He's not interested in folding to move up in the money. And it's going through his head right now. You know, could my opponent be on a complete bluff. Looking at Harrison, sizing him up. Harrison keeping his eyes down, trying not to give off any tells.
Will Ravi call off most of his chips here with queens on a king-high board?
This is more than half of Ravi's stack he would need to invest to make the call here. It's a huge, huge decision for Ravi. Obviously, Harrison sweating Ravi's decision, and Harrison has to know right now what Ravi has. Or he might think he has a hand like even King Jack or King 10. It's really hard to put Harrison on a complete bluff here, just going all in. And of course, it did take a very specific turn to hit Harrison's backdoor draws here.
No surprise, Ravi wants to think this one over for quite a while.
What would you be thinking in Ravi's spot here, Tony?
I would be thinking, why didn't I 4-bet pre? Why did I lead the flop? Why? I don't know. It's one of those spots where it's like, what would you do in this spot? I'm like, I don't know. I could never get in this spot. I just couldn't, you know?
But as played, would you expect Harrison to raise the flop with any value hands?
I guess the simple answer is no. But the tricky part is if Harrison perceives Ravi as sticky, then maybe he would. But no, I think the simple answer is no. I don't expect him to raise his best hands on this such an uncoordinated flop.
See, I would be two things would be going through my head. One, I don't expect him to raise any value hands on the flop.
Yep.
So therefore, I should call. However, if he made it to the turn on a pure bluff, I do not expect him to go all in on a pure bluff on the turn. So it would have taken a very specific type of hand, like the one he has, in order for him to actually be bluffing in this spot and in order for him to go all in the turn. If he had pure air, I would expect him to go about 1/3 pot on the turn and shove the river. If he wanted to bluff for his whole stack. So now when he just goes all in, I guess that is the other interesting question here is if Harrison did have ace king, would he just go all in on this turn, or would he bet something closer to
Like
30%
1/3
pot?
Yeah. That was something that occurred to me when Harrison made his bet. Or maybe that like Harrison actually has more fold equity going like 1/3 pot turn ripping river. Maybe, I don't know. And it's always tough to predict what a guy like Ravi is going to interpret your bets as.
I feel like a guy like Ravi would be more likely to call on the river once he sees all the chips that are in the pot. So I do like Harrison's shove here. And Ravi has been into the tank for quite a while here. Tony, at a final table in a spot like this, is it ever acceptable to call the clock? After how long would that be acceptable?
Are you talking in Harrison's position?
I'm talking for any player at the table. If
I probably just wouldn't, especially against somebody who I don't think is prone to wasting time, and Ravi hasn't. If
Right.
he has a really tough decision, I'm just going to give him as long as he needs. If somebody was a blatant staller or time waster, then I'm more likely to try and clock him at some point. But that hasn't been Ravi's thing at all.
Not at all.
So I'll give him as long as he wants.
Ravi asked for the third time what the bet is. And you can tell that if Ravi folds here, it really is going to pain him to have to make this fold.
Oh, man.
Is there anything that Harrison, the professional, could say or do here to influence Ravi, the amateur, to fold?
Oh, he announced
wow.
call. Wow.
What a call. What a call by Ravi.
Now you can see.
Dealer, don't do this to me. Okay? Don't do this to me.
Ravi begging the dealer to hold.
As you can see, Harrison has 11 outs here. But man, what a call by Ravi. And it holds the 9 of clubs. Harrison Gimbel is going to be our 4th place finisher. He's going to take home $83,818. Got to tell you, Kane, I really liked Harrison as the favorite coming into this final table. Such a tough player. Obviously, both really technically proficient and with the heart to follow through on some of his plays, as we just saw there. But he gets snapped off by Ravi, and man, what a hand. Ravi becomes a giant chip leader.
Harrison coming into the final table with over $3 million in live tournament earnings. He obviously was a very successful online player. He played well today. He didn't have the most favorable flops and turns for his hands.
No.
And he was still aggressive. He still fought through it. And in that spot, he after raising the flop and getting that turn, he had to go all in. And Ravi just made a fantastic call. And now Ravi with almost 250 big blinds, and now we have a serious ICM situation between Jesse Rockowitz and Taylor Parr here, because the difference between second and third place, Tony, is $30,000, which is significant. Or I'm sorry, $60,000.
$60,000.
Yeah, I misspoke there. Which now is the most significant jump. It is more than double the jump that we just undergone between fourth and third place.
Wow.
But still, congratulations to Harrison. He played very well the whole tournament. Coming from, he started playing poker when he was 13 years old. Actually, his brother Danny Gimbel was playing home games with $10 home tournaments, how a lot of poker players end up starting. And congratulations to Danny as well. He actually just graduated from law school. So a good showing by his brother Harrison, and now we're down to three-handed here.
Wow, what a hand. What a call by Ravi there, man. He's going to enter the next hand with ace something. Jesse, you're with king 9 in the small. Ace jack is his hand.
I know. Call. I'm going after the $5, man. I know you are. What do you think I'm doing? Yeah. I got a ways to go, though, don't I?
Here we go to the flop.
Taylor will call with queen 5 of hearts in the big blind. Both players whiff the 4-3-3 flop. Looks like Ravi's going to follow through with a little bet here. That should win the pot for him.
110,000. Okay, that makes that call of 110. Here we go to the turn. Turn card is the deuce of diamonds.
It is a check call from Taylor here. A little bit surprising there. I would call if I had if there was a heart on the board in this position. I normally don't peel without a heart.
Taylor's going to bet out 140,000.
So it's another bet from Ravi here. He follows through for another 140 on the turn. Again, it's one of those bets where I'm not sure what Ravi wants to accomplish. Is he betting because he thinks he has the best hand? Is he betting because he thinks he can get a better hand to fold? Well, no better hand's going to fold to here. He's got a 4. Obviously, he's not folding a 3. What the hell? Oh, Taylor bet out.
Yeah.
Taylor bet out. That's what happened, which makes more sense. And Ravi just like ripped it on him or something. He just put a stack of pink in the middle. What a legend this guy is.
Putting him to the ultimate test, and he is here to win.
He is here to win. Ravi has quickly become just like one of my favorite players that I've seen doing the live stream. You know, he acts fairly quickly. He's just, you know, so confident in himself at the table, but he's like enjoying himself too. You know, we know that he's got kind of an opportunity to make history here, having, you know, not played a bunch of WPTs, and then all of a sudden, boom, you make a final table, and the next one you go and win.
I mean, how crazy is that? His only live tournament cash was last week in the Bay 101 for $168,000. He drives up to Sacramento, enters this tournament, and now he's here in the final 3 with a massive chip advantage, going for his first WPT championship of the second tournament that he's ever cashed in. And playing like, frankly, playing like a champion. I mean, that call with pocket queens, that's a tough call to make.
Yeah, a really tough call to make.
That play with ace-6 of spades.
Cold 3-bet. 4-betting Jesse. I mean, he's in here to win it. He's got a pair of deuces here he defended the big blind with. Jesse with a king-7 of spades.
Interesting. Jesse checked back the king-7 here. Do you think that has something to do with him kind of perceiving how sticky Ravi has been?
Yeah, I think that Jesse is going to increasingly apply a strategy where he just bets when he has it against Ravi and aims to get the showdown with ace-high, king-high, things like that, where
now the 5 is actually an interesting turn, as it should be perceived as a decent turn card for Jesse's range, as he would be checking back some 5s, but he does let it go. I probably would have let it go there as well against Ravi. But after checking back the flop, when the middle card does pair, I do tend to get some thoughts about maybe I should raise and try to go ahead and rep trips here. I would be more likely to do it if I check back a hand on the flop that has some equity, if I check back some type of gut shot or something like that.
Yeah, and I'm also a little more worried about making those type of plays against Ravi because he's been both sticky or just like willing to 3-bet you or something like that. I like where your head is at, but I think I would try and make those plays against somebody like Taylor or like a Harrison, and less so against a Ravi.
Sure. Is Taylor going to raise the 8-6 off here on his button? No.
Guys, we want to give you one more reminder. There's another about 45 minutes to build your teams and lineups over on DraftKings before the NBA tip-off tonight. We got an 11-game slate. We got some big tournaments tonight, including a $50 satellite to the WPT event at the Seminole Hard Rock. That's a $6,300 package you can win, but you also got a $30 buy-in with a $150K guarantee on it. You got a $300 buy-in with an $80K guarantee on it. So, and if you want to challenge me, I'm going to definitely get in the cash games, the heads-up games tonight, under my screen name, Tony Dunce WPT. So send me a challenge on DraftKings. I will take your action. Let's go. It's battle time. We got 45 minutes. And, you know, we might be out of here in 45 minutes the way Ravi's rocking this table. Kane and I made a little over-under bet at the break about, oh, when's this going to end? And I thought there's all these chips. The blinds are still fairly low compared to stacks. I think we're going to be here for a while. But after Ravi knocked out Harrison, I'm really liking your side of this bet.
I think I'm looking pretty good in this,
liking
bet we
your
have,
side.
Tony. So this is interesting. Ravi has raised here pre-flop, and he is checking the nut low, presumably to fold on this board. This is one of the first hands we've seen Ravi kind of give in to his relentless aggression here. He does turn a gut shot, so we'll see what he does here. And it is an interesting turn because Ravi could check some ace highs. If I were Ravi, though, I would continue to be checking with 2 flush draws on this board. This is just not one of the hands that I would choose to have in my semi-bluff range. I don't think it's strong enough, but he goes ahead and bets, and Jesse with the jack high is going to lay it down.
I'm looking forward to saying hello to Ravi when this is all said and done, and telling him that I think his play today was very heroic, and that I admire that he came here and played to win. You know, like a lot of guys, they just kind of come in, they freeze up a little bit, and they play to not lose, and that is so clearly not what he's done today. Very cool to watch from somebody who doesn't play a ton of live tournaments.
Right. The big question is do you believe that Ravi is going to continue to be a software engineer after this tournament?
Yeah, I don't know for sure, but I'm guessing a software engineer living in California who has enough money to come and play these events probably is doing pretty well at his job.
Yeah.
And I'm also guessing that he's intelligent enough to realize that a couple of good results at poker tournaments doesn't necessarily mean you should go quit your day job.
Sure.
I think we just might see him on the tour a little more regularly, but I don't think he's gonna go home and retire.
Jesse on the button with 9-6 offsuit. I think it's close for him. He double checks his holdings here. With Ravi in the big blind, I probably would simply be folding the 9-6 offsuit on my button, but he goes ahead and min raises. Taylor quickly folds the deuce 3 suited, and Ravi has the 10 queen offsuit in the big blind, and he will be at least calling here. He makes a big 3-bet here to 225,000.
Ravi has just come to life. No mercy.
You know, with what Ravi is wearing, the red, does he remind you a little bit of Mario?
With the mustache and everything, right? I was thinking that before.
Ravi raises it up to 75,000 with the queen 9 of clubs, and Jesse has the pocket 3s here.
Yeah, I think we're going to a flop.
Flop is the jack of diamonds, 4 of clubs, 7 of clubs.
Oh, neither player really connects. I'm kind of surprised Ravi checked here. I mean, you've got some backdoor draws. Your hand's not going to win at showdown with queen high, and he's just bet. When in question, he's been betting.
Does go check, check.
I think he'll bet this card now with a gut shot. Could be wrong.
I believe so. The other thing that Ravi has done is he has tended to bet when his opponents have shown weakness.
110,000 is the bet.
Jesse makes a call here. I think I would have folded the pocket 3s on this turn.
I think so too.
but perhaps he gets a sense of just how aggressive Ravi is being, and on that king, I cannot imagine that Ravi would be shutting down, but he does. He actually elects to check, and Jesse is going to win the pot with pocket threes.
We have a pair of threes. Jesse shows a pair of threes. He's good enough to win the pot.
Not what we expected from our man who's been firing at everybody on every possibility.
There's our graphic shows. Jesse's best live cash was $721,000 approximately. That was at the World Series of Poker when he won his bracelet, which was in 2010. And now all of a sudden there's a pretty big difference between Taylor Parr and Jesse Rockowitz. Taylor with approximately 1.26 million and Jesse with approximately 2.2 million in chips. Both of them far fewer chips than the only amateur left at the table, Ravi Sunder.
Ace-queen here on the button.
He has ace-queen, and he raises 2.5x, which has been Ravi's standard raise size, and Taylor is in the big blind with king-jack suited, and he certainly will be very happy to defend here.
Flop is the 10 of spades, king of diamonds, and the 3 of clubs.
King 10-3 connects for Taylor, but also gives Ravi the gut shot.
And Ravi c-bets. Now the big question is, if you're Taylor here, with the way that Ravi has been playing, are you going to go for the check raise?
I'm very tempted to, and with those backdoor draws, I might just go for it.
I would have
go for
certainly check raised. Taylor quickly calls.
9 on the turn, doesn't change too much about this hand, completes queen jack. I'm not a big fan of this second barrel by Ravi here.
I don't mind. I would fire a second barrel, but I wouldn't make it 400,000.
I just think that so many of Taylor's hands just, if anything, they improve on the 9. Obviously, you can have the queen jack, but if you've got like jack 10, queen 10, a jack 9 type hand, although I'm not sure if you really peel the flop with jack 9. And he's just gonna call.
That is really interesting that Taylor's just electing to call.
River card is the 6 of hearts. And Taylor will be first. He will check.
I don't really see Taylor folding here.
No.
Anything, I assume
the reason that Taylor called the turn was to trap.
Yeah. And he checks behind, so Ravi doesn't fall for that trap.
The question, after seeing Ravi call 2 million chips on the turn with pocket queens, I would think that there would be value to shoving the king-jack on the turn. I would be very happy to shove there, and I would expect to be called by a hand like 10-jack or 10-queen or one of these hands that has a pair plus a straight draw. So I'm a little bit confused as to what Taylor's thinking was calling on the turn. I would have chosen to play that hand more aggressively than Taylor. Do you agree, Tony? Or
well, from what we've seen with Ravi, he's been so willing to just keep firing that maybe call is better. But I like your initial just check raise idea. He's also been sticky. I don't know. It's nice when you have options that are all get your chips in the middle.
But as we saw, he gave up pretty quickly on the river. I don't think he's firing the turn with a no equity hand.
Yeah, I agree there.
And to the extent that he does have a pair and maybe a pair plus a gut shot, I think he's going to be very reluctant to fold. So I think it may have been a mistake to simply flat the turn there. But of course, Taylor did take down the pot, and here Jesse opens minimum amount with 6-4 of hearts, and Ravi has ace-5 offsuit in the big blind. He elects to just call this time.
Flop is the 8 of spades, jack of clubs, 7 of hearts. Flop checks.
Neither player really connects here on jack 8-7.
Interesting. I'm not sure if you picked up on this, but Ravi checked in a different way. He kind of checked by doing his hand in a little circle motion.
Yeah, we haven't seen that from him, right?
Which
and he'll just Jesse will turn a straight there.
And Ravi will turn a pair, so
You will check.
we know that Ravi does not like laying down pairs. A great card for Jesse.
Jesse bets 80,000.
Jesse bets a little more than half pot here. Here comes Ravi with the raise.
This is not going to go well.
Raised to 425,000. Or I'm sorry, raised to 325,000 from Ravi. And I don't mind this. I actually don't mind the raise. I wouldn't do it that often, and I don't think I would do it with this hand, but specifically in this spot, I wouldn't expect Jesse to be checking back super strong hands on the flop. However, in this case, Jesse did turn a super strong hand, and I imagine that Jesse will just be calling here. Would you agree
I would
with
think
that?
so too. I would think he's just going to call.
Although against Ravi, there could be a merit to putting out a 3-bet here on this turn. He has been very, very sticky in bloated pots.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. He does 3-bet.
Yeah. Well, Ravi's not going to invest anymore now, will he?
I like this from Jesse. My instinct with his hand in this spot is to call, and against almost all players I would call. Against Ravi, I think that excuse me, I think that raising is the best play here. Ravi has been so very reluctant to fold in any spot so far at this final table where he's invested a lot of chips. I think this is a great play by Jesse here.
Yeah, because if Ravi's got some odd 2-pair, which is very possible here, he might just absolutely refuse to fold and double you up.
I mean, even without 2-pair, right now he is tanking with bottom pair, and
no way, no, don't do it,
he
Ravi.
is reaching for chips.
Don't do it, Ravi. He's been able to stop himself so far when he might make like a huge mistake. But I mean, he just doesn't really have any equity here. His opponent has 3-bet a turn in a spot where he's just like never bluffing. Ravi doesn't have any blockers to good hands.
This is very well thought out by Jesse here, because the obvious standard play is to call on this spot.
Yeah.
In Jesse's spot. So for him to re-raise here, I think was very, very smart of him. And now
he's hemmed and hawed that it just wouldn't be believable at all if he re-raised. It's all very strange.
Ravi is what you would call a non-believer. We talked about that hand where he called a very large 4-bet in day 2 of this tournament with ace-king, and his opponent ended up showing up with jack-5 suited, and that was a huge pot for him.
Yeah.
Most of the way through day 2, so far he has been rewarded for making huge calls, and here Ravi goes all in.
Jesse will snap. Ravi is drawing dead. Oh, what a blunder. Ravi had gotten so much right thus far, and this, unfortunately, is just a real spew-off.
It is.
It just is.
Jesse shows the 6 of hearts, 4 of hearts. 6 of the 4 does give him the 8 high straight going into the river card. Go ahead, Joe. River card is the deuce of hearts. And Jesse will double up.
So a big double up for Jesse. Gets it in with his opponent drawing dead on the turn.
And Jesse is now just shy of being the chip leader, and perhaps the person who that hand was the worst for is Taylor sitting there, because now Taylor is third in chips, and he doesn't have much of an opportunity to move up in the pay scale. But a very good hand there for Jesse. Doubled up his stack there. He now has 4.4 million chips, 146 big blinds. And Jesse, a player with so much online experience, has to be feeling very, very good being 150 big blinds deep against Ravi.
Yeah. Yeah, that was just a mess, I'm afraid. Yeah. Now, I want to say Ravi is still our chip leader, though, right?
Slightly.
Slightly. So, it's not the end of the world. We'll also see, how does he react to it? Does he stomach it well? Can he take a major mistake in stride and not let it tilt him? We haven't seen anything go disastrously wrong for Ravi at this final table so far.
I feel like you have become quite a big fan of Ravi.
I have.
You're overly sympathetic by his loss here.
I wanted to see it still work out for him.
Now remember, we still do have Taylor Parr going for his second WPT win back-to-back here, which is an interesting story as well. But of course now he is easily the short stack at the table, and he raises 2x here, and Ravi calls with ace-9 of spades out of the small blind, and Jesse will be folding the 5 deuce off in the big blind, I would imagine. However, he is
It's another spot where I think Ravi should probably just 3-bet his hand.
I would have 3-bet if I were Ravi. I also would have folded if I were Jesse. That's an interesting defense there. He's not, again, as we had discussed earlier, he's not getting as good of a price.
Oh, look at this. I mean, Ravi and Taylor very well just might go nuts in this flop. Taylor has a huge hand. Ravi has a huge hand. And if they get it in, Ravi is a big favorite. I just can't. I can't imagine it going anything but Taylor bets. Ravi raises. Taylor rips. I mean, I guess he doesn't have to rip, but I think he will.
We've seen Ravi do some interesting stuff. He very well could just flat.
He could just call, but man, he also he just lost a huge pot. And he's like, oh man, I've got this sweet hand. Let's just play another big pot. I think.
Let's see what happens.
This hand's way more fun if he raises the flop.
And he does.
Raise.
Now, if you're Taylor, are you re-raising or are you calling?
Man, who knows? I mean, our hand is sweet. I mean, but maybe our opponent just never folds, so we're just getting it in with 50% a bunch. And there you go. It's just a call.
I would have just called as well with stack sizes. Because now we have a spot where, depending on what our opponent bets on the turn, we can shove and get them to fold. The pot is 700,000. We have 1.5 million, so it's kind of a sweet spot if our opponent bets 300,000 or 400,000 and we can shove and then they will fold. Of course, in this instance, Ravi would not be folding, and Ravi elects to check the turn after check raising the flop.
Both players will check.
And if I were Taylor, I think I would have bet.
And Ravi drills trips on the river. Unfortunately, he's just not going to get any action. Did he just go all in? Yeah, that's not what I would have done there. Actually, I mean, it's not a terrible way to try and get a call from a 10, and obviously if your opponent has a 9, you win, but
it's not bad at all.
Yeah, that's actually not a terrible idea, but interesting.
I think as played, I probably would have checked the river, believe it or not. Because we had already checked the turn. I do think that Taylor is going to bet the river with all of his 10x combos and with some of his missed draws. So I probably would have checked the river. In this instance, of course, with Taylor having the Jack-8 of spades, that would be the only way that Ravi would have gotten additional chips.
That could have been a much bigger pot. Certainly could have. Put different players in their shoes, and that's going to be a very different hand.
Raise to 75.
Raising 75,000. This will be the final hand of this level. Back over to Taylor.
Call.
Taylor will call the 75,000. Put it up to the block.
I'll tell you what, that big hand between Ravi and Jesse was certainly good for your side of the bet.
Yes, it was. Yes, it was.
110,000 is the wager.
Now, Ravi c-betting here with middle pair. I probably would have checked the queen deuce back on this board.
Yeah.
Taylor elects to just call with his straight draw and flush draw. I would have just called as well. And the turn comes at 9, pairing Taylor, but he does not have a very strong absolute hand on this board.
Actually gives him more outs against Ravi and against, you know, one pair type hands, but doesn't necessarily make him thrilled with his hand. But it's more adds to his equity than might mean he wins the hand. And the king on the river will give this pot to Ravi if he gets to showdown. And I think with his pair, Taylor's pretty happy to just get to showdown here. So both players will check. Ravi's going to win this one.
Taylor shows kings and nines. Ravi shows kings and queens. Queen of diamonds, deuce of clubs.
Blinds are up.
We are up. Blinds are down 20,000, 40,000 with a 5,000.
Blinds are going to go up 20,000, 40,000.
5,000 in.
Over the last 25 hands, Ravi has had a VPIP of 68%. VPIP is voluntarily choosing to put money into a pot. So, of course, if you're in the blinds, then that does not count as voluntarily putting money into a pot. It's any additional money you put into the pot. Taylor has had a VPIP of 44%.
Here we go, cards are back in here. We'll be up to Jesse. If you just go limit up, one to now increase to 20,000 and 40,000.
Now, in that hand where Taylor had Jack-8 of spades and Ravi had Ace-9 of spades in the small blind, and Jesse did complete the 5-deuce, which I wouldn't have.
Right.
He very easily could have been thinking, you know what, I'm in position against Ravi, I'm 150 big blinds deep. If I flop some kind of straight or make trips, there's a good chance that Ravi can do what he did last hand, and I can win all the chips. So he might very well be just looking to take every single post-flop spot against Ravi just to try to mine for some very strong hands because he sees a very high upside potential.
210,000.
So Jesse raised the button here with the Jack-7. The computer doesn't show the 7, but I do know that he had a 7.
Interesting.
There was a 3-bet out of the small blind. I cannot tell you what Taylor has.
Taylor goes up to 310.
And Jesse will fold. Taylor will pick up the pot.
So he'll take that one down with a 3-bet. Now you see our Monster Royal Flush Girl social bar there. That is Brittany hanging out with some of the players, and right behind there is the WPT Champions Cup, which bears the name of every WPT champion, including Taylor Parr, who might have a little diamond next to his name if things go right for him at this final table, but he's currently the short stack, 3 of 3. With a king-queen.
Taylor gives us the jazz hands before he looks down at king-queen there. Perhaps his fingers are falling asleep here.
Taylor makes it 80,000. Back over to Ravi.
So it's call.
Ravi calls at 80,000. Now we're back to Jesse here in the big one. And he will call at 80,000.
So we're gonna have a family pot here.
Ravi has check dark.
And the 10-10-8 flop doesn't connect with any of our players.
10 of clubs, 10 of hearts, 8 of diamonds.
Check.
Jesse will check.
Would you expect Taylor to fire out a continuation bet here?
Trump card is the deuce of spades.
I think it's a reasonable check. I also think it would be reasonable to bet. I guess I would probably just bet because it's an uncoordinated flop and there's 2 players in there. And Ravi flats wide and Jesse can have a whole bunch of random hands. You know, it's a board where you're going to turn some hands, your cards, that can get you to a river, but...
I think perhaps the reason he checked is just because he doesn't know what to expect from Ravi at all.
Here goes the river card. It is the
9 on the river, still no help. Ace-high is good here if this checks around.
It is possible that Ravi is going to win the pot with ace-high, but right now he's in fact thinking about bluffing, and he chooses to check.
He will check.
Jesse now considering firing. He instead elects to check, and Ravi is going to win this pot with ace-5.
Ace-high will win the pot. Ace of spades, 5 of clubs. Very tense with the ace.
Oh, anticlimactic.
Earl, welcome to the final table. For the next game, what was your guy? You've made pretty short, sir. And first will be Ravi here on the button.
Ravi on the button with the 8-6 offsuit.
Ravi's going to make it 95,000. Jesse now in the small one.
Jesse has a king-5 of spades in the small blind here. I would expect Jesse is going to flat with how he's been playing.
Really? Even out of the small blind?
I would expect that because I think he's just trying to take pots against Ravi, especially with a hand that can flop strong flushes.
I disagree with you here.
Jesse will fold. Back to Taylor now in the big one.
Taylor calls, so Jack-7 suited.
So call the 95,000. Take the 2 players to the top.
Wow, and what a flop for Taylor, who hits 2 pair. Ravi has the gut shot.
Yep.
Taylor checks.
Typically, he's been betting these spots.
He makes a large bet of 175, and now the question is, if you're Taylor, you're facing 175,000 chip bet. You have 1.3 million.
I just check raise and let's go. Don't you?
I would.
Yeah. Let's go.
With the way that Ravi has been playing, I'm happy bumping it up to about 450 here and planning on going with it.
And it looks like that's what Taylor's thinking as well.
Taylor will raise, making it 455,000.
The people commenting and watching on Twitch are saying that Taylor looks a little bit like Johnny Cage from Mortal Kombat.
Interesting, with the sunglasses and everything.
455,000 on the flop. And the turn card.
Ravi does make the call, and he turns a pair of sixes.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I'm just not a big fan of that call.
Neither am I. Taylor has a little over 800,000 left. There's 1.1 million in the pot. He is going to shove here on the turn.
Taylor has gone all in. 830,000 all in amount.
This shouldn't take Ravi too long here. He's on a bigger tilt than we realize, but I don't think he's losing his mind or anything.
What is going on here?
What the?
They oh, so Ravi said he would call for an additional $5. So Taylor whips out his wallet and puts $5 into a pot. This is interesting.
I love it.
I mean, Tony, they're only playing for $250,000. You know,
That's
that extra $5 in there may incentivize Ravi to make the call. Funny little exchange there.
That's always fun.
I think Ravi is looking for excuses not to fold his hands as much as he possibly can.
This would be a super ambitious call. The flop call was ambitious. This would be, I mean, you're basically saying you have king queen.
Yeah.
That's what he's doing.
Or queen 9.
Or queen 9. You're right.
Which we can't be 100% sure that Taylor plays those hands this way, especially given Ravi's tendencies. But to be fair, against Taylor's specific hand, Ravi does have 14% equity. When he's up against 8-9, for example, or a set, he has much worse equity. Ravi does need about 30%, 29.5% equity to make the call here, given his pot odds. He just told Taylor that he puts him on a bluff. It seems
a
like
gut shot. Gut shot.
it seems like Robbie is putting gut shot combos in Taylor's range here.
What? Queen 8? You've got one of the 8s. Why would he blast off with a gut shot here?
Robbie asking if there's a break immediately following this hand. Maybe that will influence his action. Now, do you think it's possible the way that Taylor reacted to the $5 question has...
I thought it looked confident. He's like, yeah, all right, I'll put however much money you want on this.
Right.
Ravi just seems like he's kind of mentally unwound a little bit here. Because this, Kane, this just isn't a hard hand.
It isn't.
And the 6-4 hand, was not a hard situation. Your
But
opponent's-
remember, Ravi is here. He is here to win, so it's possible that it isn't any type of tilt, that was just his plan coming into the final table, was not to, listen, if I have a pair and a gut shot, folding is not on the top of my priority list. And I'll tell you what, after making a 2 million chip call with pocket queens and being right, as an amateur, you may be more likely to make a call. And
I think he called.
He just made the call. And we're going to go to the river with Robbie having 14% equity. He needs a 6 or a 9.
Well, it would certainly be a miraculous way to knock out Taylor.
One pair of 6s, we go in here to the river card.
No, it's a 3. So Taylor is going to double up here.
Taylor doubles up, but more importantly, he keeps his $5.
Yeah. Gets that much closer to becoming our 3rd back-to-back champion on the season. How you feeling about that $20 right now, Kane?
Oh man, I'll tell you what. With that, we now have a new chip leader at the table, and that is Jesse Rockowitz.
Yeah.
Taylor now with 2.8 million chips, about 70 big blinds. What do you think? You think he looks like Johnny Cage?
A little bit. Yeah, I can see it. Here we go, Kane. Tim Riley says, how is Ravi's shove versus Tapor on 9 of clubs river when Tay checked behind the turn in any way good? I thought it was as bad as his ace-5 hand.
Can you remind me of
that
this
was the
pot?
hand where Taylor flopped Jack-8 of spades on 10-9, I think 5 with 2 spades, and Ravi had the ace-9 of spades, and the turn went check-check, and the river he found another 9. He ripped for like 2x pot.
Right. So the question is, why is that better than betting a different size?
Yes. Yeah.
I would have preferred for Ravi as played to have checked the river.
I thought that was ideal because there's a bunch of missed draws, and also, like, if your opponent has a 10, especially a good 10, I think he's going to bet the turn some of the time.
Right.
I mean, if your opponent has a 9, you're going to get all of his chips anyway.
See, that's what I'm not sure about. I actually do think that Taylor would just flat a lot of 9s rather than raise. So that is why I actually don't mind the all-in. I think it's very opponent dependent. The reason I don't mind it is, if I'm Taylor, I'm going to be very hesitant against Ravi to want to fold a 10. So, and there are quite a few 10s that I'm going to check back on the turn. I certainly would never, ever fold a 9 to an all-in, whereas I might just call a normal bet with a 9. So I could see the merit to going all-in there with ace-9. I would have preferred a check, simply because I think there's a decent amount of air with which Taylor makes it to the river.
Jesse will take that one down with his ace-high. Guys, you got another 5 minutes to complete your lineups and your teams on DraftKings for tonight's 11-game NBA slate. see. Is there going to be overlay tonight? Nope. The $30 one looks like it filled up. And the $300 one is one entry from filling up. Still some slots left in the $3 one, but man, those DraftKings tournaments are filling quick. Now remember, they got the $20 buy-in that is $150K guaranteed tomorrow for the March Madness. So I'm going to be doing my homework on college basketball tonight when we're done here, Kane. And I haven't done any brackets yet, but I will be most certainly doing some DraftKings. So hard not to just take Kentucky, of course. I'm lucky that my guys from Wisconsin have got a really good team this year and could make a run. They're going to run into Arizona at some point in their bracket, which I believe they did last year as well, if I'm remembering correct. Should be a great tournament. Hopefully somebody can upset Kentucky, just because it's more interesting that way. Although I guess the perfect season is an interesting story too.
Of course.
But yeah, you know, you want to see the big upset.
Do you still go to basketball games, football games in Wisconsin?
Well, I'm not there very often, but I certainly would. I'll tell you this, the environment for a Wisconsin football game is amazing. It is so much fun. There's great tailgating before and after the game. Everyone pours out into the bars after. You know, the students get so up for it during the game. They play jump around at the end of the third quarter, and everyone goes crazy. And it's a good program, you know. They've been a solid team for a while now, so.
I can imagine that. It's just a football city.
Very much, yeah, you know, it's just a city that revolves around the university. So whatever big game is on then, the city really turns out for it, and they really support those teams.
Yeah, I miss the U-Miami football games.
Oh, those would be awesome.
That was always
too.
a lot of fun.
Oh, man. Somehow I suspect the girls were better looking in Miami than Wisconsin. I'll check call here from Jesse. And he turns a queen with his ace-queen.
Certainly a nice turn to see when you call the flop there.
I want to say he just called pre-flop, right? He did not 3-bet.
Correct.
Yeah, which is a little surprising. I normally would just 3-bet that hand for value.
I would have as well.
Yeah.
Check. Jesse checks.
Check.
Taylor checks.
Both players will check that turn. 8 of diamonds on the river.
Jesse will be first.
Now we're going to see Jesse bet, and then Taylor has a decision to make. I'm inclined to say he will fold. I think that Jesse can bet his 10s. He would probably not bet an 8-9. He can bet he can have queens, and he can bet queens. Obviously, he can have missed hearts. I don't know.
I would be surprised if it went anything other than bet fold.
Yeah. Even Jack-9 got there.
He does bet pretty small. About 35% the size of the pot.
When I think about it, I really blew it when I set the over-under for our little bet. Like, I was thinking, like, oh, man, this is a deep deck final table. But really, it's like the longest final tables last, like, 8-9 hours. And I just kind of perceived this as a longer one. But I don't, you know, there wasn't a lot of reason to believe that. This probably averaged more like 6-7 hours. I think I made a dumb bet there. That's why I don't make those kind of bets. Stick to my DraftKings, thank you. And so like I said, I don't think this is like a snap fold or anything, but I do believe Taylor will fold. Yep, I'm wrong. We've been wrong a lot today.
I'm a little surprised by that call as well. So many of Jesse's bluff combos got there on the river. 5-6 got there, Jack-9 got there. So not quite sure why he made that call. Of course, he was getting a very good price on the call.
Yeah, not like a super unreasonable call, but just not one I expected him to make.
The other interesting thing about our bet is the way that Ravi is playing really increases the variance and I think speeds up the match in a lot of ways. You know, just having players go all in, even with Ravi only having a 14% chance to win the hand, you know, there's a 14% chance that we were going to be heads up after that pot.
Yeah, that's right. And then we got half-hour levels. There's just no way it lasts another 4 hours.
Right.
Bad bet by
Especially if Ravi is one of the players heads up. I can guarantee you that if Ravi is one of the players heads up, that heads up match will be faster than if it is Jesse and Taylor playing
Most
a heads
definitely.
up match.
Ravi's out there swinging. Well, Jesse will fold his small blind there.
I would fold the small blind there as well. As we had discussed previously, the antes are now less of a factor given that there are 3 players left. When you're at a table full of with 9 players, it increases your pre-flop pot odds by having more dead money, dead antes in the pot when it folds around to you, or when you're considering defending the big blind, for example, or when you're considering completing the small blind. But when there are only 3 players left, you need to tighten your ranges for defense.
2016. WPT California Swing starts down there at Commerce.
Jesse with the ace-8 offsuit on the button. He will be opening here.
Final 3 players. And Jesse makes it 80,000. Taylor will fold in the small blind.
Tony, if you were Jesse, would you be raising more than 2x because Ravi is defending so many big blinds?
I'd be tempted to, especially if I had narrowed my raising range a little bit to include more quality hands.
I think I would as well. Now, I'm sure what's part of what Jesse is thinking is I have a post-flop advantage on my opponent, and I want to be as deep stacked as possible after the flop. So I definitely see arguments on both sides. I tend to react to who's in the big blind and raise bigger the more frequently that person defends. So here we have essentially a very small 3-bet from Ravi with Jack-10 of spades. Jesse had made it 80,000. Ravi made it 175,000, which is a very strange sizing. And now he flops top pair and checks.
Jesse bets 200,000.
Jesse betting a little more than half pot here. And Ravi, of course, will be continuing with his top pair. Seems like he's Hollywooding a little bit here before making the call, or perhaps he is considering a raise, and it looks like he's reaching for raising chips.
Wow.
They are very deep stacked for Ravi to be making this raise, but I'll tell you what, to the extent that Ravi has been raising with so many bluffs or semi-bluffs, he might think there's some value here in raising. For me, on this board, as played, my only play would be to call. And Jesse quickly lays down the ace-8, and Ravi's going to win the pot. And that puts Ravi back in the chip lead. What an amazing story. Cashing in his first tournament at Bay 101 and now here at the final table, Thunder Valley, here in Lincoln, California. Back-to-back WPT final tables for 2 of the remaining 3 players at this table, for both Taylor Parr and for Ravi.
When you're hot, you're hot.
Do you believe in that? Do you believe in live tournament poker momentum? It certainly seems to be a true thing.
No, not really, but I do believe in confidence, which is like you have a big result, and then you play more confident the next time out, and for whatever reason, you know, it's such an intangible thing, such a hard thing to describe why would confidence matter.
But you see that, though, repeatedly, it seems like. It seems like when people have results, they have results very consistently over a couple months, and then they kind of fall off the radar and are having less results for a year.
I mean, just remember, there's a huge pool of people who can potentially fall into the series of results, right? Like, you know, if in the last month or so, I don't know, 50 to 100 people have made a major live final table that you and I have heard about, and then, you know, a couple dozen of them show up and play this event. Like, what are the odds that one of them final tables? And then we're like, oh man, this guy's on such a sick heater. How does this stuff happen all the time? Well, like, it's kind of like that bet that Amarillo Slim used to make with everyone about the birthdays. You know, you've got these compounding percentages where, you know, he would go and say in a big room of people, you know, I'll bet you if we ask 30 people, 2 of these people share a birthday. And a lot of people are like, 30 people, though. There's 365 days in a year, and you got only 30 chances. Like, that's nothing. But at the point you've asked 28 people, then you have all those birthdays accumulated. So you ask the 29th guy, it's no longer 1 in 365, it's 28 in 365. And all of those compound on each other. And it's the same thing with people going on streaks in poker. You've got this huge pool of people who could potentially go on a streak, and you only need 1 or 2 of them to do it before we're like, holy crap, what's going on here?
Right. I haven't heard about the birthday hustle before, but that's a pretty good one.
Oh yeah, did you ever read Amarillo Slim's book?
No. What's the name of it?
This one was it was really old school, and of course a lot of people came out and said, yeah, you know, if any of that stuff was true, blah 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 blah. But there were some really clever hustles in there. The birthday one was fun. I remember he bet people that he could. By the way, Jesse's got the stone nuts here, so hopefully Ravi doesn't try and bluff this board. He would bet and spoke too soon. He would bet people that he could hit a golf ball a mile off a normal tee, and they would say, yeah, well, let's see it. Not downhill or anything? No, not downhill. And so he'd take them out to a frozen lake and just rip it. Just slide along. There was a cool bet where he had heard that there was some kind of like drug dealer or drug kingpin who got arrested and had money confiscated with him. And he had heard that this guy was sitting away in jail and rotting in there. And he said to the jailer, I want you to throw me in jail with this guy, you know, just overnight or whatever it is. So he goes in and he just kind of talks and shoots the shit with this guy, and they're hanging out, and there's this fly buzzing around the jail cell. And he says something like, you know, I bet if we placed 3 sugar cubes out, I would know 100% which one the fly lands on. And the guy's like, you give me 50-50 on that? He said, yeah, I'll give you 50-50. I'll bet you as much as you want. I know flies. You know, I've got this sixth sense for flies or whatever it is. Drug dealer's like, all right. So Slim sets out the 3 sugar cubes, and the fly just goes straight for the one he picks. Well, because Slim licked his finger and set it on the, that's not going to help you, Ravi, but I hope you don't think that it does. He licked his finger and then touched one of the cubes, which apparently creates an aroma. It dissolves a little bit and creates an aroma, and the fly goes straight for it.
Ah, interesting.
Yeah. There's a bunch of little hustles in there. It's he bet a ping pong champion once that, like a real, you know, champ. Yeah, I could take you in ping pong, this and that. I get to choose the paddles. Guy said, okay, I'm not concerned about paddles. What does Slim do? He goes over to the Coke machine, buys a couple of bottles, pours out the Coke, says, here's your paddle. And he had been practicing with a Coke bottle for a month or 2 prior to this. And all of a sudden the champion's got to try and play with this Coke bottle, and it's too awkward. But apparently the guy still came fairly close to beating him.
I might still take the ping pong champion in that situation. Yeah, that's interesting.
That was a good book for me to read at like 18 or 19 because it made me remember, like, hey, if anybody in the poker world offers you a bet, just say no. Like, these guys will think for months or weeks ahead of time about how to get you.
And here you are making bets with me about how long this final table is going to last, and it looks like you might be a dog right now.
It's like when Antonio says, like, hey, let's play Lot and Things. Just say no. He's out to get you. Let's see.
I guess I can be glad that you didn't bring sugar cubes and a fly.
No. No, I'm not big on hustling. So Ravi does check here, and I'm not quite sure.
Jesse reached for chips to bet, and
maybe
Ravi,
he just snap muffed or something.
yeah, quickly
that's
folded.
kind of what I thought must have happened.
That hand took a little too long for. Considering what was happening there, so that moves Ravi down to second place now, and the chip lead going back and forth between Jesse Rockowitz and Ravi Sunder.
And here we go. Ravi will be first.
Action with Ravi here. He's got an 8-6.
Ravi will make it 95,000. Jesse will fold, and Taylor will fold.
So he'll take that one down, uncontested. Of course, there was the great Ivy golf hustle, and that created a big problem with, what was it, Ram Vaswani or something like that, where this is a story from a good 5-10 years ago, where apparently Ivy had, played a lot of golf with these guys before, and they had a sense of what his handicap was, and then I guess they talked about making another bet, and Ivy said, yeah, I've been practicing a little bit, I want a slightly improved handicap or a bet or line or whatever it was, so they gave it to him, and then they got on the course, and it became readily apparent that Ivy had been practicing all the time, and Ram just walked off the course and refused to pay, and had to go to arbitration. It was a whole mess.
Wow, what ended up happening?
I want to say it was a 3-panel arbitration. I don't remember if there was a settlement, if Ram just refused to pay, or what had happened with that one. But basically in the poker world, if somebody you don't know that well wants to bet you a lot of money on an uncertain outcome that they have any control in, just pass.
For sure.
Just pass. Especially any of the old school guys. The old school guys, poker for a long time, poker players were, they were gamblers first, and poker players like 6th. They might be like a gambler first, and then they were a card counter, and then they were like a pool hustler, and then they were like a golf hustler, and then somewhere at like number 5, and they're 6th on the list. They're like, yeah, I play poker too. And then poker blew up, so a lot of them took poker more seriously, but something that we kind of forgot in the history of the game is a lot of these guys came from a hustling background.
Right.
Yeah.
Certainly. Some that stand out is Sammy Farha used to be a ping pong hustler, right? He used to make his living playing people in ping pong. I mean, I didn't even know you could find people to play in ping pong for serious amounts of money.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of different games that guys are really, really good at. Ravi here. Turns a king.
Of course, Gus Hansen has made some money at backgammon.
Backgammon, that's right.
Patrick Antonius has made some money playing tennis. Phil Gordon, rock, paper, scissors.
Have you ever seen Antonius on the courts?
I haven't.
He's really good. I played next to Gus Hansen and Antonius once in Australia, and you just kind of look over and just felt dumb. Just out there, I'm like an okay tennis player, and we're all, out there screwing around, kind of getting some of our serves in, and, having these sort of like intermediate length points, and meanwhile, Gus and Patrick, just every shot looks like Federer and Nadal, it's just so smooth, and all their serves go in, and they're chasing down all these balls. They were both really good.
I actually went and played some badminton yesterday. You would have enjoyed that.
I would have liked that. I like badminton. Man, I haven't played badminton since high school.
It's so much fun.
Yeah.
It is. It's a nice, and it's such a great cardio workout. You got to move your feet really quickly, and by the end, I played 7 games. By the end, I was dead. I was ready to pass out, but it was so much fun.
You and Aaron Mermelstein really did have a date yesterday.
We did. It was, a little wiffle ball, a little badminton.
Mm-hmm.
Finished it off at the steakhouse with you. It was a fun day.
Yep.
And here we have an interesting situation where Taylor raises to 80,000, and we got Ravi in the small blind with ace king, and he is electing to
He just
just
doesn't
call
three-bet out
the
of the
ace
small.
king.
What in the... I mean, Jesse's got a sweet hand to go to a
Jesse,
flop
of
with,
course,
but
is
this
going to call, and I do not like this flat by Ravi out of the
No,
small
of course
blind.
not. Come on, Ravi. I was showing you so much love before.
Ten of clubs, ace of spades, 10 of hearts. Ravi
Well, it's going to be tough for him to
Yeah.
lose the hand.
A jack, of course, will be problematic.
Jesse is checked, and over to Taylor there on the button. That is 60,000.
Small bet from Taylor.
Yeah, really small bet,
Yeah.
about 1/4 the size of the pot. I don't really like betting that small just because I feel like I would want to bet bigger for my hands for value. Jesse quickly folds. That's a hand I would consider raising in that spot.
Jack 9 of clubs?
In fact, I probably would. I think that is one of the best hands you can bluff with in this spot. Because you have backdoor flush draws and backdoor straight draws. The other hands that you could bluff with would be low pairs to make full houses. But especially considering the bet was so small and Ravi just called, I probably would have definitely been having some thoughts of bluffing in that spot. So it goes check, check on the turn, and now Ravi bets a little bit more than half pot.
I don't think we'll be seeing any more chips go in this pot.
It seemed like Taylor wanted to bet small just kind of to test the waters on the flop and see if he could take it down right there and not invest too many chips in this pot. Ravi shows the ace king after trying to talk Taylor into a call unsuccessfully.
Yeah, and you know I don't really like the show there.
No, neither do I. Certainly is giving away some information to be flatting ace king at the small blind. But if you can remember that information of the pocket deuces call could have been the impetus for Ravi to have accumulated all of his chips with pocket queens in the hand against Harrison.
Yeah.
So perhaps Ravi is cognizant of, what he is showing and trying to use that to his advantage. Here he has the 8-6 offsuit on the button. And my guess is he's going to raise to 95,000.
And right on the money. Taylor out. And Ravi will take it.
And here we go, cards back in the air. Jesse will be first.
Jesse opening the button here with Jack 7.
Jesse makes 80,000 to go.
Taylor in the small blind with king 8 suited. We've seen him 3-bet king 8 suited already out of the small blind. That hand was against Ravi when it was 4-handed. And he does go ahead and 3-bet his king 8 suited.
Roll back to the button. That's Jesse. And Jesse will fold. Taylor picks up the top.
That's a nice hand, the 3-bet there. I like medium suited kings out of the small blind.
Who was your character in Mortal Kombat, speaking of Johnny Cage?
I mixed it up. On Mortal Kombat. Sub-Zero was always sweet because then you could just freeze the guys and kick them in the face.
Yeah.
Always a good option. I was more experienced at Street Fighter than anything else. That was kind of my go-to.
More of a Street Fighter guy,
More
huh?
of a Street Fighter. They were both sweet games.
Who was the go-to character in Street Fighter?
I was really good with Guile.
Okay.
Throw that sonic boom.
Yeah.
Ken and Ryu, their moves are so similar.
Mm-hmm.
And then the later ones, Vega. Vega was sweet. He was really fast. Ooh, Ravi here with a pair of jacks. Come on, Ravi, show us some 3-bets.
I was more of a Street Fighter. Oh wow, this is interesting with Ace King here in the big blind for Jesse. He certainly will be 3-betting.
Yeah, you gotta.
I was never very good at Street Fighter, so I used Dalheem and just took advantage of his long reach.
Ah, yeah.
That's very similar to in Tekken, just kind of choosing Eddie, I feel like, and dancing all over the place and hoping things work out.
You're right. There's going to be a 3-bet here. Looks like 235? 230.
Now, is Ravi going to just flat, or is he going to come back over the top here with the pocket jacks? We've seen him flat aces and then min 4-bet very early on at this final table.
I hope he doesn't do that because I would have liked an initial 3-bet, but I don't like 4-betting here.
And he does just call.
Yeah. Well, good flop for his jacks.
Flop is 8 of clubs, 10 of clubs, deuce of hearts. Ravi will be first.
Check.
He will check.
I imagine Jesse will be c-betting this board.
Checks back.
Jesse actually does check. I think that's an opponent-specific check, and I don't mind it against Ravi.
It is the 4 of spades. Ravi will be first.
Hope Ravi bets here now. And he is reaching. You'd assume that if Jesse checked back this flop, he's going to peel once on the turn, especially on a brick?
Certainly.
Okay. We're on the same page. Fairly large bet here from Ravi, 375. I still I don't really see Jesse folding despite the sizing.
Yeah, I wouldn't fold. Something we don't really know about Ravi is how thin he's capable of value betting. I think that plays into whether or not you should call here. If he's 3-betting a 4, for example, or all pairs 5s through 8s, then perhaps you can make an argument for laying this down. I'm not sure we've seen enough hands from Ravi, and from what I have seen from Ravi, I would expect him to check those kind of hands.
So Jesse does make the call.
Jesse will call 375. Let me go to the river. River card is the
5 of clubs on the river.
And Ravi will be first.
Will Ravi check or bet? He checks.
Ravi checks.
Both players check, and Ravi's going to win this one.
Not a big fan of that check on the river from Ravi.
You just have the best hand pretty much every time. You know, if your opponent had big clubs, he's going to follow through on the flop. I don't think he's, you know, slow playing a bigger pair than yours. I don't think he's being called by Ace-King on that particular river, but man, you never know. I mean, it's a semi-brick.
Yeah, Jesse would not have called with Ace-King on that river, but there are hands in Jesse's range that he does call with.
Yeah.
If he had 3-bet the 8-9 of hearts, for example, he's going to get to the river, and then he's going to certainly contemplate a call. We have the WPT Royal Flush Girls. That is Brittany.
Brittany and
Miss
Tuba.
Guam.
Yeah, you're right about that.
So congratulations to her on that. There's Ravi on his button with Jack 6 offsuit. You ever been to Guam?
Only the airport. Jesse here with a pair of deuces in the small. I do know from watching John Oliver's show that there are American citizens who can't vote. That doesn't seem quite right. Yep. They get a delegate in Congress, but he doesn't get to do anything either. He just gets to, like, show up and listen to everyone bicker.
Interesting. That does not seem right.
Nope.
Have we seen Ravi fold a button?
It's not his go-to.
I think the weakest hand we've seen him open was maybe Queen Deuce or Queen 3.
Taylor,
wow,
squeezing.
This just every hand is 3-bet now.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure why he's electing to 3-bet the Queen 7 offsuit here.
Yeah, yeah, I agree.
Perhaps he believes that whenever Jesse flats out of the small blind, it is an opportunity, as Jesse would likely 3-bet a weak opponent with his strong hands.
Man, Ravi just hates folding. You got him this time. Should work. Jesse's not really getting the odds he needs to set mine here. So it should work, but and I definitely get the logic behind it, but it just seems tough when Ravi is going to flat you so much.
I mean, Jesse, do you think there's any chance that Jesse could go all in here?
I'd be surprised. That seems like a lot. There we go.
Maybe Taylor had some type of tell on the way that Ravi raised the button in that hand, and that was the impetus.
Well, we have seen Taylor be willing to 3-bet some subpar hands out of the big blind.
Sure.
I don't want to act like I hate that play or anything like that. I normally wait for a slightly better hand, but maybe if you just think, as you said, that Jesse is only going to flat weaker hands because all of his better hands is 3-bet Ravi for value, then you can get away with it a whole bunch.
Jesse folds, Taylor now with ace deuce suited in the small blind.
Raise to 95.
Raise to 95,000.
He steals Ravi's raise size to 95,000. And Ravi with Jack 8 of spades, lower spades here, and I imagine he will be calling out of the big blind.
Let's call.
Yep.
Taylor makes it 95,000 and Ravi makes
better flop for Ravi than Taylor there. He gets a gut shot with his Jack-8.
Would you be c-betting here if you're Taylor?
Well, no, probably not.
Yeah, I would check as well.
Easy
If there were a spade on the board, I would be more inclined to see
yeah.
that. And Ravi's bet sizing has been very big compared to the other players at this table. Here he bets 180 into 205. And I can't imagine that Taylor is going to continue, but I guess I'm proven wrong. Taylor puts in the 180,000. What do you think about this check call by Taylor here?
I don't mind it.
Really?
Yeah, I just think your hand's best a lot. I don't know that. I mean, Ravi's, he's taken some hits recently. I don't know if he's going to blast off at me that much. I'm not sure if I'm ready to fold ace high. Obviously, I feel better about it when we have a spade, but I don't know if I'm ready to fold to him yet on the flop.
Wow, you wouldn't fold to a pot bet on the flop.
Oh, he bet full pot?
He bet 180 into 205.
Oh, yeah, I'd probably fold to that.
And that's why I think that I'm really surprised that Taylor made that call. Ravi has not been the kind of player to bet one and then check down with any type of equity, so...
Well, you're certainly right about that.
I mean, that's about 75% of the pot here.
Yeah.
But now I can't imagine that Taylor's going to be able to continue on the turn. It looks like he's reaching for chips, and he does make the call. Tony, I don't know what's going on here.
Whoa, he really doesn't believe him. That's a pretty sweet card for your ace deuce.
Taylor will be first. Checks. He will check. Check over to Ravi.
Are we going again, Ravi?
This is not a good river for Ravi to bluff. However,
No,
if he does, Taylor has to believe he's at the bottom of his check calling range.
Yes, he absolutely is.
But does Ravi care about that?
Yeah, I mean, you might just be like, you know what? He could have 8-9, Jack-9,
Right.
Jack-8.
Right. If he thinks he follows through with all of those hands.
Yeah. He bets half of Taylor's remaining stack.
Wow. 815, which is about 60% the size of the pot.
It certainly looks like a value bet. Oh, man. I mean, but it's 10 or nothing, right? Like, I mean, technically you could flat call like jacks or something pre, but you're not that worried about those type of things. Oh, Taylor got him!
Wow. Wow. And what a huge momentum shift there. Now Ravi is a short stack at the table, and Taylor has just shy of 4 million chips.
That's how you win 2 WPTs in a row, Kane.
What a hand. What made him want to check call the turn there, Tony? What can we learn from Taylor's play on this hand?
I mean, he's just, at this point, he thinks that Ravi is firing way too frequently. So, okay, 7-7-10, I'm going to check call. I don't think you have something better than me. The turn is essentially a brick. All right, I don't think that changed anything. I'm going to check call again. All right, river's a sweet card for my hand. I'm not going to fold to you.
See, to me, what would make me want to take that line is if I thought my opponent was not going to A, barrel with higher aces, and B, not bet hands like 3x on the turn, pocket 5s, pocket 4s, pocket 6s. I'm not sure if we have enough information on Ravi to disqualify those hands. I mean, even
I don't know. I don't know. That's a tough one.
Even
man.
if Robbie has 8-9, you don't have great equity in the hand or anything. I mean, he can hit any 8, any 9, any 6, or any jack to win the pot.
Maybe you just decide that those are the cards you're folding to on the run out, and the rest
Right.
you're calling.
Well, nonetheless, a fantastic hand by Taylor Parr, and he's showing us why it is he's made back-to-back WPT final tables, and it probably does help him that he has made back-to-back WPT final tables with Ravi, and therefore he has some reads that we don't. But what an amazing call.
Yeah, we'll talk about it a little more when we get back, but for now, these guys are on break, and so are we.
Behold, we are in the presence of champions. Fantasy sports legends who have earned hundreds of thousands of dollars playing online. Meet Arlie Gonzalez. Average guy, superior sports knowledge. Picked a team in minutes and won enough to throw the party of a lifetime. In outer space. Former accountant Derek Bradley. DraftKings one-day fantasy sports took him from a guy with holes in his underpants to a guy with bikini models in them.
How do we turn our love of fantasy sports into reality cash?
DraftKings.com. They have one-day games, so you're not locked in. It's like a new season every time you play. And best of all, you could win a boatload of money.
Play for your share of $1 billion. Peter Jennings just took home over $3 million. $3 million! Use promo code WEEK to play and get a free entry. Get to DraftKings.com now.
The Fantasy Sports Hall of Fame presents former accountant Derek Bradley. DraftKings one-day fantasy sports took him from a guy with holes in his underpants to a guy with bikini models in them.
How do they do it?
DraftKings.com. They have one-day games, so you're not locked in. It's like a new season every time you play. And best of all, you could win a boatload of money.
Peter Jennings earned over $3 million with us. Use promo code LEGENDS to play today and get a free entry. Get to DraftKings.com.
Get back in the game. Take a seat, experience the thrill, and share the fun. Play online poker and casino right here in New Jersey. Now on PartyPoker.com.
The World Poker Tour has a sponsorship partner in Monster now. They are renowned for their headphones, and we are thrilled that Monster has become the official headphone of the World Poker Tour.
I'm joined by Noel Lee, the head monster of Monster Products. We are at the brand new Monster Bar here on the WPT.
For the first time ever, you get a customized pair of Monster headphones.
This makes it all worth it.
Royal Flush girls Danielle and Brittany are bringing out the money on the line, as well as the special edition pair of Monster 24K headphones to be awarded to tonight's champion.
On behalf of all the people at Monster, we're so happy to be able to supply all the headphones for the World Poker Tour. I want to wish everybody great luck. May everybody win something.
My my DNA, I'm insanely competitive.
I wear headphones on the table just because I love music.
I'm a great trash talker. I am the reason why people wear headsets at the table.
I always keep my headphones with me. I throw them on, put something that's going to put me back in the zone and help me relax.
It's in my DNA to be creative. Poker is one of my creative outlets.
It's in my DNA to win.
You hear that, Monster? Well.
The monster hand is right, Vince. Chris picked up pocket queens against Michael's pocket deuces. There were raises back and forth, but an ace on the river slowed Chris down to a halt. It gave Michael the opportunity to turn his hand into a bluff with his not-so-monster pocket deuces. And a $2.1 million bet by Rocco. Chris had to lay down the queens. It propelled Michael back into the chip lead.
Oh, we need to look good, too. So we got the diamonds, and we got the DNAs, and so you got some bling.
I never thought of headphones as an accessory before. Yeah. That's good sound.
Players, get ready to have a monstrous tournament by having pure monster sound available to all you. Shuffle up and deal!
You also get 24K monster headphones.
This partnership is really about how music blends into the poker scene.
These are my monster headphones, being part of the Champions Club.
How headphones, especially over the past few years, you see all the players, all wearing headphones, help them focus, help them concentrate.
We have the 24K special monster headphones.
I just love seeing all our headphones everywhere. The partnership between the World Poker Tour and Monster really made a lot of sense to us because of the sound of our headphones and the way they look. It's something new for the poker audience.
I want the headphones.
All in. I call.
I call.
We are seeing some spectacular poker.
Lots of action.
This is why I love poker.
Show us your best stuff.
It's coming down to the last card. Pain and torture at the Borgata.
Unbelievable. Anything I can do to be like Antonio, I'm doing it.
The best poker on television is back tonight on the WPT.
Here we go to the river.
We did it.
Oh!
You can lay it down.
God! Yes! The grinder has done it! Boom goes the hammer.
Oh, that beat him silly.
Rubber legs. Up and away for the pilot. He is the WPT Montreal champion. It's a 7. Dan Smith has done it. Chris Moorman has taken this title. And what a battle it was, Vince.
I love you.
Pop, pop, pop! Pop, pop, pop!
Every chip can turn into a dream at partypoker.net. Every hand into the greatest poker journey of your life. Next stop, the Canadian Spring Championship.
They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He would love to knock this loudmouth out.
Have Have a dream. Take a seat. Win your exclusive World Poker Tour package now at partypoker.net. Official sponsor of the World Poker Tour.
Being a Party Poker qualifier means getting the VIP treatment. They may not have gotten kings in the tournament, but tonight they'll get to eat like one.
Well, I'm Mike Sexton. I'm here to welcome all our Party Poker qualifiers for the Borgata Winter Poker Open Championship event. Congratulations to all of you for being here. Your winners just being here. A number of you are still left in the tournament. That's fantastic. Tony, you and I are left as well, so shows you old dogs still got it sometimes. We'll see how far we go, though. But we just want to take this moment to, again, thank you for playing on Party Poker, for being here, for being a part of us. And we certainly want to thank Adam Pliska and everybody at the World Poker Tour for all they do. Mark, all you do at Party Poker, thank you for this dinner. It's a beautiful celebration. Let's have a toast to our qualifiers. Hopefully somebody makes it to the final table here. We'll see. Thank you guys for your continued support. Cheers, everybody.
Dan Letty, you're out of the tournament, I'm sorry to say, but are you still enjoying your time here at Borgata?
I'm having a great time here at the Borgata with the Party Poker gang.
I love how you classed up your Party Poker t-shirt.
Well, thank you very much, Melissa. I'm on a one-man mission in an attempt to class up the poker rooms all around the world.
Well, I like it. You rock the t-shirt and the jacket quite well. You're pulling it off. I love it.
Thank you.
Thanks for joining us. Enjoy the rest of your time here at Borgata.
Thanks, Party Poker! Woo!
Hey guys, welcome to the WPT Borgata Winter Poker Open. I'm Melissa Castello, and I'm here all week to bring you updates from all the action on and off the fouts. This event always draws a great crowd, and with a $3 million guarantee, an even better prize pool. Last year's winner, Anthony Marula, won over $842,000. With that, I'll leave it to the pro, Mike Sexton, who says it best.
Dealers, let's shovel up and deal.
Among the field for Day 1A were several familiar faces to the WPT, including Champions Club member Anthony Zeno, who earned that title here at Borgata, Sam Chartier, who was looking to reach his second final table of the season, Season 12 Player of the Year, Mukul Pahuja, and actor-turned-poker player James Woods, who was looking for his first WPT title here at Borgata. It's bound to be an exciting week of poker here in Atlantic City, so be sure to follow along on WPT.com, where we have all your live updates and video coverage from the Borgata Winter Poker Open. Hey guys, I'm Melissa Castello, and I'm here today with actor James Woods playing Day 1A.
I did a lot of laydowns, a lot of lying down hands, and then I did something I should never have done. 6 guys limped, and so I limped on the button with kings, and in fact, pretty much stacked the guy. It worked out. So,
that never happens.
I can get away from hands. I played a short stack really well, and then I got down to literally 4,000 in chips, which in this is nothing. And I had 4 to a straight flush, including open-ended, and actually needed it to survive and hit it. So I said to myself, you know, if I hit this and I got lucky on a hand that's just ridiculous 2-outer.
Those are the tournaments that are sometimes meant to be, though.
Well, they're meant to be because if you do get that, and I got all my chips back, and I thought, you know, you got a second shot here, man. Just really play carefully. Not play tight, but play carefully, pay attention.
Showbiz question for you.
Okay.
I have to read you something.
Sure.
James Woods is a leanly built, strangely handsome actor, producer, director with intense eyes and sometimes an untrustworthy grin, who's been impressing audiences for over 3 decades with his compelling performances.
Wow.
This is your IMDb, and I need to know, did you write this?
You know, I've never actually read my IMDb biography. I don't know who put it up there.
That is the first sentence. I was like blown away. I'm like, that is impressive.
Well, it's impressive. It's sort of embarrassing. I mean, if I'm going to go change that. I mean, it's just, I don't like saying, honestly, you would not believe this, but I'm a very modest person. I find that rather embarrassing, actually. I just like to say, hey, he's done 170 movies or whatever, and got these awards, and loves what he does, and has a lot of friends, and loves the business, and likes creative people, and that's that's what I would say.
It's kind of funny though that it's there.
Yeah, and my crooked grin or whatever it was. It's like,
Your untrustworthy grin. But that's
that.
great for.
Look untrustworthy, you know.
It's great for poker.
Yes,
so.
it is. Speaking of which,
You gotta go. All right. Thank you for chatting with us. Good luck. For WPT.com, I'm Melissa Castello.
Ravi Matthew has 3490. Jesse Rock is 3880. And Taylor Farr 3985. Playing 25 and 50 house for the 5K entry. $25,000, $50,000. Looking for Ravi. Three colors in play here. 5K chips are the orange ones. The two green is 25K. And the hot pink, 100,000. Three-handed, but Matt first.
Small, big jumpers.
Yes. And Ravi is on the gun acting first.
All right, we are back. Still three-handed here in Thunder Valley. Blinds up to 25,000, 50,000.
Now we have all three players are between 3.5 million and 4 million chips, so all very close in stacks at this point.
So 110 from Ravi. You think Jesse will just call here, or do you think that he's getting sick of Taylor three-betting him?
I think he's going to call.
I think so too.
Now, what does this mean, Tony, in terms of ICM at this point, with all three players essentially having the same stack?
I've got to think that both Taylor and Ravi are so much playing for the win that there's not going to be a whole bunch of ICM considerations going on. I know that doesn't mean they're going to just totally forget about it, but...
So would you say that right now Jesse is the least likely to be the next player eliminated?
Yeah. Yeah, I think so. This is an interesting flop. Taylor with trips, Ravi with the king-high flush draw. Ravi so far just keeps putting chips in the pot. I really wonder how Taylor's going to choose to play. Whoa, that's not what I suspected from Ravi after everything we've seen so far.
Yeah, I wouldn't have checked the flop. I don't think it's a terrible check.
No, I don't think so, but it's just not what I expected from Ravi at all.
And now Ravi picks up a gut shot on the turn.
Bet 140.
Looks like Ravi just gonna call.
Call.
Ravi calls. Jesse folds. Heads up now to the river. The river is
It's a brick on the river. A value bet from Taylor here. Not expecting anything but a fold, but Ravi has surprised us before.
He can't be thinking about calling here. He has to be thinking about raising, right?
I certainly hope so.
Ravi certainly does not like to fold.
He'll let that one go. Very reluctant, folding king high on that board.
And our chip leader here solidifies his lead with that hand.
Our barely chip leader. At this point, like we were talking about before, these guys are essentially even. Any man's contest at this stage.
It is.
Not quite sure who to pick.
Tell you what, anything could happen with these three players with what has been going on. I'm expecting Ravi to continue to raise a lot of buttons, be reluctant to fold post-flop, be very aggressive. Jesse, I think, is really picking his spots. And I think I agree with you. He's the most cognizant of kind of moving up that next ladder of the money bubble. But I do think that that's a valid consideration at this point. And with a hand like 8-3 off, for example, I do expect him to be folding his button. And then Taylor, we've seen the most creative play from pre-flop. We've seen Taylor 3-bet a lot of speculative hands, and so far he's gotten away with it.
Here's going to raise it up with a very real hand.
Ravi always wears his 49ers cap when he's playing poker. He believes it's lucky.
He calls the king 10. Flops a gut shot on queen 9-6.
Bet 135.
Ravi bets 135.
Ravi makes a pretty small bet here for his normal sizing. It's quite a bit smaller than usual, and I imagine that Taylor's plan is to be check calling here.
He does make the call. Pairs the 6 on the turn.
And Ravi quickly checks.
And a king on the river for Ravi. So he's going to get this pot. Now, what would his bet size be? 250-ish?
25.
2 and a quarter.
It's a very small bet. Taylor pretty quickly folds. Let's go back to that ace-deuce hand, Tony. What do you, I mean, that was obviously a very important pot in the match for Taylor. He essentially would have been down to less than 20 big blinds had he called and been wrong. In fact, maybe less than 15 big blinds had he called and been wrong there. But he pretty confidently and pretty quickly was able to make the call on 3 streets with ace-deuce.
Well, he took his time on the river. Certainly, I like his flop call. I think the turn is the toughest call.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure Ravi bet like full pot too, right?
He did, yeah.
Yeah, that one seems really close, tough, speculative, whatever you want to call it. Whether it's good or bad is really difficult to say. You know, it certainly was this time.
Yeah.
I don't fault Taylor for making that call. He was right this time. You know, he kind of sensed that Ravi was just firing chips in there a little too haphazardly. Man, I like his river call, that's for sure. By the time when they get to the river, there's probably more bluffing hands than there are value betting hands. But the turn is really difficult.
Do you think that anybody else at this final table would have played the hand that way?
Probably not.
I don't
Jesse
think
would've
so.
Just gave up the turn. He could have even just folded the flop. He's just been pretty fit or fold, and I don't mean that in the like, oh, he's playing really tight, weak type of way. Just like, you know, he seems to take an approach to Ravi that's like, okay, I'm not going to put myself in these weird speculative spots against him.
And I think I probably would have done the same thing. But nonetheless, a great hand by Taylor. And here, Taylor has opened the button. Jesse defended king 5 on the big blind and managed to flop top pair on king 9-9.
So 80 from Taylor here. Jesse not going anywhere with his king 5. Ace on the turn. And a 6 on the river. So both players check the ace on the turn.
Bet
155. 155. No call.
What do you think about that bet from Jesse? I think I would have checked.
Yeah, I think you're better off just trying to induce a bluff that I don't think is going to come all that frequently. But I just don't know how you can really get value there when there's, you know, a pair on the board and an ace out. I think your opponent's going to call kings, aces, you know, raise better hands than that. Yeah, I'm just not sure what you expect to get called by.
Yeah, I would have checked the river.
Wow, look at how even this match is right now.
Very even, and since we've come back, pretty much not too much has changed.
Yeah,
Jesse has won a few few chips from Taylor, and that's it.
I set a dumb line for our little bet, but it looks good right now. Until you know, something massive happens and Ravi either stacks somebody or gets stacked, but
Ravi with 4 deuce offsuit on the button. We will see if he is indeed opening 100% of buttons. Of course, 4 deuce offsuit is not the worst possible hand you can have, but it's close to it.
yeah, would not be opening this hand.
He raises to 110. Jesse with ace-8 off in the small blind. What are you thinking here?
Well, if he's picking up on the fact that Ravi is opening almost 100% of buttons, then this seems like an okay hand to 3-bet. I mean, again, we've talked about how Ravi's very sticky and doesn't like to fold a ton, but he seems a little more reluctant to just call 100% of hands to 3-bets pre-flop ever since he's taken a turn for the worse.
It looks like he is going for a 3-bet. I think I would have flatted the ace-8 offsuit out of the small blind.
I wouldn't be doing that. Would not be doing that. That's just inviting Taylor to punk you.
Taylor has been 3-betting a decent amount. However, a lot of times he's just going to have like Jack Deuce, which is what he had, and you're going to be able to play a heads-up pot against Ravi. But in this case, Jesse's 3-bet works out.
Yeah, I would definitely size thing. I didn't see exactly what his sizing was, but I would size fairly large against Ravi.
Mm-hmm.
We saw Jesse fold his hand on the cutoff, four-handed, but I don't think he's going to fold it on the button.
No.
Jesse raises to 100,000.
And Taylor par with the ace-10 offsuit in the small blind. I'm expecting a 3-bet here.
Yeah, I agree. I think there's some chance he calls to invite Ravi into the pot, but I think he'll 3-bet.
Did you play much against Taylor back in the day? Online?
Yes, some, I would say. Not as much as I played against Harrison.
And did you play a lot against Jesse or no?
What was his screen name?
Deuces 85.
That one doesn't stick out in my memory as sharply.
He was more of a cash game player.
Yeah, then no. I didn't get into cash very much until after Black Friday.
So I like this size. It's just shy of 3x, and they are pretty deep.
No call.
Taylor will take that one down. It's also really tough to talk about, oh, did we play so-and-so back in the day online? How does that translate to what you expect here? Well, that was 4 to 5 years ago now, and a lot has changed since then. And, you know, poker has changed. Back then, 2010 was like the peak of the click era, when everyone was just like 3-bet, 4-bet, 5-bet. Oh, I'm going to min 6-bet it. You know, like, that was a time in which tournament
Ravi
players
would have
were
fit right in, huh?
Yeah, we're so aggressive pre-flop, and now
Yeah.
most of us are like, raise, 3-bet flat.
Exactly.
I expect Taylor to just fold here with 3 deuce.
As would I, and he does. Small raise from Ravi to 110. Jesse, I'd imagine, is going to complete here with the king 5.
Call. Jesse calls. Flop 2 will go.
Pretty interesting flop, Jesse, with second pair. Ravi with a double belly buster and an overcard and the backdoor flush draw. A little of everything.
175.
Bets out pretty big.
Yeah, back to his big sizing here. And Jesse will be calling on this flop with the pair of 5s. would imagine that folding or raising are probably not options that are running
Yeah.
through his head.
Make the call. And an 8 on the turn will fill up that straight.
Big 8 on the turn for Ravi, and he's very happy with that turn.
So far, he's been a betting man.
Now, has the way that Ravi has been playing, is that going to help him get additional chips in this pot?
Typically, yes. It's still kind of an awkward card for Jesse. He's aware that that hits a decent amount of Ravi's range, so he might get away, but the fact that he has a strong kicker with his 5 might give him an appeal again. And the fact that there's still flush draws out there, it seems close. Thus far, the way Jesse has played, I'm inclined to say he'll fold. But if he called, it wouldn't be shocking at all. With what we've seen from Ravi, he's been so barrel happy.
I would not be folding on this turn. And I think that Jesse is probably not going to fold either. I mean, he just saw Taylor call down with ace-deuce on 3 streets, and correctly, and he does go ahead and make the call.
Deuce on the river, pretty safe. Would have been a disaster if Jesse found a king or a 5. What will Ravi bet? And it's 850 after some deliberation.
And now on the river, you're Jesse Rockowitz. What are you thinking here?
Well, there are numerous misdraws out there, including clubs, things like 9-10 or Jack-10.
I would be calling.
You would be calling?
I would be calling.
I think it's close. I don't know what I would do. I don't know.
I would expect him to continue to fire all 6x combos, maybe all 9x combos, maybe all 4x combos.
There you have it, Kane. Right on the money. And Ravi is good with a straight. And that will put him solidly back into the chip lead.
And it is obvious that the way that Ravi has been playing did allow him to get more chips in that pot. Certainly if that hand was against Taylor and Jesse were contemplating the turn and river decisions, he very well could have come up with a different decision, and it's likely he would have. But against Ravi, who has been so relentlessly aggressive, of course, you're going to lose some really big pots when you get it all in with ace-5 against the second nuts, or the 6-4, which made a straight, which I believe on that board was the second nuts, or the third nuts. And sometimes you're going to be able to actually have the nuts yourself, and you're going to get called down by a relatively weak hand. So I don't fault Jesse for making that call. Ravi connects with that board really hard, and now Ravi is our new chip leader.
Got a king 7 here.
Raise to 110.
Taylor not going anywhere. 10-9 suited.
Are you surprised that Taylor didn't contemplate a 3-bet here?
I thought he should at least consider it, but I'm happy with the call. Like I said, I'd probably be pretty linear against Ravi and just bet, raise more like good value hands, and particularly ones with higher cards than 10-9 suited. But yeah, you could certainly make an argument for it. Now both players check, and then Ravi turns a 7. I think this is a reasonable spot for Taylor to bet. He only has 10 high and he's turned a gut shot. Ravi's repping something like ace high, king high. He's actually been following through with his ace high, so.
Well, Taylor actually checked and Ravi bet the turn. So now Taylor is.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, Taylor is contemplating a call or perhaps a raise, and he does go ahead and make the raise here. What do you think about the check raise here on the turn?
I mean, it's a cool play. Again, we're doing it against a dude who really hates folding. He's, you know, Ravi's not repping a very good hand here. You expect him to bet every time he has a jack, a 4, an overpair. Anything good, presumably just bets the flop. So I don't blame Taylor for taking this shot here. I don't know. I think it's gonna work a
Taylor
bunch.
did see him earlier check back in a 3-bet pot ace 9 on 9-10 jack 9 pretty quickly on the turn. So it certainly is possible that Ravi could be checking back a 4 or an overpair or something like that. However, yes, you would expect most players to be betting those hands, and therefore you can eliminate those hands from the range. I don't think 9-10 is the best hand to be doing this with, but it's also not obviously the worst. I probably would be more likely to do this if I had a flush draw.
Ravi will call.
Ravi makes a call, and I'm expecting Taylor to give up on a lot of rivers here.
Maybe he'll just get a 9 or a 10 and check it. Nope, it's a 3.
I think that's a river he'll give up on, but let's see if I'm right or wrong.
And he does give it up here.
I'm curious if he would have fired on a diamond.
2 sevens on the turn for Ravi. 7 and king plus 7 spades.
I think a diamond is a good river for Taylor to go ahead and bluff on the river.
10 9 heart. And Ravi wins that pot every one.
So Ravi getting a little momentum back here. Well, another shot of our Royal Flush Girl Social Bar, sponsored by Monster Headphones. See Tuba hanging out over there. She's working with Brittany at this event here at Thunder Valley, Lincoln, California. She knows we're talking about her. King Queen.
Tuba's from Miami. It wouldn't surprise me if she's been to a Canes game or two.
I think she has. Ravi's going to call that min raise.
Both players flop a gut shot here. Of course, that jack would be a disaster for Ravi.
125. Jesse answers 125.
All three of the remaining players live within 70 minutes of the casino.
So whatever happens, people are just driving home tonight.
Exactly.
Check call from Ravi here.
Should Jesse be thinking about firing the turn in this spot? I would be inclined to check.
Yeah.
Especially with what we've seen Ravi is capable of. I would be checking back on this turn. And he does.
Ace on the river.
Bet 375.
Ravi going for it here.
375,000. I do think that that bet is going to get through.
Yeah.
If I had the king and the queen here, I would fold pretty quickly. For another bet size, I would consider calling with the nut no pair here. But there are a decent amount of combos, of course, that did miss. 7-8, 6-7, 7-jack, 8-queen, all of these combos. So if you think about it combinatorically there, while Ravi does represent pretty well an ace or a 10, the question is, I guess the big question is, would he value bet a 9?
Yeah, that's the big question.
And also, would he make that bet with all of his misdraws? If he had Jack-Queen, for example, would he make that bet? Or would he try to check it down and win with Queen High? If he had King-Jack, would he make that bet? Those are the real questions. I believe if the answer to those questions are yes, then a call becomes something that we should definitely, that Jesse should consider there with King High. But again, for that size, my inclination would have been to fold.
I agree.
Raise to 100.
The race is to 100.
Taylor raising it up here.
And Jesse calls with the 10-jack.
Flop stop pair.
Bet 120.
Yeah, that's 120.
120 is the bet from Taylor. Jesse will no doubt call.
I think I may check behind and give up with the 5-10 here.
Yeah. It's pretty close there, isn't it?
Especially, I think I, in fact, definitely would. That's just a board that connects with so many hands that are going to be defending out of the big blind. you don't have very much equity moving forward into future streets. And here's another spot where I expect Jesse to do nothing other than call.
Jesse calls.
He will make the call.
10 cards is a 3 of hearts.
3 of hearts on the turn. Doesn't change much.
It does seem like Taylor stabs in a lot of spots with hands that have very little equity.
Jesse checks.
Without necessarily the intention of firing multiple streets. He could prove me wrong here, but I suspect that he will check this turn.
Yeah, I'd be very surprised if he followed through here.
Wow.
And yet here we go again.
Reaching for chips.
I don't do too much no equity bluffing cane, particularly on brickish turns.
Well, what he could be thinking is there are a lot of gut shot combos that Jesse could just be calling with on the flop that he's going to fold the turn. Jesse, of course, going nowhere with top pair here.
Jesse makes the call.
So Jesse not going anywhere with his top pair.
3 cards is a 9.
And the river is a 9. Man, Taylor's got to slow down now, right?
I would think he has to.
Can't really, there's not many 9s you can rep with a third barrel here. I mean, I guess he would bet some of them on the turn for sure, but your opponent can also have a 9. There's a ton of missed draws out there. Your opponent's not going to be very inclined to fold a jack to you. Then again, when it's smart player on smart player, it's like, well, he knows that I shouldn't be bluffing here, so.
I would be very surprised if Taylor bets this river.
Yeah.
He certainly is considering it.
I mean, like I said, my opponent knows I shouldn't be bluffing here, so maybe he's going to bluff.
Wow, he's reaching for chips.
Yep. And if he's going to bluff, I like that he's going to bluff big here. That's like 850 or something.
820.
820, and I can't imagine that Jesse will do anything other than call this river.
I think he's going to need some time.
I'm not in the habit of folding top pair when every draw on the board misses and I make it to the river.
And I mean, there are a lot of them. Queen 10, spades,
That's
7, 8,
there are
8,
just
10,
so many combos.
4, 5.
Yeah,
I don't really believe him for a 9 that much.
4, 7, 5, 7. I mean, spades. I would be very happy in Jesse's spot calling the river here. Maybe not very happy, but I think there's no other way to play the hand than to call. Wow. Jesse lays it down, and maybe Taylor has a read on Jesse that he may be more likely than most players to fold the river, and that's why he justified the how he was able to internally justify the flop bet, the turn bet, and of course the final barrel on the river.
Like I said, my opponent's not expecting me to bluff, therefore I'm going to get him. Sick play.
I'm very, very surprised that Jesse folded that river, and I'm curious as to what rivers he was planning on calling.
It's a pretty good run out for his hand.
That's what I'm saying. That seems like one of the better rivers for his hand. Would he perhaps have called a spade because he thinks that Taylor's more likely to bluff a spade? I can't imagine.
It's going to depend a lot on which spade it is.
Is it safe to say that Taylor has played the best at this final table?
Yeah, I believe so. Taylor's really out there showing how it is that he put himself in this position twice in a row. I think Jesse's played a really good final table too, and for a while I was loving the way Ravi played, but then he made a couple of really huge mistakes. Here he flops a flush draw on the ace-high board.
Now we've seen Ravi check back king high before. Will he check back queen high here? Nope. On the ace high board, he's going to go ahead and take a stab. Now, if you're Taylor here, are you thinking about raising, or are you just going to call?
Probably call.
I would just call here.
It's also nice that it's one of those textures where I don't think Ravi's just going to like barrel down with total air, and then if it goes check check on the turn, I think I can successfully bluff the river fairly frequently.
Exactly. Well, this board texture is not slowing Ravi Thunder down.
No. Very little slows Ravi Thunder down.
That's a large bet of 475,000 chips. And now if you're Taylor, you can't do anything but fold. And it's obvious that both of these players who have made back-to-back WPT final tables both want this pretty badly.
Jesse over there feeling sick. He's going to feel even worse when he finds out that he folded the best hand about 20 minutes from now.
Especially when he finds out that not only was his opponent likely firing 3 with hands that had strong equity, but he chose to fire 3 with a almost no equity hand. Taylor with the 10-6 of diamonds. Completing.
Taylor flops 2 pair on queen 10-6.
He likes to lead. Do you like that? I don't.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Simply because I think it's a great spot to check raise. I mean, we've seen Ravi take stabs at almost every flop where he had impetus, and it's a similar thing when the small blind completes and you're in the big blind and it's checked you. It's almost as if you're assuming impetus in the hand, And then we've seen Ravi just go nuts to check raises. So I thought that was an opportune time for him to go ahead and attempt to check raise there.
Yeah, I think I would have liked that one. And he's just been, you know, if he has any piece of the board, he hates folding into those check raises. We saw him lose a huge pot before because he called a check raise with a gut shot and then got all the chips in on the turn when he had, what, 4th pair with the gut shot. So
Taylor with a 9 deuce offsuit on the button. I will expect him to fold here.
he does indeed.
Raise to 110.
Robbie raises to 110.
Call.
Jesse call. Robbie 776, 7 hearts, 6 of hearts, 7 of
Jesse
hearts.
here flops 2 pair on 776. Ravi, a couple of backdoor draws and overcards.
Check.
Robbie checks. He bets 125.
125 with his pair.
Now, I wouldn't be surprised to see Ravi get creative here, especially because the times he's picked to do it seems to be times when he has a significant chip advantage over the opponent he's in the hand with. And here he goes, reaching for chips.
Raise to 375.
Now,
You got a read on the guy.
now you're Jesse Rockowitz. You're here with a pair of 6s. You opted to c-bet the flop, knowing full well that Ravi at least is raising hands like 8-9, 9-10, 5-8, and you're here with your pair of 6s. What are you doing?
I mean, considering the way Ravi has played, I'm pretty tempted to just not fold. I don't think he's check raising me for value with a 6. It's either 7 or some kind of draw, of which there are numerous out here.
Right. I would be calling here on the flop.
Yeah.
And I would, depending on what the turn is, I'm going to be reluctant to continue on hearts.
Yes, of course.
And I'm going to be reluctant to continue when 8-9 completes.
8, 9,
yeah.
10.
Specifically on a 5.
Yeah.
But on many other turns, I'm going to be happy to put the chips in. Let's see.
Call.
He does call.
Ooh.
It is a 10.
Well, Ravi, this is a good card for you to go ahead and follow through on. Let's see what you want to do with it.
Oh, he's going to follow through.
Inquiring how much he's playing.
It's about a 1.3 to 1 stack to pot ratio here on the turn.
He follows through for about half of Jesse's remaining stack.
trying to figure out if I were in Ravi's shoes, what size I would bet on this turn. It's a really sticky kind of spot because you're trying to rep a 7. So if you have a 7, you don't want to. There's no reason for you to bet that big, right? But of course, you don't want to give the illusion of fold equity.
Oh, you bet about 2/3 pot, right?
Yeah, but I mean, if you have a 7 here,
And Jesse
wow,
doesn't believe him.
Jesse goes all in. If you do have a 7 here with the pot to stack ratio, I would think there's no reason you need to bet that big. So now,
the sick part is if Ravi could see his hand, it's an easy call.
Of course. Knowing Ravi, I'm expecting him to make the call for another 575,000.
I wouldn't be so sure. There you go.
There it is.
You're much better at this game than me.
Man, we could have made another bet.
I know. Well, I wasn't that confident.
13 outs for Ravi going to the river.
It's such a great card, great hand for his opponent to have.
It was a great read by Jesse there. Yeah. I would have folded Jack-6 on that turn.
I think I would have too. It's just, ugh. It's not the card I'm looking for. A bunch of cards we're going for. I don't know about the 10. And a jack on the river will not do it. Jesse will double up. I get closer to $20K.
Jesse Rockowitz, really well played there. Betting the flop for value, calling a check raise, and then having the wherewithal to go all in on the turn and just kind of say, hey, you know, there's not very much fold equity here, but I think my opponent's frequencies are so out of whack that I'm just going to go with my hands here. And Jesse still is the short stack at the table, but now we're, again, back in this situation where all the players are between 3.5 and 4.1 million chips, essentially. It's good to still see Jesse here at the final table. He's really one of the good guys in poker, a really nice guy. His fiancée, Sheena, is watching. Ravi with the king-jack on the button.
No, Ravi flops top pair, king 7-3. From what we've seen before, I think you can count on at least one bet from Taylor if he follows through here.
175.
Now this board texture is a little bit different than the 7-7-10. I would be more likely to fold on this board texture than the 7-7-10, and I in fact would have folded, especially given Ravi's relentless aggression moving forward. There are no turns that I'm really happy about calling on other than an ace, obviously.
Maybe he thinks the heroic call down earlier will deter Ravi from bluffing him so frequently.
Or perhaps thinking that Ravi just came off of losing a sizable pot. He's less likely, but... You think it's cold in there, Tony?
I think it is. It's a little cool in here. I'm sure they're very cold over there.
Ravi with his Red jacket all the way up. Really making him look even more like Super Mario over there. Jesse Rockowitz, the only player without a hoodie. The remaining 3 players at this final table.
Jesse on the button here with Queen 7.
That's something we haven't seen from Jesse.
Well, I don't think he's going to get to a flop here because Taylor is going to about to make it 200,000.
Only 160. He might call for 160. This is not a hand that Ravi is going to want to fold, I don't believe.
Doesn't communicate a lot of strength.
Wow.
Yeah, that's a little surprising. I was hoping he wouldn't call after that dance with his cards.
Jesse folds to take this one.
Jesse lets it go, so the king-queen suited is good.
Do you think this is an adjustment from Jesse, or do you think it had to do specifically with his hand?
I'm guessing it's an adjustment because he's like, all right, well, it's a combination of the two. It's an adjustment, and it's I have a middle strength hand. Ravi hates to fold. I'll just limp and see what happens, and maybe I can just win some easy small ball pots. It's
See, the problem with that, though, is you're going to get in so many fewer heads-up pots with Ravi. You're going to have Taylor completing the small blind so frequently.
Correct.
So I think I would have preferred a raise.
Whew. Taylor here with Jack 9 of clubs.
Raise to 100.
Yeah, make it 100. Yeah, raise to 100.
Ravi making a very loose call here out of the small blind with 9-7. Seems like kind of a boredom call.
Ravi seems not to care if his cards are suited.
That is true.
That's something that I'm piecing together here about Ravi's game. We have a board that really doesn't hit anybody, and may hit Jesse the best with a gut shot and a backdoor flush draw.
Ravi gonna lead out here in the least credible bet we've seen thus far at the final table.
Ravi leading out into 2 players with 9-7 on an ace-5 deuce board. This is similar to his lead with 9-5. Do you remember what that board was?
4-4-3 or something?
Yes. It's similar to that. And give Taylor credit for calling here.
I mean, at this point, Taylor just does not believe these leads. And he's just going to turn a jack and make his life nice and easy.
But I mean, to make that call there, that, you know, he's leading into 2 players.
Yeah.
I would believe that he wouldn't do that without a pair. I mean, without some, like on the 4-3 board, it was a heads-up pot.
Both players check the jack turn. And a 3 on the river.
check. That was a 9 high.
You at all surprised that he didn't try and bet there with his jack?
On the river or turn?
On the river. Either,
No.
really.
No. I'm not, especially because Ravi is capable of check-raise bluffing. Although we haven't seen him do that on the river, but we have seen him do that with hands that have 0 equity, which is essentially the same thing as doing it on the river. But give Taylor credit for the flop float. That's probably something I wouldn't have done. Of course, he was getting a pretty good price. Ravi did not use his normal 80% pot bet size. He did have a backdoor flush draw. Taylor did that last hand as well.
Jesse would call in the small blind. Taylor checks Jack 4.
Jesse first to act. Jesse first to act. Jesse makes it 50,000. Taylor calls.
Gonna peel here with the Jack high flush draw. Jesse with second pair, and he's gonna turn a Jack.
Are you surprised that Jesse limped pre instead of raising?
No, he so far in the small blind seems to be very content to just like complete against good players, keep pot small out of position.
Jesse does 1-10.
I'm surprised by this turn bet.
Does seem a little thin, doesn't it?
I mean, it is a situation where when you check almost any amount your opponent bets, you're going to have to fold to. So,
Interesting little raise here by Taylor. It's one of those kind of get the showdown raises.
right, I like those.
Gains extra money for his hand.
And I can't imagine Jesse's going to be able to do anything here but fold.
Jesse folds.
Let it go.
Pot.
Well, there you see, still any man's game here. We're playing 30,000, 60,000 with a 10K ante. Taylor barely out in front of Ravi. Jesse not that far off at 3 million.
With a 10K ante, you're up. Fair call and a small one.
So Taylor completes with the king 4. Ravi checks.
And that flop is ace queen
Both
nine.
players with this ace queen 9 flop.
Taylor checks. And a check. 8 of hearts on the turn. Taylor checks. And a check.
Check, check again.
And river is a deuce.
And a deuce on the river is going to give this pot to Ravi.
Taylor shows. King
Gotcha.
Deuces on the river. Deuce 5 of spades for Ravi. Taylor has king 4.
And with that small pot, we have a new chip leader.
And on 4 down.
Now things slowing down at this final table a little bit. These guys are throwing jabs and not haymakers for the moment.
Exactly. Ravi is the oldest remaining player of the 3 at this final table.
Want to remind you guys about the $2.2 million prize pool Fantasy Golf Millionaire Maker on April 9th at our sponsor DraftKings. It's a $20 buy-in, your chance to win $1 million in a golf tournament. That thing needs almost 126,000 players to fill up, and I don't think it's going to get there. So we should see some overlay on there, and you can even satellite in for as little as 25 cents. Make sure to check that out if you're a golf fan or just like to have a little money on the line when you're hanging out on the weekend watching the tournament with friends and family. And of course, big tournament starting tomorrow for March Madness, $150K guarantee with a $20 buy-in on it, and there's going to be hundreds of thousands of dollars in prizes over the next couple of weeks, all on college basketball. And of course, I got my teams in the mix tonight for the NBA, and they're doing all right so far. Got a bunch of these Detroit Pistons players who are playing against Philly. They're down in that game, but they're having pretty good performances, so we'll see how that works out for us.
Good to see my 76ers up by more than 10 points at the moment.
What'd you think of their trade at the deadline? They got rid of Michael Carter-Williams.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting thing. I mean, they certainly are trying to switch things up, and they're looking forward to future years. It's been disappointing since 3 seasons ago. The Sixers made a somewhat deep run in the playoffs, and then since then the past couple of years to be a Sixers fan just hasn't been the most.
Yeah, they basically just blew up the team and set the reset button. Now they've gotten
Exactly.
some really high draft picks, and it looks like Nerlens Noel is going to turn out really well. We'll see about Joel Embiid next season, and they're going to have a whole bunch of picks in this upcoming draft. But right now, you know, you've got a team that is making sure that they lose and get high draft picks.
What's really interesting right now in Philadelphia sports is what's happening with the Eagles since
Really interesting right now, isn't it?
since Chip has taken over the decisions there as the GM. It's been pretty interesting. A lot of
No team has made more moves in the offseason than your Eagles.
exactly.
What do you think and feel about the moves they've made so far?
You know, obviously it is popular opinion that the Foles-Bradford trade was not in the best interest of the Eagles.
Yeah, you guys gave up Foles and a draft pick for a guy who's never completed a season, right?
Correct. And
Very weird.
I do think, listen, if you look back at Bradford's, how he did in college, you know, he was a fantastic player. But, of course, what you need to be worried about is injuries. You know, when you've had 2 surgeries on your ACL, that's a pretty big deal.
That's serious, yeah.
So you need to look at that going forward. I do think that Nick Foles could certainly regress as a quarterback, but he has been fantastic with the Eagles since Chip has come to town. So that was very surprising. Something else that is surprising is we now have 3 running backs
You do have 3 running
between Matthews, Sproles, and DeMarco Murray.
Yeah, I liked the trade for Kiko Alonso and getting rid of I'm blanking. Shady McCoy. I thought that was fine. Shady McCoy looked like he was regressing a little bit. It seemed like they were going to have to give him a big payday that they didn't want to give him. You pick up a probably good defensive player, assuming he comes back from his injury well, and obviously he has a relationship with Chip Kelly from the Oregon history. But that Nick Foles trade for Sam Bradford is a really weird one. And to give up a draft pick to make it happen.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's the part that seems a little... I mean, just Foles for Bradford as a trade is suspect because you can't be sure that Bradford's even going to get through a season. And, you know, Foles, although he wasn't quite what you wanted from a starter last season, obviously what he did the previous year was very impressive. I would never expect him to keep up that type of pace.
Right.
But he's never looked that bad. I don't know. I guess Chip Kelly really felt like Foles is not the guy who can run the offense that I intend to run.
Right, that's the other thing, is you really don't know what's going on behind the scenes.
Mm-hmm.
You really don't know how well Nick Foles has embraced, you know, Chip Kelly's type of offense, how well he is able to be the leader of the team. Those are kind of those intangible things oftentimes that really make a quarterback great. Obviously, nobody knew how great of a quarterback Tom Brady was going to be, but he works in that system.
Yeah.
And I think that's the thing that perhaps Chip Kelly is looking for.
Yeah, I like that you guys got DeMarco Murray. It really seems like they're shaping up to be an inside running team.
Yeah.
They were an outside running team for quite a while.
How about your Packers? Are they going to look better, worse?
Well, right now, they re-signed who they needed to re-sign, which was Borgata, the offensive lineman, and Ravi just flopped a flush here. I mean, Jesse doesn't have anything that can give him any action. And Randall Cobb. And they re-signed Randall Cobb, and both those guys took a little less money than they could have got on the open market to stick with the Packers. And historically, the Packers are really good at keeping the guys that they draft and develop. And they seem to do a nice job of choosing players whose priority is football and whose, you know, second priority is money. I mean, don't get me wrong, every major player in his prime wants to get paid, but, you know, when you get guys to take 10 or 20% discounts on the market, it speaks volumes about your program and what they are sticking around for. So I think the Packers are in real good shape right now. Not much has changed in the roster. I believe we lost a cornerback, Tramon Williams. Which hurts, you know. We spent the last couple of years trying to fix that secondary, and it seemed like we finally got where we needed to be after we drafted Clinton Dix, and disastrous play in the Seattle game notwithstanding. But either way, I think in the draft we're looking at probably linebackers. We've moved on from A.J. Hawk and maybe a corner. I don't think we're going to touch anybody offensive in the draft unless someone really falls to us.
Right, and I don't think you guys will have a hard time winning that division, as the Lions have kind of regressed, losing Sue and also losing Reggie Bush.
And they lost Reggie Bush, and Calvin Johnson, as amazing as he is, has got to be about 30 years old now.
Right. And I don't think the Vikings are going to be a contender from
Not
the
yet.
way that the Bears look. They certainly
The Bears are a mess.
Are not a contender.
Bears are a fiasco. That was obvious the second they gave Jay Cutler that huge contract. I don't know what they were thinking. I don't know who they watched play quarterback for them the previous few years. Cutler's not that bad or anything, but he is not an elite quarterback that you give a huge contract to, and he is clearly not the mental leader of the team.
So you blame Cutler more than the move to Mark Trestman, away from Lovey into Mark Trestman.
I don't know who's to blame there. It sounds like to me the front office is to blame. They're making bad decisions. They're handing out contracts that are too much money for these guys, particularly Cutler, who seemed like the biggest problem. I understand that it is really hard to find a competent or better quarterback in the NFL, but that doesn't mean you got a guy who's like a B or a B minus and you give him A plus money.
Right.
Yeah, the Bears are a mess. We're not worried about them. The Vikings are solid and they're improving. I like that they picked up Mike Wallace. I like Johnson is their other young receiver, and I really like Teddy Bridgewater. I remember when they drafted Teddy Bridgewater, I thought, oh crap, Teddy's probably the best quarterback in this draft, and he's fallen all the way to the Vikings. And I think they got a good linebacker on top of him too. So,
but is a sophomore quarterback really going to be able to compete?
He's not going to win the division against Aaron Rodgers, no. But it makes the division tougher. Let's see. So you got Dallas in yours. I think Dallas should continue to be strong. I don't think the loss of DeMarco Murray is the end of the world. They're going to lock up Dez. Who else you got? You got the Giants, who could be scary now.
Are you worried about the Giants?
Well, it's just ODB is one of the most special players I've ever seen. When was the last time you saw a guy? Hold on, we'll pause this little conversation.
Yeah, this is interesting here because Taylor just flatted.
And I don't understand that.
With pocket jacks.
Yeah.
Now they are about 66 big blinds deep.
Yeah.
So maybe Taylor was thinking, well, to the extent that Ravi has been playing very crazy, if he re-raises me,
I wouldn't know what to do.
And now he has to think, well, this is unfortunate. Ravi instantly checked back this flop. Ravi has been so aggressive. The question here is Taylor going to lead this turn, or is he going to go for a check raise? I would opt to check raise.
I mean, once Ravi checks back that flop, I don't expect him to bet the 4 spades on the turn. I think I would just bet.
That's a small bet.
Kind of an ambitious call by Ravi, but not terribly surprising. He called that turn, he might call that river, because everything missed. Diamonds missed, spades missed, 7-6, 8-9, queen, queen 9.
Yeah, I would be betting the river here if I were Taylor.
Yeah.
Pretty big bet. And so Ravi will fold. Taylor will take it with his set. Taylor completes the 5-3 of hearts in the small blind. Ravi in the big blind with pocket sevens is reaching for chips for a raise. And he does raise 2.5x to 150,000. Taylor will let that one go. So I'm not too concerned with. I think the Eagles have a good shot to lead. Yeah, I think they have a good shot to win the division.
I think you do. Of course, you got Chip Kelly for a coach.
Yeah, I think Dallas is the most competitive team of the remaining 3 in that division. Of course, Washington has all kinds of problems.
It is a mess. They're a nightmare. They're not going to be good for a long time. Yeah, I'm not that worried about the Giants. I don't know what they've done with their defense during the offseason, but ODB is a transcendent player. And as I was saying before, when was the last time you can remember someone entering the NFL and suddenly becoming arguably the best player at their position, just rookie year? And just stats-wise, per game by the end of the season, he was. I don't think that you'd actually have.
I don't think you can expect that for,
Yeah.
for the next season necessarily, but
I don't know, man. I've just never seen somebody who burns corners that consistently and
Wow.
catches balls, every single ball that comes near him.
That's true.
And they schemed towards him so much, and it became this thing, this like game where they would scheme towards him and in these incredibly obvious ways, and teams would try and stop him, and they just couldn't.
that's true.
And he would just have these crazy games every single week.
That I was one of the best catches I've ever seen in my life.
The only time I can remember something like that in the NFL was Randy Moss, right? He came along and he was immediately the best in his position. And I
Right.
think maybe that was true of J.J. Watt. That might have been true of him in his rookie year.
Certainly have an argument for J.J. Watt, yeah.
But I can't remember a lot of guys in the NFL who just, okay, your rookie season and all of a sudden you're arguably the best at your position and at a very competitive position. But that said, he's one player. And he
Right.
can't necessarily fix everything that was going wrong with the Giants.
Especially as a wide receiver.
Yeah.
Taylor bets this flop. I would normally check back this board.
I agree. Yeah.
But I think Taylor might have some type of read on Jesse that perhaps Jesse is trying to avoid playing big pots with Taylor and instead opting to play pots with Ravi. Of course, that's difficult to do when there are only 3 players at the table, but I'm thinking that could be Taylor's thought process, especially behind barreling the 10-5 of hearts in a spot where he had no equity, and he did so correctly.
Looks like your Sixers are going to lock up the win here today. Now Ravi passes on the button, one of the first times we've seen that.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious as to what hand that was. 8-5 offsuit. I think we've seen him raise that hand before.
Yes, he folds the button there with 5-4.
Ravi raises about 2.6x here out of the big blind, and Taylor does fold.
It's been a very interesting offseason, though. I feel like, and I could be wrong, the offseason usually doesn't have this much maneuvering in free agency. Am I mistaken?
Yeah, no, I think you're right. I think that next year a lot of things will be different than the previous season. More so than you see. You know, football is a sport where things tend to change quite a bit season to season.
Yeah.
I'm expecting even more of that coming into next year than normal. With the exception of maybe your division, I do think that it's going to be tough for the Packers to lose that division.
Yeah, without Aaron Rodgers going down to an injury.
Right.
As long as he's healthy and playing like he does, you know, you're the favorite to win the division every year. You've You know, if he's not the best player in football, certainly he's the best player at his position. I know obviously some people would say Tom Brady, and I think Tom Brady, you could make the greatest quarterback of all time argument, but you know, if I have one guy playing in a football game for me right now, I think I'd rather have Aaron Rodgers, and he's, you know, 8-9 years younger.
What's remarkable about Aaron Rodgers is his touchdown to interception ratio.
It's just absurd, and it's historic.
Yeah.
You know, nobody's come close. Taylor takes that one down with ace queen. But yeah, Brady obviously at this point an amazing career. Probably the best Super Bowl I've ever seen.
Yeah.
An incredible game and
unbelievable
all the lead up to
Super Bowl.
And hell, even the halftime show was great. Just like every part of the Super Bowl was just great. And I had bet the Pats, and I didn't feel very strong either way. I was just like, I guess the Pats.
What are your thoughts on the call to go for a pass on the goal line there, the last play of the game?
I didn't think it was nearly as absurd as the way everyone reacted to it, but I did think the decision of where to put that pass was not a great idea. I mean, so you do have a little time to kill, and you're trying to make sure that that Brady doesn't get the opportunity to go down the field. But why not throw a fade to the corner? Why not throw an out route where the guy's falling out of bounds and tries to make the, you know, drag his feet type catch? Why throw something over the middle where just a tip could pop the ball into the air and end the game like that?
Right. So something interesting here is that Ravi folded the exact same hand on his button last time around, and this time he elects to open.
Might get you in trouble though. I don't know. It's gonna become a big hand for me. Make problem. 31. We're good now.
Jesse with King Jack here on his button.
Not a fan of this one. You've got a good hand. Let's just raise it up.
I agree. And I do think that's why I'm inclined to believe that his Queen 7 limp was probably a strategic play. It's just an adjustment he's making. The thing that I think he might be thinking is, you know what? I don't need to raise pre-flop. If I flop a strong hand against Ravi, I probably will be able to get a large percentage of my stack in either way based on the way that Ravi's playing.
But Ravi doesn't like folding his big blind anyway.
Right.
Let's just raise our good hands.
Right. The other thing is I really don't like letting Taylor into the mix either. What is happening here?
Just an air ball. And Ravi has bottom pair and Jesse the top pair, of course.
What is Taylor doing? Maybe the only thing I can think is that Taylor misread his hand. I don't know. I don't know why he's betting 80,000 with Jack 6 here. Now, if you're Jesse, I imagine you're going to raise in this spot. And he does elect to raise. That's a pretty large raise from Jesse, actually.
No call. Jesse will win this spot.
Jesse takes it down.
Jesse wins another pot.
Trying to think who else has had a really interesting offseason. Obviously the 49ers, we talked about them before, but Willis is retired, Chris Borland retired, their quarterback, I'm blanking on his name. What's the 49ers quarterback? This is easy. Oh,
Kaepernick.
Kaepernick. He's on the trading block. Frank Gore is gone, although you got Carlos Hyde behind him, which is a better option. Crabtree's going to be gone. It sounds like Justin Smith, the defensive end, is going to retire as well. It's been just, and they've lost obviously a great coach in John Harbaugh. Even if he always looks like a kid who crapped his pants on the sideline. It's just been an abysmal off season for them.
It's gonna be a tough year, and
They have a tough few years for them.
They have perhaps the toughest division in football as well.
Yeah.
The Rams are going to be better. The Seahawks, of course, are very competitive. The Cardinals will regress a little bit, but they still have a fantastic defense. So Taylor raises the King 10 of clubs on the button, and Ravi flats in the small blind with King Queen. And Jesse will come along in the big blind with 8-4 offsuit. I probably would have folded the 8-4 offsuit in the big blind here.
Yes, I would as well. Well, nobody really finds anything on ace-6 deuce.
Taylor c-bets about half pot. And a raise here from Razi with King Queen high.
Well, he's not repping very much, but it should work.
Do you think that part of Robbie's thinking is I have the backdoor nut flush draw?
Maybe?
He makes his flop check raise pretty small, as he normally does. Taylor, holding on to his King 10, hasn't folded yet, perhaps thinking, what exactly is Ravi repping in this spot? Exactly what you were saying.
Taylor not really believing this, and rightly so, but looks like he's going to give it up. He doesn't want to give up King High. You know you're making an implausible bluff when your opponent really doesn't want to fold King High to you.
Taylor was very disappointed about folding that King 10. Taylor and Ravi with a little bit of a rapport here. I guess it's easy to have a rapport when you make back-to-back WPT final tables with the same person.
Yeah. At the Bay 101 Shooting Star, Ravi placed 6th. Taylor took 1st in that event.
Here, Taylor looking to go back-to-back to be the champion of back-to-back WPT final tables, and Ravi salivating for that WPT win that he missed last time around. Taylor defending 4-5 suited in the big blind, and Ravi has him dominated with the 5-6 offsuit.
The flop is queen 6-4. Queen hearts, 4 hearts, 6 clubs.
Both players hit a pair.
Turn king is going to give Taylor a flush draw to go along with his pair.
Taylor checks.
Check.
Ravi checks. River cards deuce.
And a deuce of hearts on the river. So Ravi with the best hand here.
Taylor checks. And Ravi checks. And 4, 5 over, 5, 6 over. 5 of diamonds, 6 of spades. 4, 5 clubs over there. 6 will win for Ravi. 6 spades, 5 diamonds. Ravi wins the pot. Pair of sixes. With 2 flops.
Ravi picks up another pot. Still solidly in first place.
Jesse raises the queen-8 offsuit on the button. Taylor calls a small blind with a mystery hand. There it is. Taylor. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Jesse had limped.
Seen a bunch of those.
Yeah, Jesse back to his limping strategy on the button. Taylor completes a small blind, and now it's up to Ravi with the big 10-4 in the big blind. He's reaching for raisin chips.
Huh. Made it 275, and this should work for him.
Tony, this has been a very interesting final table. There have been crazy hands at this final table so far, and I expect it to continue as long as Ravi is going to continue to play in such an unorthodox fashion, and it really seems like Taylor is adjusting to that. The real hands that come to mind are Ravi's ace-5, where he got it all in, drawing dead against Jesse, who turned a straight. Also, of course, the hand where Ravi had pocket queens, and he made a fantastic call.
Yeah, the big one
against Harrison. Taylor, of course, calling down 3 streets with ace-deuce against Ravi. That was a big hand. Here's Taylor under the gun with ace-queen, or I'm sorry, on the button, which is the same as under the gun three-handed with ace-queen offsuit.
Jesse likely to just peel here. Neither player finds much on 10-5 deuce.
Taylor fires out here small, about a third pot, and it's enough to win. Interesting bet sizing by Taylor. I probably would have bet bigger. But it is good enough to take down the pot. This final table has been three-handed for quite some time.
Yeah.
And it's starting to
deep.
look pretty good for your side of this bet, Tony.
Yeah, I think I set a dumb line there. Set a very fishy line, but
How much longer do we have until you are the victor of this bet?
what time did we set?
I think 8:38. So
About 2 hours.
2 hours and 5 minutes. If the final table is still going on in 2 hours and 5 minutes, then you have 20 cane dollars. Here, Ravi folds the 4-5 on the button. Wouldn't have expected that. Jesse in the small blind with 8-9 of spades. I'm anticipating he will just call, as has been the case. That's what he does. Now on Tapar in the big blind with 5-6 off.
No, Jesse definitely not folding this time. Make the call. Flop's a gut shot with backdoor draw, but
7 on the clock.
both players check.
Turn card is a 4.
Turn is a 4 of spades, so
Interesting
now everybody
turn
picks
card.
out outs.
Very interesting turn card. And the question is, if you're Jesse here, there's 360,000 in the pot. You have 2.2 million. Are you going for a check raise, or are you going to lead?
I'm inclined to say I would just bet twice, because you'll get ace high to fold. And even though Taylor's checking back, he usually reps a pair. I don't think there's too many kings he checks back here, so I'll probably just bet with the intention of betting twice. And I don't know, we have a ton of outs.
I would be going for a check raise here.
Yeah.
The reason why is I do expect Taylor to check back a decent amount of jacks, hands like pocket eights. Although on those he might check again on the turn. But I do expect his ace highs to fold simply to a river bet, oftentimes. Also, Jesse has been pretty snug at this final table, so I do think that a check raise would get credit.
It's a bet and call. A 4 on the river.
4, and this is really interesting because it doesn't improve either player's hand. Jesse has the best hand with 9 high.
Yeah.
Of course, he can't know that. And
if he checks, he's going to check fold.
Exactly, and that's exactly what I think is going to happen.
It's such a bad card for him to try and bluff at, so he very well might give up here. And we wouldn't really blame him for it, but it's also one of those spots where he's close to the bottom of his range, right? He's got one of the worst hands in his range.
Yeah. He's reaching for chips.
And making it a value-sized raise, about half pot, a little over half pot. No, right around half pot.
Just, a little bit less than half pot. Taylor is not one to instantly act on the river. To instantly fold, he always weighs his options, always considers a raise. Seems like this is a spot where a raise would not be very credible.
But it would work.
No call.
But he'll just pass.
Jesse Rockowitz takes that one down.
Another shot of the Royal Flush Girl Social Bar, sponsored by Monster. And of course the WPT Champions Cup right behind Tuba, next to Matt Savage, our tournament director.
Jesse on the button with the 8-6 offsuit. Imagine you'll fold here. On to Taylor, who limps the A7, and all of this limping, Tony, is going to make it a lot more difficult for me to win this $20.
Yeah. Increasingly like my side. Two pair for Taylor here. But hard to get action from Ravi on this board.
Ravi is going to stab big with just 10 high. Now, if I were Taylor here, I would certainly be going for a raise. And Taylor just calls. So maybe he knows something I don't, because his opponent does have 10 high, and it's likely he was folding to a check raise.
The 3 here could get Ravi to bet again. He picks up a draw to the 4. Both players check. Queen on the river. Taylor goes for 215.
It's about a half pot bet. All this river tanking will also to contribute to you winning the bet, if in fact that does happen. Although it's like Ravi is carving out chips here. Can't imagine that he is contemplating a call with 10 high. And he makes the call with 10 high.
What? Did he put him on 8-6 or?
He
8-6
must have put him on either 8-6 or 8-9. That is a crazy call.
What? Maybe his favorite player is Stu Ungar.
He confidently tells Taylor that he had 10 high. So, interesting call there by Robbie.
Man.
Robbie's still the chip leader.
What? the
with
hell?
4.6 million chips. Tony, I would have given you 20 to 1 that he wasn't going to call there with 10 high.
People on Twitch are going crazy.
As well they should be. Not the best call I've ever seen in my life. And you know what? Taylor shows that he knows what's going on by just calling that flop instead of check raising. I certainly would have check raised the flop. But Tyler ended up doing pretty well by calling there and then somehow getting his opponent to pay him off on the river with 10 high. Here he has ace-5 offsuit and he raises to 120,000. Ravi's in the small blind with ace-6 suited. We'll see if he elects to just call or if he goes for a 3-bet here.
And we have not seen much small blind 3-betting out of Ravi today.
No, we haven't. And we haven't seen much folding out of the big blind from Jesse Rockowicz, and he has the jack-3 offsuit. And he does call. I would have folded the jack-3 in the big blind. Wouldn't you have, Tony?
Yeah. I don't fold a lot of hands here, but that's one of them that gets folded. Well, 10-10-4 doesn't connect with any of our 3 players.
I'm thinking that Jesse's logic just has to be, you know what, Ravi is splashing around so much. If I make trips, then I very well could get paid. And he could especially have that feeling after, you know, turning the straight against him and getting Ravi to go all in with the ace-5 bottom pair. However, when you only have 35 big blinds, or, I'm sorry, in this case, 45 big blinds, you know, each additional big blind you're putting into a pot, they do add up.
Jesse checks.
Bet 185.
Taylor will follow through.
Ravi calls 185.
Ravi making a very interesting call here with the 6.
Not doing a lot of folding lately.
No.
That's for sure.
Turn card is the jack of clubs.
Jack doesn't change anything on the turn. Both players will check the jack. And a 9 on the river. It's going to be one of those funny hands that goes check, check, and then they just chop it up.
Maybe.
Maybe.
I wouldn't be too surprised if Ravi bets here. He does check. Taylor checks.
Both players do check, so let's chop this one up.
Taylor's well ace-6 of clubs and ace of diamonds 5 hearts for Taylor. He is split pot.
Jab it up.
This has been a very loose, aggressive final table.
It's been a very strange final table.
Very, very strange.
Very strange.
Now we're starting to have a little more of a difference in the chip counts here as Jesse Rockowicz has trended downwards. He now has 43 big blinds. Of course, as you pointed out earlier, this pay jump here from third to second is actually considerable. It's about a $63,000 pay jump. And then the jump going from second to first is $92,000 or $93,000. The wave is starting in the audience here. And Ravi with the king-queen offsuit on his button.
Raising it up. Jesse gonna let go of 5 deuce in the small. Over to Taylor. He's got a jack 3. He'll drop it.
When he's not playing poker, Ravi likes to play chess. Also is a big cricket fan and has played some cricket in his day. He was born in India and he now lives in Dublin, California, which is about an hour south of the casino here.
Jesse drills this flop, pair and a flush draw. Taylor with second pair and Ravi with nothing.
80.
Fold, Ravi. You don't have anything. We've been through this already. No! Why are you touching chips? I just don't understand.
Well, he does have 2 backdoor straight draws and a backdoor flush draw. Now it's on Jesse, and I think he's just thinking about what size he wants to raise to here.
Raise 325.
He's going to 325. Pretty sure that's just going to win the pot.
I wouldn't be too sure, Tony.
Yeah, you're right. What do I know?
I mean, Ravi has woken up with the jack high.
Someone on Twitch said Ravi, the king of the YOLO call, and that's essentially it. Like,
yeah.
It's just, all right, man.
Now it's back on Ravi. Let's see what happens here. It's 245,000 to call. If any other player in the world were sitting in Ravi's seat right now, I would be pretty confident as to what the play would be. However,
Are the graphics misrepresenting his hand? I just don't understand.
Ravi does have the jack high.
Okay, there we go.
He lays it down. So a nice little pot for Jesse Rockowitz. As the stacks are trending back to parity.
Another shot of the Royal Flush Girls Socials Bar, sponsored by Monster. Gotta think it's getting pretty cold in there, especially in those dresses.
Must be. Action on Taylor on the button with ace-6 offsuit. Min raises. Ravi finds a disciplined fold there in the small blind. The 7 deuce offsuit. Jesse's in the big blind with queen jack, and he will call.
Nobody really connects. It's 10-5-4, 2 hearts and a diamond. Not a bad flop for Taylor with the ace high heart and backdoor straight draw. Jesse will likely just check fold. And that he does. These guys have been here for a while. You can see him stretching out.
Ravi has been asking for quite a while when the break is. He can tell he's starting to get restless with his Jack 3 calls on Ace King 5 boards, and here he is with 4-5 offsuit. It's a hand we saw him fold earlier on the button, and now he's raising. We have also seen him both fold and raise 8-5 offsuit, so it seems like he's raising more based on the way that he's feeling rather than based on the cards that he's holding.
It's tough to suppress the way you're feeling after 7 hours on the table.
Taylor defends the king deuce of clubs out of the big blind, and he
Drills it. Both these guys really connect on the flop.
This could be an interesting hand. Now, last time Taylor had 2 pair against Ravi, he elected to simply check call. It was in a different spot. It was in a spot where he completed the small blind.
Yeah, I think we're seeing a check raise this time.
I hope so.
You know, Ravi just kind of followed through quickly and thoughtlessly, like, yep, bet. You know, it was one of those kind of automatic things, which makes me think Taylor will pick up on it and say, all right, well, you like what you have? Nope, I'm wrong.
Absolutely not. And it seems like Taylor is really taking a strategy where he's just going to play his strong hand slowly against Ravi. I'm not sure if I like that strategy.
Yeah, I mean,
as we
we've seen
saw
Ravi
Jesse put in a
blast.
3-bet on the turn with the nut, or with the third nut straight, and Ravi just go all in with ace-5 bottom pair. So now Taylor has not checked yet on this turn. And he is carving out chips. Taylor bets very small. 185,000. I don't mind the lead. I would have preferred a larger lead.
Wonder how Ravi's going to react to this. You know, just call.
Pretty quickly calls, so.
And Jack of Spades on the river will whiff for Ravi, so he's got the nut low.
However, it is an interesting river card. Ravi could think he can very easily rep spades with the way he played the hand, and he certainly can. In addition, it's possible that Ravi could have played a hand like ace-queen this way. So I would say that Jack of Spades river is better for Ravi's range than it is for Taylor's.
Yeah, definitely. No 5 high call. Looks like these guys are on break, if I'm not seeing this incorrectly. So we'll be back in 15 minutes. See you guys then.
Welcome to an unforgettable destination where action and indulgence blend together in a delicious symphony. A place where you control the volume. How loud it gets is completely up to you. Thunder Valley Casino Resort. Live out loud.
29 of the event. 10,000 in, 40,000, 80,000 are the blinds.
40, 80. 10,000 in.
Alrighty, let's do this.
Cards in here.
And here we go, cards in the air. First one is level number 29.
All right, we are back, still three-handed here at Thunder Valley. Jesse with the button. Looks like he made another limp here, Kane. We're playing 40,000, 80,000 with a 10K ante. Taylor completes in the small, and Ravi with a pair of eights in the big blind. He's gonna raise it up.
Ravi has announced the raise.
Raised to 480.
And total amount wagered is 480,000. Jesse will fold. And Taylor will fold.
I love this hand.
That'll lead us to two folds.
Favorite number.
That was a pretty big raise there. That was 6 big blinds from Robbie out of the big blind there, and both players quickly fold, and Robbie wins the pot.
With 3 players remaining, next out will receive over 113,000. Second, over 176,000. And first prize, $250,000 plus that WPT championship fee. And Taylor will be first.
Taylor here. The king deuce.
Raised to 160.
Taylor's going to make it 160,000.
Then raise on the button.
Call.
Ravi makes the call of 160. Jesse will fold. We'll take 2 players from the flop.
It's called by a 10-9, and ooh, both players connect here on King Jack 9 all hearts. Ravi gut shot, straight flush draw. We want to get technical, and Taylor with top pair. I like his check behind here. Jack of diamonds on the turn. I think Ravi's gonna bet. Oh, he's gonna check.
I would check the 9-10 as well.
Yeah, actually, I forgot that he had a pair here, not just a draw.
120.
The bet is 120,000.
120 is a very, very small bet.
Yeah.
I would have preferred for Taylor to bet bigger here.
Call.
We're going to call up the 120,000. Here comes the river card.
And a heart on the river. It's gonna give this pot to Ravi.
Ravi's first.
You expect him to lead? Or check call?
I think he's probably going to check.
You've had a read on him all day. But not this time. 200,000.
Ravi's going to bet out 200,000.
Taylor pretty quickly folds.
Taylor will fold.
Yeah, Taylor gets out of the way there.
Would you have folded pair of kings there?
I think so, yes. I don't expect him to be bluffing me that much in those type of spots. I think he could just bet I don't know, but Ravi might bet a jack there.
So Ravi and Tapar neck and neck, competing for the chip lead here. Ravi has the ace-4 of clubs on the button. It's a pretty looking hand. You know when you look down at ace-4 and oftentimes it looks like pocket aces? Does that happen to you, Tony?
Absolutely it does. 2 pointy things. But pointy things can't be suited.
That is true. Ravi raises to 180. Jesse folds out of the small blind. Tapar folds Jack 5. And people at the Royal Flush Bar sharing their treats with each other and hanging out here as it's been a long three-handed battle between these three players, Jesse Rockowitz, Taylor Parr, and Ravi Sunder. Action is on. Deuces 85, Jesse Rockowitz who folds, Tapar folds, and Ravi wins the pot.
Taylor here on the button. Even 4 million. Raising up 8-5.
Raised to 160.
160,000.
Ravi doing more small blind calling as we're accustomed to. Jesse with Jack 4. It's been very sticky in those situations, but we'll let it go this time.
It's interesting. I'm curious as to why he chose to fold the Jack 4 after flatting Jack 3. Maybe he's...
I think it has to do with stack depth, and there's some ICM at play here. He's the shortest stack of the 3. Pretty good looking flop for Ravi's hand.
Of course, that was the case prior also. It is possible that during the break he reevaluated that strategy.
Yeah.
I don't like this bet from Taylor here.
Neither do I. This seems to just drill Ravi's flatting range, and we know he's super sticky at this point.
Yeah.
So I would just be betting good hands for value against him and only rarely bluffing. And there's the call.
We're going to call that 170,000. And here we go to the turn.
King on the turn will fill up Ravi's straight.
Ravi will be first.
Check.
To the check.
Both players will check. And a deuce on the river.
River card is out. Deuce of diamonds. And Ravi bets 700,000.
Ravi bets 90% of the pot here.
I'm surprised Taylor's cards aren't in the book yet. And there they are.
Ravi is on the button with 8-5 offsuit. Now we've seen him raise this once. We've seen him fold it once. Here he re-examines his cards as he makes up his mind. He chooses to fold. Jesse Rockowitz with the 9-9 in the small blind.
He's been very card dead pre-flop. This is one of the best hands we've seen from him for a while.
Now this is interesting. Jesse elects to raise after he had been limping so many small blinds.
Taylor will fold, absolute rags. Jesse takes one. You gotta think it's unlucky that he didn't get a button raise there. Ravi does not do a lot of button folding.
Yeah, well, again, that 8-5 was a hand that he did choose to raise one time, and the other time he elected to fold, and so now he gets it the third time. And coming off a break, it seems like he might play a little tighter than he does as time goes on, and he's getting closer to a break, and he keeps asking the floor when the break is going to happen. So maybe he gets a little restless as he plays there prior to the break. But what the interesting part about that hand is I'm not sure if Jesse has adjusted his strategy of small blind limping, or if he raised simply because he had pocket nines. I think it's the latter.
Jesse with the ace-7 suited here.
Here, for example, he calls with the ace-7 of clubs. Taylor does not complete.
Looks like Ravi is raising it up here with 9-4 out of the small, the big blind.
305.
Ravi getting creative here, making it almost 4x, almost 4 big blinds here.
Jesse shoved, he limp shoved. Interesting.
For 30 big blinds. This is certainly going to show a profit with Ravi's frequencies. My question is whether or not it's better to shove here or to just flat. I probably would have just flatted. What do you think?
I'm not quite sure. It depends how frequently I think that Ravi is going to be raising here. I mean, if we know he's doing stuff like 9-4, it's easy. We haven't seen him blast too much out of the big blind against limps.
And Ravi will fold. As he picks up the flop.
Now there you see a shot from the Royal Flush Girl Social Bar, sponsored by Monster. Brittany hanging out all day. keeping everyone company. Taylor will pass his 9 deuce, but will Ravi pass 7 deuce? Considering the placement of his cards, I'm inclined to say no.
We did see him fold 7 deuce in the small blind when Taylor raised the button, but now, of course, it's a much different situation with Taylor folding. And we know that Ravi likes to attack those short stacks. He makes a small raise here. Jesse has 5-8 in the big blind, and from what we've seen from Jesse, he will not be folding. He does call.
Both players whiff on ace-king 9. 2 clubs.
He will check over to Jesse.
Both players will check that board.
The turn card, 10 of clubs.
Both players with a flush draw. Ravi's higher. Looks like he's going to bet pretty big here. Ravi overbets the pot here. And this goes back to what I was saying earlier. I think when Ravi senses weakness from his opponents, he kind of pounces on that, tries to take advantage of that, and there's no play for Jesse, obviously, other than to fold. So Ravi takes it down with a 7 deuce.
Taylor hanging out, still trying to make history. And in a good position to do so. Ravi with 7-4 of diamonds on the button.
Taylor's an athletic guy. He plays tennis and basketball. He also enjoys golf.
What's your best sport, Kane?
Bowling.
Bowling.
Bowling's my best sport, Tony.
We were pretty good last time we played.
How about you? Is it tennis?
Yeah, I would say tennis.
Yeah. Do you golf or no?
Not well. I
No.
can go to the driving range and hit the balls fairly far, but the problem is, like, I can't really drive straight, like, at all. Not like, oh, you know, it goes a little slice or a little hook. Like, I can't drive straight at all.
Right.
Really, I can hit an iron, but not a driver.
Well, that's a problem on the par 5s.
It's a big problem.
Turn card. It is the 6 of hearts. Taylor will be first.
You know what though? After playing wiffle ball yesterday, I'm starting to consider that one of my better sports.
Yeah. Wiffle ball. You mean just like baseball?
Yeah, I mean I played baseball and through high school, but wiffle ball's a little bit different. It's the way that you throw the ball, the way you're able to put spin on the ball. It's a completely different game. It's a fun game.
Taylor gonna make a little bluff here, and he's gonna get snapped off by Ravi.
Ravi makes the call.
He's got 2 pair, so he collects a nice pot there.
Ravi shows 4 of diamonds, 7 of diamonds, giving him 2 pair, and will win the pot.
And you can start to see when the energy fades a little bit at the final table. Much less talking, much less movement.
These players have been putting in long hours for several days now, and it's tough. It's a grind when you make it this far in a tournament, this deep in a tournament, then you get to the final table and you're on camera all day for hours and hours on end. You're trying to play your best poker. You're concentrating very hard. It's definitely mentally a grind. Jesse Rockowitz on the button with ace-queen offsuit.
Jesse calls 80,000.
He elects to call, which is interesting because we did see him raise the pocket nines out of the small blind. So the idea that he's going to raise all of his strong hands certainly is not true. And here we have Taylor raising out of the small blind to 245. Now we got Ravi in the big blind with 9-7 offsuit. It certainly would be a standard fold. However, Ravi does put the cards in the muck. And now the question to Jesse is, are we re-raising or are we just calling here with the ace-queen offsuit?
I think he's got to re-raise. He might even just rip. I'm not sure exactly how he'll choose to play it, but he's putting more chips in the spot.
I'm not sure what the benefit would be of ripping instead of re-raising.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not sure which one he'll opt for.
I would like to see a re-raise here.
I guess there's small ICM benefit to ripping because you don't risk elimination as often, but meh. The other thing is if you go smaller, what's the frequency that you think that Taylor tries to go over the top of you?
He does re-raise to 595. I like the sizing. I was thinking about 600.
Taylor will fold.
Taylor will fold there. Jesse picks it up.
The question is, what is the downside to re-raising instead of ripping? What hands, in other words, is Taylor going to flat with that he otherwise would fold? Hands like Jack 10 suited, maybe?
Yeah, stuff like that, I guess he'll flat with.
And here we go. We'll start off with Taylor.
Taylor with an ace-10 here.
But of course, the other interesting thing is Jesse does not want to get all in there against a pocket pair. And
right.
Of course, Taylor's much more likely to put all the chips in with pocket threes, for example, once Jesse has re-raised than if Jesse were to have gone all in.
Right.
But of course, he's also much more likely to put all the chips in with a hand like ace-10.
Also true.
Which is what Jesse would have loved to have seen happen. Here Taylor min raises with ace-10, and Ravi is in the small blind with 10-7 offsuit.
And Ravi here in the small blind, he's going to make that call. 160.
Yeah, more ambitious small blind play from Ravi, much as we're getting used to seeing from him.
Jesse folds a 10-5, so it does seem like during the break he reevaluated his big blind defense frequencies.
And the flop is jack of hearts, deuce of hearts, four of clubs.
Nobody connects on jack 4 deuce.
Checks. Check. And Taylor will check.
Both players check, and we go to the turn, which is a queen of hearts.
Pretty good card for Taylor. Now he has the ace high flush draw, overcard, king high, or king will give him a straight.
And Ravi now has the 10 high flush draw. Which, if we know Ravi, he probably does not want to fold. What an interesting check by Taylor, and a check that I did not like.
Both players make a pair on the river. Don't know about this bet. Don't think you get called by much worse, do you, Kane?
I don't mind the bet, simply because Taylor has elected to check back 2 streets. It does look like he can have a hand like a pair of 4s or a pair of deuces. Maybe a hand like pocket 6s. Yeah, I don't mind the bet.
Taylor's going to call the 225.
I don't think that Taylor would check back a jack on the flop that often, and I don't think he would ever check back a queen on the turn.
No. Yeah, maybe at that point you're just so likely to be good you should just bet it, right?
I think I would.
Yeah.
Ten of hearts, 7 of diamonds.
So now ICM becoming a little more of a consideration here between for Jesse and Taylor Parr, who were similar more similar in chip stacks than they were before. There was a long time where Ravi and Taylor were kind of running away with it, and Jesse was a clear short stack, and now it's becoming a little more staggered. Here Ravi's on the button with 8 deuce suited.
40,000, 80,000, and right now it's 10,000.
He raises it up to 180.
Ravi's going to make a raise, total 180,000.
And Jesse is in the small blind with ace queen offsuit. He started the hand with about 35 or 34 big blinds. My guess is going to be that he is thinking of a size to 3-bet to right now. He decides on 390, which is very small. Don't you think, Tony?
It is pretty small.
From 180 to 390.
Yeah, I wonder if Ravi's going to peel here. He's just
Ravi instantly peeled.
Oh, he already peeled.
Yeah, he did not
peeled so
contemplate
quick.
a fold there.
Yeah. And he outflops Jesse.
5 of hearts. Jesse will be first.
Now, maybe Jesse made it a small size because he wants to be able to play over multiple streets against Ravi. We have seen Jesse take a real small ball kind of strategy pre-flop, limping a lot, doing things of that nature. Maybe that was his justification for making it so small here, because now we have a pot to stack ratio of about 2.5 to 1, or a stack to pot ratio of about 2.5 to 1.
It's a tricky flop for Jesse to play. It's just like, do you
I
bet
would
and then bet again if you turn a heart?
No, I would be inclined to check this board.
Yeah.
Jesse bets out 410,000.
Jesse, however, bets out a little over 400,000.
And it's all in time from Ravi. He's so not scared. Jesse's just like, ah, crap. I mean,
Now, Jesse is going to consider a call here.
He should consider a call. There's a whole bunch of draws his opponent can have.
Ravi did not take much time to go all in.
In that situation, it goes from having the Queen of Hearts as a good card to a bad card to have, because all of a sudden one of the most likely hands, or most likely cards your opponent would rip draws with, you have in your hand. So I don't blame Jesse for folding there. What a frustrating position to be in.
Do you think perhaps he would have taken more time to consider a call if there were no ICM considerations?
Quite possibly. Here he's got a 9-8.
About 24 big blinds here on the button, 9/8, and I think we're going to see him call here. He does. Taylor quickly throws away the 5-9 in the small blind.
I wonder what Ravi's going to do here. Definitely raise.
He raises very small. Very, very small. I don't like that very much.
Yeah, I thought he would have gone bigger. And I thought there was at least some chance he just put a big stack of pink in the middle.
Jesse will be calling here.
Yeah, for 100,000 more, he's not going anywhere.
Jesse makes the call.
That's a Queen Jack 5 board. Ravi's been betting so far, but he took his hands off his chips, and there's the check. You know, Ravi has very rarely checked and then like check raised or checked with a hand that he really likes. I'd be pretty tempted to bet in Jesse's spot because we only have 9 high. We have some equity in the hand, but I don't expect my opponent. Well, the other part is maybe he'll just check call. Oh wow, maybe he'll just check call with ace high there. So maybe not.
Yeah, I'm fine with Jesse's check. I like Jesse's check. The reason why is because I don't expect Ravi to be raising hands that don't hit that board. You know, the lower hands, and then just instantly giving up with, you know, 6-8 or whatever hand like that.
If he's getting fed hands, he probably has a clue that Ravi is opening some weird hands out of the big blind against those limps, and we know he raised, what, 9-4 offsuit or something?
That is true.
Yeah.
But then would he instantly check on that flop? I would expect him to have some type of showdown value when he checks. So here he checks, and in a somewhat familiar scenario to Jesse, he turns a straight against Ravi,
who this time will just call.
Which is not a very good call at all with 3 clubs out on the board, Ravi having no clubs in his hand.
Yeah, it's not like you're going to get really paid when you make your straight. Jack on the river. Jesse's going to win this pot.
Unless maybe Ravi goes all in.
I still think he'd win. I don't think Jesse's folding.
Would you be happy calling here if Ravi went all in for 2 times the size of the pot?
I would say I'd be happy about it, but I mean at that point he's saying he has what, queens or no? He just bet his clubs on the flop. I just don't believe that he would check clubs out of position there. He's basically telling me he has queens or ace king.
I think if Jesse bets here and Ravi does go all in, it's a very difficult call for Jesse.
Oh, I thought you were saying that Jesse was just going to open cram for 2x pot, and I was just like, nah, I don't think I'd fold. Even if he check jams.
400,000. Jesse's going to wager 400,000.
Jesse betting half the size of the pot here.
He's giving Ravi something he can call. But he gets away this time.
We will start with Taylor.
Taylor with the 5-6 offsuit on the button, and I think this is probably right around the cutoff of the hands he's folding or opening, based on what we've seen.
Raised to 160.
He does elect to open.
Yep.
160,000.
Ravi with a fun hand in the small blind, Queen 10 of diamonds. From what we've seen, I will be expecting him to call here.
Call.
You're going to call the 160,000.
Jesse coming along too. Another one of those hands that seems really close. I mean, we're only 30-ish blinds deep.
Yeah,
Very
I
raggy queen.
I would be
normally
folding
don't.
the Queen 3.
Flop is 4 of clubs, jack of spades, 8 of
Nobody
clubs.
really connects here. Ravi with a gut shot to the 9. Taylor with a gut shot to the 7.
Check.
Jesse will check. Taylor, he will also check. Turn card is the 3 of spades.
Oh, more outs for Taylor now.
Back to red.
And pair for Jesse.
Check.
Ravi will check.
Check.
Jesse will check. Taylor checks on the button. Here's the river card.
It's checked around.
And an 8 on the river. So assuming it checks around one more time, Jesse's going to get a nice pot here.
Check.
Ravi checks.
Check.
And Jesse will check.
Taylor, though, has got the bottom of his range here. He knows none of his opponents have a jack or an 8. He's got to be real tempted to just go for it. And that's what he's thinking.
Taylor will bet
280.
280,000.
I'm not really a big fan of this. I would expect him to bet 8s on the turn a decent amount of the time. Certainly expect him to bet any jacks that he had checked back on the flop. What do you think Taylor's repping here for value?
5, 6s, 7s. I don't know. It's definitely a weird little play here, but again, you cannot win at showdown. None of your opponents appear to have anything. I don't blame him for making this little punch at it. I agree that he's not repping many hands.
Right, so the question is Jesse going to piece that together and make the call here with a pair of 3s? We have seen Jesse earlier in this 3-handed match fold top pair 10 jack to Taylor.
Yeah.
And that was a much different situation. That was a
Triple barrel situation.
But he could be getting tired of folding to Taylor's bets on the river in general. Jesse, for years, played mid to high-stakes cash games online. He is very good at understanding ranges and understanding what people are representing, so this is why he's thinking about it. You know, although the absolute value of his hand is quite weak here, all he has is a bottom pair of threes, the relative value is somewhat high, but he does end up folding.
Yeah, he gets away with it. What did we set the line at? 830, 838 was it?
838.
Man, I'm in great shape.
You're looking good.
You need such a cooler for this thing to be over in 40 minutes. I really think I set a fish line too, but should have been more like 8 o'clock. Ravi here with a suited queen on the button.
Raised to 180.
Ravi's going to make it 180,000 there from the button. Go to Jesse now in the small one. He will fold. And Taylor in the big blind. He will call.
So he flops open-ended here. Overcard and a backdoor. Taylor with top pair, top kicker.
Back over to Ravi.
And it is 2 1/4 from Ravi. You expect Taylor to call here, right? Nothing
Of
else?
course.
There's much too deep still to go a little wild.
Yeah, I think calling would be the only play. We've already seen Taylor only call with 2 pair twice. So if he were going to check raise here, it would really surprise me.
8 on the turn does not connect for Ravi. The way he's playing, I anticipate he'll just barrel, even though, yeah, I'm down with a barrel. Oh man, that's surprising.
Interesting check by
so
Ravi.
bad at predicting what he's going to do.
And that kind of goes back to the hand where Jesse called him down with the king 5 when Ravi had the 6-9. We were questioning, well, you know, if he did have the up and down straight draw there, would he just fire 3? And this hand might be the answer to that question. This is the first time we've really seen Ravi in that type of situation, and he elected to check the turn.
If you're tailored, you better check this river.
I would be betting after seeing Ravi look me up with 10 high.
Yeah, that's a good point.
620. So that's 620,000.
That's a large bet. I would be betting smaller, just hoping that Ravi calls with something crazy or just calls for information. Or well, here he has a queen high and he's pondering.
It's like maybe he's got jack 5. What the hell?
Ravi
let it
thinks
go.
better of it and he lays it down. Disciplined fold by Ravi there with the queen high. Taylor Parr, originally from San Clemente. He now lives in El Dorado Hills, California, which is about 35 miles east of the Thunder Valley Casino here in Lincoln. Taylor has over $2.7 million in live tournament earnings, the biggest score of which was the Bay 101, which happened less than a week ago. He took first place for over $1.2 million. In addition to his poker accolades, winning the 2010 Card Player Online Player of the Year. His name online was Tapar.
Yep. Long-time online poker legend. Well, nobody. Oh, excuse me. Ravi flops bottom pair here on Ace King 6.
Ravi checks. Turn card is the
3 on the turn, doesn't change anything.
Taylor bets 110,000.
Taylor bets out, and Ravi quickly calls.
River card is the 7 of clubs. We're going to start with Taylor.
And Taylor is going to bet again.
Ravi,
That's 180,
not
which
even a
is
question.
small
I
bet.
call.
Curious as to why Taylor chose to bluff with that hand there. But it does seem like Taylor does do quite a bit of bluffing with hands that don't have that much equity.
Yeah.
Something I have picked up on from Taylor is that specifically in pots against Ravi, he has tended to bet rather small when he is bluffing and rather large when he has value hands.
I think that's probably a good tactic against him.
Yeah. Now, of course, that was different when he got to the river against Jesse. In the hand where Jesse had Jack 10, I believe he bet closer to 60% pot in that hand on the river, getting Jesse to fold his top pair there. And here Taylor looks down at Ace 10 of spades on the button.
That was a pretty sick bluff by Taylor. I mean, it was a triple barrel with no equity, and in a spot where every single draw on the board missed with the middle card pairing. But it's like I said, okay, that bluff would have been the worst bluff of all time against Ravi, but it makes plenty of sense against Jesse, because Jesse's sitting there like, why would you ever bluff this river?
Right.
That would be a terrible idea. Therefore, I can't be good. You're too smart to bluff this river.
And here we have something interesting happen, something we haven't seen at all.
Ravi 3-bet.
A Ravi 3-bet out of the small blind with Jack Queen.
We haven't seen any Ravi 3-bets. Like, I don't know if this might be the first Ravi 3-bet in 8 hours.
Yeah.
Seriously. Like, we saw the call and then back raise 4-bet with aces.
But Taylor is not going to go anywhere with Ace 10 of spades.
No, he's got the ultimate flatting hand. What the? Oh, okay.
I think he's counting out his chips here.
Yeah, I was going to be real surprised if he just slid the pinks in there. That's what we're expecting.
Maybe trying to elicit some type of tell from Ravi, but nothing more than posturing.
Yeah, that is all Taylor.
It's a very good flop for Taylor. He flops a wheel draw, he flops 2 overcards, and of course he flops a nut flush draw. And Ravi checks the board pretty quickly.
Might escape
Taylor
relatively
quickly checks
unscathed.
behind.
What in the hell?
I'm not a big fan of that check at all.
Yeah, let's go.
Now Ravi with nothing but queen high reaching for chips, perhaps thinking, well, my hand looks a lot like ace king or ace queen.
Yeah, I think this bet's pretty reasonable. The problem is I don't think it really gets anything in Taylor's range to fold. I don't don't know. What can Taylor
I mean,
do
it,
have that he's folding?
Broadway cards.
Yeah,
but
Broadway cards.
That's
That's about it.
when Taylor continues on the turn, I wouldn't bluff the river.
The river card is the 10
Just in
clubs.
case.
Back to Ravi.
Now this is a big pot. There's 2 million chips in the pot. Taylor has 2.7 million behind, so 2.7 million effective behind. Ravi thinking about what he wants to do here.
Don't do it, Ravi.
Ravi checks.
Ravi does think better of it and checks. And now Taylor is going to bet here. He's going to bet a size where hopefully he can be looked up by a hand like 8 high. If Ravi does so choose to make another interesting call on the river. And he does bet less than 1/4 pot. This should be an easy fold here for Ravi.
Ravi will fold.
He does let it go.
Taylor picks up the pot.
Taylor picks up that one.
And we will start with Ravi. Ravi will fold. Back to Jesse now in the small blind.
Call.
We'll call the 80,000. Taylor will check his option. Here we go. 10 of diamonds. Queen of
Taylor
diamonds,
outflops Jesse
4.
here with King 4 versus King 6 on King 10-4.
We have another pot where Jesse limps a small blind.
Check.
Jesse will check. Taylor bets 80,000. And Jesse will
Taylor
fold.
bets 80,000 and wins.
Taylor picks up the pot.
Here are the updated chip counts. Jesse Rockowitz just shy of 2 million, and then Taylor and Ravi are very close in chips. Taylor is the chip leader with 4.85 million chips, and Ravi with 4.55 million. So we're back in a familiar situation, Tony, where Jesse is the short stack. Ravi and Taylor are battling back and forth for supremacy. And we have been three-handed for a long time at this WPT final table.
Yeah, we really have. This is one of the longest three-handed matches I've seen. Remember one of our previous final tables, four-handed, lasted a good 5 hours, but this has got to be approaching 4 or 5 hours of three-handed, right?
Yeah. Now, the longer the match goes, does it benefit the pros? Does it take Ravi off his game more so being an amateur because he's not used to it?
Yeah, I think so. I think Taylor's got years of experience of playing poker for 8 to 10 hours at a time for a week on end. Ravi does not have that. Jesse too, of course. Although my guess is cash sessions are a bit shorter than tournament sessions.
Ravi folds the 10-7 out of the small blind. We'd seen him defend that hand in the small blind earlier. Ravi with the 8-6 of spades on the button.
Raised to 180.
You were raised to 180,000.
Makes it 180, and now Jesse has ace-jack in the small blind.
Pretty sure he's just going to go all in, right?
Well, he has 23.5 big blinds behind. I would expect him to be making a 3-bet here. And he does go all in.
Jesse has declared himself all in.
Taylor folds his threes.
Count has been requested.
And Ravi says, give me a count. Huh.
1,915,000 total wager.
Ravi will let it go.
And Ravi will fold.
Definitely makes me wonder if this was an hour-long level tournament, what happened in the lead-up such that these guys reached the final table with such deep stacks? I mean, there must have been some serious confrontations.
Yeah.
Coolers and whatnot.
Now, you do prefer a shove there to a 3-bet with 24 big blinds?
I think it's close. I don't know if one is definitively better than the other. It's a little tempting with that hand to just, go 3x and let Ravi make a overly loose call.
Right.
And then rip most
But then,
flops.
of course, what happens when the board comes, 10, 7, 5 with 2 diamonds?
Probably just all in.
Yeah.
Just shrug all in.
Yeah. But when the board comes 4, 5, 6 with 2 diamonds, now you can check fold?
Yeah, you know what? Considering what I've seen Ravi do, I'm not sure there's any textures on check folding.
Wow.
Yeah. I'm just anticipating that Ravi is, we've seen him peel stuff like 8 deuce suited. If you have some sense that he's just peeling a ton of 3-bets there, as long as they're not all ins, there might not be a texture that I check fold on. I don't know. You have ace jack. Maybe if it came like 8, 7, 5 monotone in a suit you didn't have or something really extreme. But otherwise, I just can't imagine myself letting Ravi have that pot when I think that his flatting range is some huge percentage of his opening range.
Whoa!
Ravi declares himself all in.
What is going on here?
Duh.
So just to recap what happened there, Jesse limped the button. Taylor raised about 3 times the big blind, and Ravi straight win all in for how many big blinds effective with Taylor? About 60?
Yeah.
And he wins the pot. But it maybe A7 is a favorite hand of Ravi's. Earlier we saw him 4-bet the A7. So he certainly...
You think it might be something superstitious?
It could be his favorite hand.
Level number 30 of the event.
Sounds like our blinds are going up, if I'm hearing Ben right there. Yes, 51.
Well, I'll tell you what, I got 25 minutes.
For 2 people to get knocked out. I can't believe I'm going to win that fish bet.
Taylor min raises to 200,000.
What will Ravi do now? Just call.
Ravi will call the 200,000.
Jesse with a queen 8. Is he going to peel for one of his remaining 20 big blinds?
He certainly will.
Yes, he will.
And Jesse will call the 200,000. Flop is king of
Everybody misses on ace king deuce. Ravi's been so sticky, he still might manage to win this pot, but I think he'll check fold to Taylor.
Ravi checks. Over to Jesse now. Jesse will check. Over to
Jesse takes a long time before checking.
He does. I guess he's balancing for the times. He has something to really think about, but
I don't think I've ever seen him lead in spots like this. So
that's just it. I don't really understand why he's doing that kind of stuff. Well, I told you that he might still find a way to win the spot.
Here comes Ravi with his pocket fives.
Seriously though, he just doesn't fold pairs.
But now this is a board that is a very good candidate for multiple barrel bluff.
Yeah.
Out of Taylor. And he doesn't have any equity in the hand. This is what would be called a brute force bluff. So on this type of board texture, where based on the pre-flop action, your hand your range is just stronger than your opponent's range, so that by the river you could render most of their range bluff catchers. Taylor opts not to double barrel on the queen.
Not gonna bluff that card.
And he's not going to bluff the deuce most likely. However, we have seen Taylor make some interesting river bluffs.
Yeah, but now he's realizing that Ravi just refuses to fold any type of pair to him.
Ravi reaching deep for chips. Thinking about turning the pocket
Ravi,
fives
no,
into a bluff
you're gonna
here.
be okay this time, but no! No, Ravi.
Ravi bets 900,000, turning the pocket fives into a bluff. And what is Taylor thinking about?
The weather? I don't know. You play the board, don't you? It just mucks. Turns out, no. I have a pair. I think he's going to show him. You don't want to see that, he tells him.
And he's a 15. 15
We've seen Taylor tank for quite a while on the river before folding hands. That it seems pretty obvious that he's going to fold unless he's considering raising in these spots. But that's a spot where I don't think Taylor would ever be considering raising. So here, Ravi on his button with 9-4 offsuit. This seems like it would be one of the hands that he would fold. And he does.
One of the rare few.
Jesse with
those
ace
awkward
5.
spots.
Ace 5, 18 bigs. Tony, this is your specialty. What are we doing?
Ugh, gross. Yeah, that's an option.
Going all in. I think that's what I would do.
That's probably just the right play. Everything else seems bad. It just sucks so bad if you raise and get flatted. You can't fold. You
No,
can't
folding
really
is out of the
limp.
question. I would say limping. I would prefer a limp to a raise.
To a shove?
No, to a raise.
To a raise, yeah. I'd rather limp than like 2.5x.
Yeah.
Because then you could consider like limp jamming.
I still think shoving is the play.
Yeah. But he's like right around the peak amount of big blinds that I just rip it with.
And I think that's a conversation that they're having over at the Royal Flush Bar. Is
yeah, she's like, what's your shoving range there with 18 big blinds? And he's like, I don't know, like Jack 7 suited plus, Ace Deuce plus, pocket deuces.
Wow, he's read Tony Dunsta's poker book, hasn't he? Taylor completes a small blind here with pocket threes.
I just like that whenever we flash to the Royal Flush Grill Social Bar, Twitch goes absolutely ballistic.
Ravi hits a great flop here. After checking back the big blind, he hits bottom 2 pair.
Yep.
He bets 200,000. Taylor quickly folds. If you're on Twitch and you're following along, let us know who you're rooting for. You've been now watching an intense three-handed session on here. It seems like an overwhelming number of people are rooting for Ravi.
He's certainly the guy getting the most attention and the most discussion in the
Yeah.
chat box. But I feel like, yeah, they probably are rooting for him.
And he has been endearingly nicknamed Mario.
The mustache and red uniform will do that.
Johnny Cage now on the button.
Yep.
8-6 off.
All right,
he
well, then
folds.
who does Jesse get to be? We got Mario, Johnny Cage. You got to pick a third video game character. Who is Jesse?
I don't know.
Twitch, who is Jesse? Help me.
Ravi now with 7 deuce. Small blind. Picking out raising chips. He raises it up to 260, and now Jesse Rockowitz, who has yet to be named as a video game character, in the big blind with Jack 10. And I think this is an all-in spot, Tony.
I don't know about that, Kane. Well, you know better than me. Yeah, you know what? When Ravi's opening 100%, then I guess it is. We got a lot of people yelling Homer. I guess he's Homer Simpson.
Homer Simpson,
Homer
huh?
Simpson, according to Twitch. It's like the entire Twitch conversation now. It's just people typing in Homer.
You know, there was a Simpsons bowling video game I used to play.
And it didn't take long before it just turned into homo and everyone hashtagging it. Yep. Yeah, that was pretty inevitable, wasn't it?
I guess we could have seen that coming.
LOL Internet.
Jesse Rockowitz, one of the really classy guys in poker.
Yeah, he seems like a class act, man. He's been very statue thus far at this final table, just taking everything in stride.
Here he is with ace 10, and now we have 22 big blinds, and this is a spot where I would like to see him raise.
Raise call, yeah.
However, it might send out a red flag, considering he's been limping. Yeah, so I don't mind that. Considering the dynamic he's had with Taylor, I don't mind a limp, and Taylor quickly checks the Jack 7 suited.
And he finds a 7. A 9-7-3.
What would be cool is if on Twitch we somehow could cast a vote to see who people were rooting for.
You can do that. We can get the straw poll in there.
Can we?
Let's fire it in.
Let's do that.
All right.
Look at this. In this internet age, I just ask for something, and at the snap of the fingers, Tony, you can make it happen. Jesse gets lucky and turns an ace here, and let me tell you, when the blinds are 50,000 and 100,000, every single hand matters, Tony, and turning an ace there is big for Jesse.
Yes, it is. Boom, it's in the chat. All right, we'll check that in a moment. It's a good thing we don't allow write-ins, or it would just be pure vulgarity.
Jesse fires out 220,000.
Jesse fires half pot here, 220,000. Taylor reaching for chips, makes a call.
Taylor makes that call.
Would you call there on the turn, Tony?
It is the 3 of clubs.
That seems pretty close.
3 of clubs on the river, and Jesse will be firing again.
I like that we can just watch the poll in real time.
Jesse really trying to balance his timing here, and a spot that is, in my opinion, should be a pretty obvious bet, but he checks.
I'm mystified.
Wow, I guess he just... I mean, I guess if you give Taylor every combo of gut shot to continue on 2 streets, then checking is not that bad. However, I would... the reason why I would bet that river, Tony, is because I would expect Taylor to peel the flop with a lot of ace-X's. We'd already seen him peel the flop with an ace-X against Ravi multiple times.
But how many ace-X's do you think he's checking pre-flop in that situation?
I think the weaker ace-X's.
Think so? So the answer to our poll is clearly Ravi. It's almost an even split between Taylor and Jesse. It's about 25%, and Ravi's at 49. Definite hero to the internet. He's been playing heroically.
He certainly has.
And, you know, his good plays and his bad plays have been very heroic.
He is an exciting person to watch.
This isn't one of my limping hands.
Ravi now with the ace-10 suited, much to the delight of our
We're going up.
Twitch followers here.
We are going up.
He raises it to 360,000 chips.
360,000. Raises 260,000.
Jesse, excuse me, Jesse will be likely folding the king-3 here, based on what we've seen in the past. We've seen him limp and then fold to less than 3x in the past.
Yep. Were you a big Simpsons guy growing up, Kane?
Wasn't really a huge Simpsons guy, no.
Man, I love that stuff. Simpsons came on when I was like 6 years old or something, and back then it was like, at the very start it was kind of a kid's show, and then in the sort of golden era of maybe season like 3 through 8, it was a combination of a really good kids show and something that was hysterical for 30-year-olds. So I've been going back and watching them now, and it's killing me in a totally different way. And, you know, there's all these jokes that I obviously didn't get when I was 9 years old. Someone in the chat says, no Simpsons, get out, commie. Yeah, what are you, a communist? No Simpsons.
I actually prefer South Park of the cartoon.
Also excellent.
Between Simpsons, Family Guy, South Park, I prefer South Park.
Yeah.
And he will make it 200,000.
I felt that each of those shows has had kind of an era where it was at its strongest. I think that South Park might be the one with the highest like continual quality.
Right.
Family Guy seemed like really good for the first 5, 6 seasons or so, and it's not bad now, but it's just kind of tapered off a little bit.
I would say that Family Guy is a lot of the references deal with pop culture
and television.
And television,
Yeah,
whereas
very much so.
Whereas South Park seems to be a little more political.
Very political.
And The Simpsons is kind of more character driven.
And it's just kind of eclectic in its references.
Yeah.
Ravi with top pair here. Jesse with bottom pair. And this blind versus blind confrontation.
Jesse will fold. Ravi picks up the pot.
You know what? Maybe Jesse is a little bit of a mix between like a Homer Simpson and a Barney Rubble. Or not Barney. Who's Barney's friend?
Barney from The Simpsons?
Barney. No, from the Flintstones.
Oh,
is that Barney Rubble?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rubble. Sorry, I was still thinking in terms
yeah,
of
we're
Simpsons.
going
Is it
all over
Barney
the place.
And Fred? Is that right?
Barney and Fred.
Yeah.
And Barney is the friend.
Okay.
I'll tell you what, it's been a long time since I've seen an episode of the Flintstones.
It's been a long time since I've seen that one.
It would be interesting to go back and see if there are any political references in the
There's some racist stuff going on in there. I remember I was watching John Oliver's show the other night, and they showed clips from the Flintstones, and they were making jokes about, Asians, and I want to say Fred or Barney's eyes all of a sudden turned slanted and everything, and it was just like the kind of thing you would never see in 2015.
Wow. When was that from?
I don't even remember. When was the Simpsons? When was the Flintstones from? Was it like the 80s or something? I don't know. A little before my time. Certainly something that could be answered with Google.
Yeah, that stuff would not fly today.
No.
Jesse checks. Taylor checks.
Especially on something that I think is supposed to be more of a family show.
Yeah.
And of course there were the Jetsons.
Yeah, the Jetsons. And if you want to go all the way back to Bugs Bunny, that stuff was racist as hell. It was ridiculous.
You know what? Speaking of Bugs Bunny,
Uh-huh.
Jesse could be the sheriff. What's his name? Yosemite Sam.
Yosemite Sam? But didn't he have like the mustache that like hung down a whole
Yeah, but
bunch?
look at Jesse has the mustache.
He has a beard.
Maybe we should set up a Twitch poll. Barney Rubble, Homer Simpson, or Yosemite Sam. And they're still discussing that ace-5 hand in the small blind over at the Royal Flush Bar. Tuba is very confident that she would have elected to limp the hand simply because Jesse was in a spot where he was limping so many other hands, and it's just good for his overall range to limp that hand as well.
Here's one. Matt Levin on Twitter says, I vote for the guy who looks like Cheech Marin. That's not a bad one.
Yeah. Jesse now with a 4 deuce of spades on 25 big blinds on his button. Fold. Taylor with ace-10, who just calls here. He's been pretty consistent.
He's got something sneaky in mind. Uh-oh. This could go wrong for him, Kane. Because I don't think Taylor is just calling there intending to limp call ace-10. I could be wrong. but I think he might, you know, limp re-raise, limp jam, something like this. I mean, I could be absolutely wrong, but considering how much Ravi's been raising, if Taylor's being fed hands, then he might just blast.
I think 32 big blinds is a lot to just go all in with here. I
agree.
If I were Taylor, I would be calling in this spot.
If you think your opponent's just auto-raising stuff like 7 deuce and 9-4, and I'm assuming he's being fed hands from somebody watching the stream.
But it's still a spot where I expect Ravi to fold all worse and call all better. So, I mean, wow.
Yeah. I mean, that's just it. There's 400,000 in the pot.
Wow. And here we go. Taylor par at risk here, all in against our chip leader, Ravi. Ravi with the best of it with the ace-queen. Taylor par with the ace-10.
Ace of spades and the queen of hearts. Joe, let's see the flop.
Well, Taylor's going to become the 3rd player this season to go back-to-back. He's going to need a 10. And, ooh, the queen on the flop all but ends it for him. He does not have a club, so he's going to need a runner, king-jack, or 10-10.
All right, Joe, let's see the turn.
And it's a 9 on the turn. Taylor par is going to be our 3rd place finisher. He's going to take home $113,154. A great run and attempt at becoming a back-to-back champion. He played really well here today. Unfortunately, at the end, he just got a little bit cooler there. But I think he can go home from the California swing feeling really good about himself.
Certainly, and like I stated earlier, I think that we've seen the most impressive play at this final table from Taylor.
Yeah.
The call down with the ace-deuce is the hand that really stood out. I mean, getting to the river with the 5-6 and then electing to bluff and being right, triple barreling the 10-5 against Jesse. I think Taylor should be very proud with the way he's played.
By the way, we are seconds away from you owing me $20. So close.
Oh no, the cards are going to keep going right now, and
Yeah.
it's going to be aces and kings the first hand. Let's just get it all in here.
Oh, I'm just watching this thing tick down. And I'm going to spend that sweet, sweet cane money. All right, well, these guys are on break for a little bit while they set everything up. We will come back and speak to you guys soon and check out the heads-up match here at Thunder Valley.
Heads-up play here at WPT Rolling Thunder. Final 2 players.
Annie's 15.
Ravi.
You don't have the small blinds.
Showdown from Dublin, California, started 2nd chips here at this final table. He now sits as our chip leader. And Jesse Rapowitz from Petaluma. Jesse came here at the final table. His small stack was $727,000. He's now playing heads up for this WPT title.
Okay, I completely lied. They are not on break. Often we have a money presentation once we get to heads up, but these guys are just going to keep on going here.
And unfortunately, if this match doesn't end this hand, I will have to little mini money presentation to you, Tony, as I get $20 out of my pocket to give to you for
That's right.
winning
Ship
the
it.
over-under.
Ship it.
Second place in this event does pay just over $176,000. Top class, just over $250,000, $251,000 and change, plus that WPT championship entry valued at $15,400.
Now, first place here is a little over $250,000. It's $251,457, whereas second place is approximately $176,000. So we're talking about a pretty big swing here. We're talking about a $75,000 swing between first and second. And of course, if you win the event, you also get your buy-in to the WPT at Borgata for $15,400. Ravi going into the heads up with about a 3.5 to 1 chip lead over Jesse Rockowitz. Here we have Jesse raising 5 deuce.
Ravi makes the call of $200,000. Here goes the flop. And that flop is the 6 of
Ravi
diamonds,
flops a flush
5
draw
of clubs,
right away.
8 of diamonds.
He checks.
Ravi
I
checks.
think he might just check jam on Jesse. I'm not really sure. Assuming, I was going to say assuming Jesse bets, which he does not.
Turn card is the 7 of hearts.
More outs on the turn.
He quickly fires
Full
pot.
pot.
Jesse will quickly fold.
Yeah.
Jesse will fold.
Now this could go very quickly, Kane. As I mentioned before, we only play 30-minute levels when we're heads up. Jesse is entering this heads-up match with about 22 blinds.
And Ravi will be first.
Ravi not backing down.
60,000.
What would you be doing with hands like 8-4 offsuit with 21 big blinds heads up?
And,
I think I might fold or limp. I'm not sure that I would.
Yeah, I
be
mean,
raising.
I don't think we need to raise every. Maybe I'd limp that one. I'm a little surprised Jesse called here. He doesn't have that much room, and he went 2.6x, you know, and 9.6 is just doesn't flop that well.
Yeah, I would have folded if I were Jesse.
Yeah.
If I were Ravi, I probably would have
Bet
limped.
that flop. I would have bet that
Well,
flop
I
for
certainly
sure
would
if
have
I was
bet
Ravi.
the flop. And as the clock has now ticked 8:39,
Got him.
Tony,
$20.
there's your $20. Use it wisely.
Officially not Busto.
Invest it well.
I'm just gonna invest it in more DraftKings teams.
Parlay that into some $20 bets about which ice cube the fly will come
Will
to.
land on.
Yeah.
No, Ravi will take down that one with a bet. So it's the Ravi Sundar show so far. As you can see there, Jesse's largest cast was 721,000 when he won a World Series bracelet in 2010. Man, that must be sweet when you won one of those massive field donk fest over at the World Series. I've done terrible there. I don't know how much money I'm down lifetime at the World Series, but it's probably a bunch. Maybe not because of the main event, and I've made some money there. But everywhere else in the World Series, I've just done awful.
What is your deepest run in the main event?
I got 50th in 2010, so that was good for like 165-ish or something. So that'll pay for a couple of summers. Well, Jesse here, he limps. Ravi looks like he's gonna make it 250. Jesse might just rip it on him.
260,000, so 2.6x.
He's not folding. And he's all in. Ravi's going to call here, so Jesse will be at risk. Wow, I might beat you by 5 minutes. That's so dirty. I set such a dumb line, and I still won. You run bad game. Well, actually, no, because if Ravi wins, you win a bunch of money, right?
Yeah, I do all right.
Sweet. And it's a 10-3-3 flop, so it's going to need to be a king. Otherwise, Jesse's our second place finisher.
Joe, let's see the turn.
6 on the turn. We're down to 3 kings on the river.
For Jesse, it's a king. The other card of the deck. Ravi will be WPT Rolling Thunder champion. Joe, let's see the river card.
And the river is a 6. Ravi has done it. He got 6th at the Bay 101 and 1st at Thunder Valley. Congrats to Ravi Sundar. He's going to win $251,457, and we will see him at the Borgata April 20th for the WPT Championship.
Ravi
Great
Sundar, new WPT champion, and that's exactly what he said throughout this whole tournament. I'm here to win it. And after coming in 6th last time, I mean, can you believe this? His first live tournament cash ever was less than a week ago. He final tables Bay 101, gets 6 for 168,000. He comes out here and he says, you know what, this time I'm going to win it, and he does just that.
He seems like a real sweetheart, too. Jesse Rockowitz, second place, 176,000. He came into this final table as the clear short stack, so I bet he feels just fine right about now. He gives it a little shrug. What are you going to do?
Yeah.
But I think he'll be okay when he looks back on all of this. But big congrats to Ravi. You had us rooting for you. You had the entire internet rooting for you. Way to go, man. What can you say? We'll see you around. Thanks to everybody else who tuned into the stream. Kane, thanks so much for joining me for the last 8 hours in here today. And to everybody out there who watched it, good night and good luck.